to open the meeting with a prayer.
And recently, when some of us gathered at Joe Miller's funeral, I couldn't help thinking, as I saw some of us the gratitude that we have that you do serve on the council and for what you try in your own ways to do for our city, this beautiful place that we call home. But I want to invite us for a moment to bring to our hearts those who, in our families and friends, those who have inspired us to offer public service. Let's bring them to our hearts for a moment, because we're peopled with them. Bless all who worship you, from the rising of the sun to its setting. From your goodness, enrich us. By your love, inspire us. By your spirit, guide us. By your power, protect us. And in your mercy, receive us as we try to labour with you to make this world a better place, now and always. Amen. Yeah, thank you.
Amen. Thank you, Father. And on that thought, I'll pass a comment that in my observation, everyone, all those gathered here, do seek to make our city a better place. There is no public forum today. The gentleman who was going to speak has sent an email through and he's unable to come join us today. There are no apologies. We welcome Councillor Vandervis from the south of France. And we move on to item number 4, the confirmation of the agenda. And so I'd like to move that Council confirms the agenda with the following alteration, that item 25, the Hearings Committee recommendation, proposed parking changes August 25, be taken before item 9, Kettle Park coastal landfall remediation options. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. Are there any comments? In which case I'll put the vote. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Number 5, keep declarations of interest. Are there any changes or alterations? I see none. Therefore, I move that Council notes the elected members' interest register as attached and confirms the management plan for that. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. All in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Item 6, confirmation minutes from August 12, 2025. And I move that Council confirms the public part of those minutes. Is there any discussion or questions? So Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. All in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Reports, number 7, actions from resolutions of council and committee meetings. Are there any questions? I see none. Therefore, I'll move that council notes the open and completed actions from resolutions of council and committee meetings as attached. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. Are there any comments? No. I'll put the motion. All in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Item 8, forward work program for council and committees. Are there any questions? Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Some time ago, there was a public meeting around housing issues and homelessness in particular. And I understand at that meeting, the suggestion was made that there was a staff report coming about some further funding for outreach to assist with those communities. And there's nothing in the forward work program that I can see. I'm just asking what, if anything, has happened to that work.
So Ms. Brown is continuing to work in that space. There is the housing implementation plan, but it isn't resourced in the same way that some of the other implementation plans are. There are no plans at this stage to put additional resource in unless there's a direction from council to do so.
Well, if I might follow that, that's helpful. But given that the problem persists, I would have hoped that we could actually provide some sort of direction from council, if not this meeting, sometime sooner rather than later, to provide that further assistance to the homeless community.
That would be something for you to consider, and there are mechanisms if councillors wish to do that.
Thank you. Are there Councillor Barker?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have 2 questions just about the Botanic Garden plan and the likely timing of that. Is there any idea on that? That's sort of been 5 years, I think.
Sorry, with Mr. McLean away, and Ms. Benson won't have that at her fingertips. I'm happy to circulate that during the meeting.
And my second question is around the Enterprise Dunedin review that we passed the resolution for. Did I miss it in the resolutions or the forward work program? Where does that sit?
Has that been captured, team, in either of them?
Apologies, I think we haven't updated with that meeting's forward work program as yet.
Right, so it will be captured, but those minutes haven't been captured in the forward work program yet.
Okay, Councillor Walker.
Yep, thank you. My question around page 55, Caversham Tunnel project, and maybe Mr. Ward who might want to speak to this. Thanks for that update. It's encouraging to see the potential for undergrounding the electrical utilities. The statement here is a wee bit vague on the timelines. I'm just wondering if there's any way of understanding if more investigations means we'll see it in 1 month, 6 months, a year, 2 years.
Thank you, Councillor. Apologies, I don't have that to hand, but I'll come back to you on that if I may.
Are there any further questions? I see none, therefore I'll move that council notes the updated council and committee forward work program. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. Is there any commentary? No. Therefore I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against?
Aye.
Thank you. Against? Carried. Okay, so on to item 25, the hearings committee recommendations. So we'll have, says that Deputy Mayor Cherry Lucas will speak to the hearings committee recommendations.
Thank you. Maybe if I can speak to you in 2 parts. If I speak and first on the Sunday parking in the central city, which we consulted on as part of the long-term plan, of which I think there was 9 submissions received as part of that. And council agreed that we would proceed with Sunday parking in the central city area.
This is only to define that area, and it's a very narrow block, basically Blue Street, the little bit of London Street, and then down in Great King Street and round to my place. And as part of this proposal, the 27 parks in George Street and Princess Street remain free, obviously with a time limit on it. So that is, we are recommending that council approves that area for paid Sunday parking. And we've kept the same time as it is from the rest of the week, so that the signs don't have to be changed. So that's why we've left it, so it's not complicated and everybody's quite clear. And the reason behind that was so that it frees up car parking spaces, so there's turnover, so that people can come into the central city and support our businesses in the central city, and that was the basis behind that.
And so the free parking all along George Street remains free.
Correct.
Except that it'll be enforced now, so people can't go abuse that by parking all day in the one spot. Very good. Are there any questions?
I have one, Your Worship.
Yes.
And that is, why is item 25 not on my agenda? And I have asked repeatedly for these agendas right through the weekend. I thought it might be have been included in the non-public section. It's not there either, and I've only just received that agenda. I think it's very unfortunate that it's not on my agenda. I'm wondering why.
Yes.
Well, I'll respond to it. You've had it twice, Councillor. It's part of the supplementary agenda. And the reason you didn't get it over the weekend is the clues in the question. It was the weekend.
So it's in the supplementary. It's quite a thick, there's about, 3 centimetres of paper. Speaking from someone with a paper copy.
CSO has resent it to you, Councillor, but you've had the same link twice.
And it's in the supplementary agenda. That's the thing.
Thank you for letting me know. It just wasn't listed as any item as such on my agenda. My items went to 24 and stopped there. But I'll have a look at the supplementary. Thank you.
Yes, supplementary. It's on, page 7.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry. It's page 7 of the... it's actually page 4 of the supplementary agenda. It's page 7 of my chair's agenda. Okay. Very good. Are there any other questions? Councillor Gary?
Forgive me if I've missed it somewhere, but we don't have, as I understand it, enforcement officers currently out on a Sunday. What's the cost of providing enforcement on a Sunday? I don't recall that being covered anywhere.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll take that question. We haven't actually worked out the cost aspect. At this stage, we're looking at having 2 officers on duty, but as I think I've indicated previously, we still need to work through the contract implications. We also still have Armour Guard doing work for us on a Sunday out on George Street, primarily looking at the time-based enforcement. So there is a level of enforcement already there for the time-based.
But if I may, they won't be able to enforce these new parking restrictions.
It's still one of the considerations that we've got to think through. As I say, we're still working through the contract question for us. Once we've got that sorted, we can potentially use staff or contractors.
So would they have to be specifically warranted for that purpose?
Yes, and trained.
Yeah. Very good. Councillor Walker?
Yeah, thank you. I don't know if the chair of the hearings wants to answer this question, but on my reading with the papers we've got, the public feedback, there seemed to be quite a majority of people who were very vehemently set against proceeding with this. Just wondered the thoughts on that. And secondly, the contradiction, and this is feedback I've had personally, people now saying they won't come into the city on a Sunday due to these changes. So any feedback from the retailers who want this but there's a contradiction there.
As I said, we consulted on this actual question in the long-term plan, of which we only had 9 submissions. And then this particular consultation was only on the area, which is a very small defined area, and noting that the third-party car parking buildings are already charging on a Sunday. And the whole purpose of this is to free up parking. And there is a lot of free parking, Cargill Street, Scotland Street. You don't have to go very far, York Place, to find free parking within 1 block of George Street. So we think this is a balance.
Okay. Is your question covered? Yes. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just confirming, we'd have the restrictions in a normal time if this went through on a Sunday, and but it wouldn't be free, but just with time restrictions, it would still be charged. Is that correct? That's what you're saying, or?
It would be charged in Fallow Street, London Street, Great King Street, Moray Place, that area, but George Street remains free as it currently is.
Yeah. And then outside those 3 streets,
It's free.
it's all free.
Yeah.
So, which is normally costed, they're normally paid car parks during weekdays, but they will still be free car parks on a Sunday. It's just the most proximate, the closest parks to the shops will be enforced. It's in the 3 streets.
And sorry, I forgot to say at the beginning, staff have given a clear undertaking that this will be reviewed in 2026.
Very good. Councillor Barker.
Have we got any idea about how we reviewed, about whether it will measure the success or not with the business owners? Because I guess my concern is how the business owners have been consulted with, given there's 9 people came through the LTP. So I just wonder what the measurements would look like, the before and after.
I'm looking at Ms. Benson. I don't know whether the staff have thought through how the consultation or the review, Mr. Spears, are with them.
Councillor, we can certainly measure the provide data in terms of parking turnover and parking use. Probably a little bit more complicated to understand the impact on retail.
It is something we could, ask some people later on. But anyway, Councillor Wiley, you have a question?
Yes, I actually already know the answer to this, but I just wanted it in the public domain because it was raised with me several times. So visiting the hospital on a Sunday, the only parking restriction will be on Great King Street, Frederick Street, the Great King Street area by the dental school, and on the one-ways will have no parking charges applicable to it. Correct? Yeah, that's okay. It's around people raising it with visiting the hospital on a Sunday and just clarifying. I know I can see in the map, but publicly clarifying that the only paid car parking in that area is on Great King Street and on Hanover Street on that side of the hospital. But when you head north to in front of the dental school in that area and the physiotherapy school, and the Cancer Society up through there will be still free as it is on any Sunday with no restrictions and along with the one-ways, correct?
Definitely the one-ways. Sorry, I'd have to check the dental school. I can't recall if that's in the zone or not. But yeah, because currently though there is no restriction in place in those car parks at all, so people can park there all day, including outside the hospital, and that's yeah.
Very good. Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, it sort of ties into the question of Councillor Barker, and I'm sorry to keep banging on here because I've had lots of feedback on this. I presume a lot of us have. A lot of the responses that are in the paper here, the question is, what are we trying to fix here? So park that. Secondly, would you not agree the worst policy one can ever do is rush policy? Then it goes to Councillor Barker's question. With rush policy, with this going ahead, I can see businesses rushing to us. And then we're going to be in a situation where many of us, what we've done in the past, will be asking ourselves, why did we go down this road? So I'm just wondering, in terms of the consultation with everybody beyond the 9, how did the hearings committee feel that in terms of the robustness of the wider city being part of this situation, which my phone's been ringing and I'm sure they will be after today. So I just.
Well, Councillor May, we're trying to encourage.
Yes.
We're wanting to be supportive of the businesses in the central city. We are encouraging turnover. There are plenty of free parks, as I've said, within one block. Councillor Mayhem and I considered carefully the submissions that we received in the parking hearing. Nobody spoke on Sunday parking, but we read, I know diligently, the pair of us read every single submission and discussed it amongst ourselves. And we believe that this very narrow paid parking area for Sunday parking, and with the staff absolutely undertaking to review it in 2026, we think that this is an appropriate policy.
So, for example, when around this table, I've promoted cycleway infrastructure, and I argue that that's fine if we lose parts because very close, there's lots of parking. I get annihilated for that. So what's the difference here? So why is the close parking convenient for this one, but not for when we're putting in cycling infrastructure and we lose parks? I'm just confused why the argument works for one situation, but not another.
We're not removing any car parks.
There's a perception.
Look, yeah, you can make your speech when it comes to the speechifying. Councillor Barker, we're asking questions at this point.
Would it be possible to add in the recommendations is decision 1 which talks about Sunday parking, and it doesn't say in the resolution suggested recommendation that this is reviewed within a year. My challenge is around losing resolutions and making sure that this is actually reviewed. So is it possible to add it into the recommendation?
Yep.
So we just need some wording. Okay.
Yeah. Sure, that'll be sorted out in a minute. Are there any further questions? Councillor Mayhem.
I think this question is for staff. In the university submission, they queried whether the revenue from parking could be ring-fenced for other transport projects.
Thank you, Councillor. The revenue from that, from the parking has already been included in the budget. Yes, correct. Yes. Yep.
Thank you. You have a question, Councillor? Yep.
It's just the concept of ring fencing. Can you ring fence it or not?
Well, you could have at the time. It would be too late to do that now because we've got our budget balanced and allocated.
But it is a legal action. You can ring fence that funding. Just want to check that that's actually
thank you, Councillor. You could decide to use money from parking to fund an activity, but you'd need to make that decision at the time.
Okay, Councillor Gary.
What impact of if this is already encapsulated in our budget, as we've been told before, what's the impact if this vote does not pass?
The budget includes 150,000 of revenue, so we would be short that amount in our budget.
Carolyn, were there costs allocated against that as well, though?
I'll check with staff.
Okay. Councillor Houlihan. Okay. So do we need an answer for that? Can we get an answer for that immediately or not? Would it be at some stage?
I think councillors, 150,000 is a relatively modest amount of money in the overall transport budget.
Absolutely. Okay. Councillor Gary.
And just subsequently, specifically the costs around enforcement, of course, that would be of interest.
Yes. So we'll move on. Do we have so more questions? Yes. Councillor O'Malley.
It's probably one of staff. I assume that the Sunday regulations have not been changed for many years, and that free parking was related to the fact that businesses were often closed on Sunday. Has the demand on parking changed in the last 10 years in this area? Well, in other words, I guess, is it since, well, it's a long time ago now, but since retail started on Sunday, has the pattern of parking changed? Because my feeling would be that historically we had no parking charges when we had no anticipated use. So my question really is, has the anticipated use changed in the last decade?
Sorry, councillor, I don't know. We'd have to come back to you on that one. We could come back to you reasonably quickly though.
And Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, the question before, I don't know whether we've got those costs, but comparing the costs of what we would make on the parking charges compared to the regulation charges of staff to go out and, you know, do the ticketing and all those other costs, is there any chance they cancel each other out, or what is the type of cost for that to compare? Because if this was voted down, it might be that it would cost just as much to regulate it. But am I wrong? I don't know. We don't know until we know the figures. Just wondering.
Yep, so we have no answer for that yet. Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. A few questions. First of all, as I understand it, and whoever wants to correct me if I'm wrong, feel free. Part of what we're addressing here, or looking to address here, is the commentary or complaint that weekend staffing in businesses are often parking all day in the parks and then filling them up so that customers don't get to use those. Is that correct?
That would be part of it.
Okay. Yeah, part of it. And again, this is a question for whoever wishes to answer it. Is the car parking in Christchurch free on Sundays? Does anybody know?
No.
No, you don't know, or no, it's not?
No, it's not.
No, it's not free. What about in Wellington?
No.
Last one, what about in Queenstown? Is car parking in Queenstown free on it?
No.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Councillor O'Malley.
Just a follow-up question from Councillor Houlihan. Rather than particularly in that particular subset, is it fair to say that between parking charges and parking enforcement, there is a net return to the council that enforcement and administration does not take away all of the parking charges?
That's correct. Yes. Carolyn, we do make, there's a net gain.
On our parking function, yes.
Yep. And just as an aside, I had over the last year or two, I've had several approaches from retailers saying they'd like to see parking enforced on Sunday, simply to have more turnover in those parks. Anyway, so do we have that slight modification? Right. So it'll be we have that on the screen. So I'll move that council adopts this resolution. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. And in speaking to this, I'll repeat what I just said, actually, and that I've had several approaches from retailers concerned that they've noticed people parking on those typically free parks on George Street and cars being there the whole day, so that they were unavailable for shoppers. And, you know, the whole function of George Street is as a shopping street. And the retailers on that street are very much aware, they're keenly aware of those fast turnover parks on George Street. And my observation, in particular on a Saturday morning when I often go there, is that they turn over, and I can nearly always find a park on George Street, which is fantastic. I think it's quite a, it's a really good incentive for me to go there, because I often go for a coffee on George Street and I'm only in the shop for, in the place for 15 odd minutes, and I have a free park. So, and the parks, I do notice they turn over rapidly. But when they get jammed up on a Sunday, then it does cause some distress to those retailers. And Sunday is a very important shopping day in the retail trade these days, because people generally have Saturdays and Sundays when they go shopping. And similarly, you can park for a longer period of time on the side streets, Hanover and St Andrew Street, back to Phil and Great King. So it's entirely appropriate that those are all paid. But with the streets beyond that remaining free, it's still very much possible for anyone to have a free park in the CBD. Because, of course, the people that would occupy those slightly further out parks that are a little bit cheaper during the week, but are free on a Sunday, they are typically not coming to work in offices and things on a Saturday and Sunday. So the net result of this proposal should be, and it's certainly hoped for, from what I hear from the committee and what I've heard from retailers, that there will be more parks available in the CBD, and that will induce more people to go shopping. And so hopefully that is the net effect, and we doesn't sound like we have a measurement mechanism in place, but certainly of the two or three of the retailers that I've spoken to repeatedly about this, I'll certainly be asking them to see if they've noticed a trend, and some anecdotal evidence might be forthcoming from that. Whether we could establish turnover figures, I doubt, but we live in hope. Anyway, who would like to speak to this? Councillor Hule.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I won't be supporting this. The reason I have for not supporting this is, as Councillor Walker mentioned before, I've had numerous people complaining about it. Certainly online, there was a bit of a frenzy as well. People generally have had enough of increased costs. Everything is costing more, and we've had free Sunday parking. I understand what the Mayor's saying about freeing up parks for businesses. However, have we considered having the timing restrictions but no charges? That could be an option. I would support that, but I do not support charging on a Sunday, because I think people have had enough. We're in a cost of living crisis. Rates have gone up. They're quite high right now, as everybody knows. Don't need to repeat that. And, there's increased costs on everything. It's too much. It will be a disincentive to numerous people for coming into town. I've been told by numerous people to put them off. They won't bother. They'll just go to South Dunedin or buy online. So I actually think it will have an adverse effect on our businesses, and I won't be supporting it.
Councillor Witherell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As a retailer, I think it'll have an absolute opposite effect. This is not mean-spirited at all. It's a long time since we had 5-day week trading. We're in a 7-day week trading operation now, and we just have to get in line with other councils. It's just another day of the week. And from experience, I know from along George Street, those 5-minute parks are being taken up by staff members. They park all day long. They're the first to work before the doors open, before the shoppers get into town, and they park there all day because they can. So until it gets legislated back to 5-day week trading or whatever, if we did have 5-day week trading, I'd be more than happy to have free parking in the weekends. But that's not the environment we live in, and we have to get ourselves in line with other councils. And yes, our parking revenue is going down. It's going to be a win-win. We're going to make some money out of it. Hopefully, people are going to abide by the parking restrictions, the time zones, and we're all going to benefit from this. I'll definitely be supporting it. Thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. I guess just the previous speaker, we want to get ourselves in line with other councils. We could invest more heavily in mode shift, I guess, but that's a dream for another day. I mean, it's clear from my questions, I do think this is a mean-spirited motion, particularly in a cost of living crisis. Everyone's doing it tough. No problem with looking at this at some point further down the line, but this is rushed. It's not backed by robust evidence and data, both from retailers and the public. There's been a little bit of hearsay around the table about I've spoken to X, Y, and Z, and they think it's a great decision. But I think this probably will pass. I think it'll be a decision that will come back and bite us. And I'll leave you just from one of the more pertinent comments from the many commentaries in the papers we have. And it goes, leave all inner city parking free on Sundays and just police the time restrictions. Surely that is not rocket science, is it? This is a mean-spirited motion, can't back it.
Councillor Wiley.
I find it ironic that some councillors want to put their own spin on some of these things, these motions, when they haven't actually sat on the parking bylaw committee. Anybody who sat on that committee knows the issues around it. There's never an easy solution. There's always tension between parties, and they are always looking for the best outcome. So thank you to those on the parking bylaw committee, because again, you get absolutely thrashed at times. You never get a bouquet, but thank you for the work you've done this triennium. And it needs to be consistently reminded around this table that actually we are upholding a decision from that committee. Yes, you can vote it, but don't, as I see it, actually try and attack panel members for not listening. Because to me, they have listened, they have taken all the facts, and they have looked at all the information. They've looked at it a lot more depthly than what we have. They've spent hours on this. It's like any bylaw hearing or any consultation. When we're on those committees, you understand this stuff a lot more in depthly. So I'll finish on that, and then that on that topic. The other thing is actually hundreds of people go into the inner city on a Sunday and pay for parking already, and they have for years. I know my wife has always done it. I always try and stay clear on a Sunday. I try and stay clear from retail therapy, actually. But my wife and daughter especially love it. They always pay for parking because they always take so long to go shopping and then have a lunch and everything else. But the key thing being is that there is a lot of people that do it. So to turn around and to make these sensible changes, I'm sorry. You know what? Maybe you have to park an extra 50 metres. But actually, Councillor Weatherall, if there's anybody who's in depth and got skin in the game on this one, and again, it's great to hear what his comments are, because it directly affects the businesses. And I've heard this for probably, 7 or 8 years, that has been an impact on them. It was before the changes in George Street. They were openly telling councillors. John Bizet was another one that would quite often come and comment on it. So thank you for the work the hearings panel has done on this, and I'll be supporting it.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To the councillor's point around upholding the decisions or recommendations of the hearings committee, I do recall that wasn't his logic when it came to the class 4 gambling, which he opposed the recommendation of the hearings committee. I won't be supporting this, and there's a couple of reasons for that. One is, while we know the revenue that has already been included in the budget, we do not know the costs of enforcement. And so that is a hole in the argument as far as I'm concerned. And as for the logic around the turnover, I absolutely get the understanding about the need for turnover. There's a couple of matters there, and one of them is the questions I asked about enforcement. And we heard that there are We have, is it Armour Guard? Was that what Mr. Henderson? Armour Guard in there doing enforcement around the time periods. So surely it's the enforcement. If the issue is the parks near the retailers, which is what I thought I heard Councillor Wetherell say, then surely it's the turnover and the enforcement of those time restrictions in the free parking in George Street that requires attention first. And I also respectfully suggest that if the retailers know that their staff are parking right outside and parking all day, then I wonder what they're doing to educate their staff and manage that in the first instance. So I will not be supporting this.
Thank you. I find this a bit incredible that we are debating whether we want to go with Sunday paid parking. We have already debated this as part of the long-term plan, and council already approved Sunday paid parking. This is about what streets will have Sunday paid parking. It's not about whether we're going to put Sunday paid parking in or not. We've already agreed we will. So I'm a little bit incredulous about this. And I agree with Councillor Wiley. When I drive into the city on a Sunday, coming down Stewart Street, I look onto the roof of the Meridian, which is a paid car park on a Sunday, and most Sundays it is packed. People are already paying for parking. And we have sat around this table and said we need to look for other revenue streams on numerous occasions. This is not a large revenue stream, but we want to keep our rates down. And if everybody's rate account is $1 less or 50 cents, it is our duty to find other rates, other revenue streams. And this is one. And yes, I don't know why we're re-debating whether we're going to go with Sunday park.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It is true that you can check a committee's decision. I remember during Freedom Camping when Councillor Gary and Councillor Wiley decided to outlaw it, that in fact it was actually some speeches I gave that reversed that decision, and we ended up not outlawing it. So yes, this is the place where a committee's decision is indeed checked. I would say this: if you really want to make yourself unpopular, get yourself on the parking and then the speed limit committees, because that is truly a political lawnmower to put your hand into all the time. And no matter what decisions you make, you will find people around here who will decide that they can get what I would call at the moment, this close to the proximity of the election, points on this. This is quite literally bringing in line council resolutions that have been made over the years determining how we're going to deal with the limited space we have in the road reserve. The change in demand on Sunday traffic has changed dramatically since the rules were first in place. This is basically bringing us into line with Saturday parking. Now, maybe we're such a religious country still that Sunday is so sacrosanct that it has to be treated differently than any other day of the week, but I don't think from this perspective it does. To call this a rushed decision, I go with Councillor Wiley. Anybody who's calling this rushed is basically undermining the committee's work when they say that, and the work of the staff that got us to this point. The standard consultative process went down here, and it has been adhered to. The committee's decision, their job is to decide with the information put in front of them, what they think is the right recommendation, and they have come to us with that recommendation. Call it mean-spirited. I think that Councillor Mayhem and Councillor Lucas deserve some sort of apology for that extension of emotion to the decision that they made. I wasn't there that day. If I was there that day, a decision would have been made because it would have gone, well, this one was made. So this one would have actually been, if I had been there, unanimously 3, was unanimously 2. If the committee, who is spending the time on reading all of the submissions, considering all of the evidence, if that is now has to basically apologise for its decision, which I think only because we are close to an election. This is nothing other than bringing Sunday into line with the rest of the week, and it is consistent with every other city of this density. So it is not mean-spirited. It is, in fact, basically just doing our job, and I commend the 2 committee members for having to take what is landing on them today.
Councillor Eklund.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't go on too much because most of what I was going to say has been said by a number of councillors, but there's no question that it's hiding to nothing being on a parking committee. I was on one many, many years ago, and I was told before it even started, whatever you come up with will be criticised to the max. And it's very true, and it always has been. The key thing that we're going to focus on here is that this is not about mode shift. This is about how we use the parking space in our CBD and how, most importantly, we're going to support the businesses. And if staff, whether their bosses tell them that they shouldn't be parking on the main street or close by where their customers are going to park by their employer, they're not going to take any notice of that. They're going to do what's best for them. And because they can get away with it, they do. So there's no question whatsoever that this motion is all about supporting retail in our CBD in line with every other day of the week. And it seems to be that Sundays are probably one of the busiest days of the lot. And so I totally support this. And I think that we need to keep focused on why we're doing it. It's not just a money grab to try and get a few extra shillings into the till from charging for parking. It is about fairness and about supporting business.
Councillor van der Vis.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, clearly.
Oh, good. I agree that this is a well thought out proposal for the George Street area, but I think that there is something additional which should have been done, and that is that we should have looked at the parking requirements for commuters who are often the salespeople for these retailers. The fact that these parks are taken up by sales staff suggests to me that there is a bigger problem, and that is that there's not enough commuter parking, that is to say all-day parking, and it's a problem that isn't just Sundays, it's right through the week. So I can vote for this motion, but what I would like is a wider view to see what commuter staff parking can be arranged. And I believe that there's quite a lot of it available. I've made a number of suggestions over a number of years of, in fact, hundreds of car parks that could be made available a bit further out of the city and east and west of the CBD for commuter staff who the retailers need. So I can vote for this, but I think the problem then will be, where do the retailers' staff park? And that has been a problem, not just Sundays, but right through the week.
Thank you. Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. Like Councillor Eklund, everything that I wanted to say has been said and probably better than I can. Well, most things that I wanted to say has been said and probably better than I can, although I am now, Councillor O'Malley, going to lock away that phrase, political lawnmower. I quite like that. There have been suggestions that we, as at least an initial thing, just start enforcing the timeframes, which would be an expense because we would have to put the enforcement in place without any form of income, which would also be an OPEX, which would go straight on to rates. So we're kind of impacting it there. And I do think it's admirable that that people still believe that a business owner, short of wandering the streets to check where their staff have parked, has any real sway on their staffing outside of that building. To check that as well, to test where people want to park, all you need to do is go to the supermarket or Mitre 10 or wherever, into one of the big car parks, and just watch people drive around the car park for 5 minutes trying to find a car park that's 3 meters closer to the door, because they want to park closer to the door, which is why the radiating out thing makes sense to me. We also often like to compare ourselves to other cities. Wouldn't it be great if we followed this city on doing that? Wouldn't it be great if we did this just as the way they have? Well, the reason for my question is we're out on our own at this point. Wellington, I didn't pick Auckland because I mean you have to pay for everything in Auckland. So Wellington, Christchurch, and even Queenstown you pay for a car park on Sunday. Travel overseas. For those of us who do occasionally get a car when you're overseas, you're going to be paying for parking overseas. I find it a difficult concept to grasp that you're going to go to a city anywhere in the world that is a comparable size to Dunedin or larger and not pay for car parking on a Sunday. That certainly has not been my experience. And my last point is, we often say that we want to listen to the experts in the field or the experts in the topic. I would suggest, first of all, yes, thank you to the committee. I would suggest that the committee, who have spent far more time delving into this than we have, phone calls or not, because that was their role, they would be surely a little more educated in this than we are. But even if you disagree with that, we're talking about supporting the businesses here. That was the reason for putting this in. So listen to the business owners who have said quite clearly, this is what we are wanting. And if you don't want to believe in that sort of second, third, fourth hand, we have a George Street retailer around this table who has told you what he thinks and what he knows, because they all talk to each other. So he is not just talking for himself. I find it bewildering that people think that they know better than people who are living this. I will be obviously supporting this.
Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Mayor. As always, all our decisions are about our values. I sat on the Easter Sunday trading hearings panel, and it was a test of our values. Because Ed Sheeran was coming, we were considering making an exception, and listening to the workers for retailers coming to say, this Easter Sunday is one of 3 days that we have with our families. Please, please do not make an exception this time. Of course, I was the only person that on that panel, and that's fine. It went to council, and because Ed Sheeran is Ed Sheeran, we changed. We made an exception. So it is all about our values and who we value, who in the society we value. And I haven't had much feedback anecdotally from people, but I have had people say to me, on Sundays, I come from out of town and I bring my children and we go to the museum or wherever. But we're considering not doing that. So it is about our values. And yeah, it's all on our conscience. So I don't agree with Councillor O'Malley. It's about election time. It's about our values.
Councillor Mayor. Sorry. Oh, yes, you are. Sorry. Yes, you go. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Big thanks to the hearings panel. I know that it's often difficult, and I read through all the consultation and there were some pretty sweary, abusive statements in there. So thank you for reading those on our behalf and for sharing them now. The key reason this is being done is that, as Councillor O'Malley said, that we're catching up. The businesses used to be closed on a Sunday. One of the misconceptions I saw from the submissions is where the map is. I think that Councillor Fesa was just talking about the museum, but there's no restricted parking that I can see around the museum. Just want to make a quick few points. And I do know that it's a pain to find a park on Sundays because I have a daughter that works often on Sundays, and I know where she parks. So she won't be loving this decision, but actually we do need to do the key thing, which is to support the retailers for that parking turnover. And I'm happy that that will be reviewed in a year, because I am just concerned about unintended consequences, because we do want to make sure that those retailers are getting more people, but if people are put off by charges, they're not going to come into town. So we just need to think about how we measure that. And I did a quick calculation around the enforcement, which I believe would probably cost between 35 to 40,000. So I think we also need to look at the numbers there, because it was brought up about that we could, as council, put some more money into the coffers, but I think that will be something to think about. So I'm happy to support this as long as we review it within that time period and very carefully set up those parameters around the review.
Thank you. Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for your comments, Councillor Barker. I'd almost forgotten about how rude some of the submissions were. In fact, some of the most blunt comments that I've ever read, and very insulting. But anyway, I spent a lot of time looking at this with an accessibility lens about how people with a mobility issue might be able to access George Street in the same way that everybody else does. Well, of course, we have our disability parks. We looked at Falul Street and access to the emergency doctors, and there are drop-off zones everywhere on George Street if you needed to drop somebody off and then repark your vehicle on one of those outer non-restricted places. And I would just like to point out that the free time restricted parks, there are 27 30-minute parks. Those parks are and always will be free. Mr. Mayor said it only takes him 15 minutes to get a cup of coffee. He could have 2 cups of coffee, or he could do a little bit of retail therapy in half an hour. I like to get in and out and on with the rest of my day when I'm shopping. I'm normally on a mission, but that's me. We will be reviewing this in a year's time, and maybe in a year's time, none of this will matter. We might decide to pedestrianise George Street on a Sunday. Imagine that.
Thank you. So there's a couple of comments I want to make. I mean, just coming back to the core of this initiative, which is it's George Street and the parallel streets either side and the side streets in between. That's it. So there's plenty of places for people who work in those shops who are going to be there all day to park further out than Falul Street or Great King Street. And Councillor Wiley asked about those streets. There are plenty of free parks that are normally during the week paid parks, but they will remain free on Sunday. George Street is always free, but the enforcement is the key. And Councillor Mayhem makes a very relevant point, because what I've noticed on the occasional Sunday when I'm there is there are people parking on the disability parks and parking on the loading zones or for extended periods of time on the P5s. So there are inconsiderate people taking up those spaces, which are there for a whole range of purposes, but in particular for pick up and drop off, in particular for mobility challenged people, but also for those rapid shoppers. And having the turnover of those ultra convenience parks right on George Street, right outside the store that you want, is very important. And people love the convenience of those. And it is a great pleasure if you're going into George Street and there is one of them free. And I generally see, as I say, find them free on a Saturday, but not on a Sunday. And not everyone in the city is as considerate as Mrs. Wiley, who will go to the Meridian and pay for a park so that her and family are able to spend 2 or 3 hours doing whatever they want to do on George Street or thereabouts. And so, because here's the thing, it's not just staff. So some people have picked on the staff in the shop, staff from shops, but it's certainly not just them. Shoppers will go and park on that George Street or St Andrew Street, Hanover Street, and take up a park there for half a day. And so that really inhibits the ability of people to find a spot to go and do some convenient shopping. So I think this is far more in the spirit of George Street and far more in line with the purpose of that street and the retailers and the shoppers who want to use the street for its purpose. So I'll certainly be supporting that. Having said that, we'll take the motion by division.
Is it possible to take E separately? Because I have no issues with supporting E. So we take the rest together, E separately.
Sure. A to D is one. And so parts A to D followed by part E. Okay. So
Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
A to
A
D.
to D.
Yeah, aye.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan.
No.
Councillor Lafiso. Councillor Lucas.
Yes.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
Aye.
Councillor Walker.
No.
Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Carried
Mr. Mayor,
12-3.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
my apologies, and I don't know if this is possible. I was my head was in the other space because of and that's why I asked, but I still didn't. That wasn't my intention to vote the way I did. Is it possible to change my vote under that?
Take that under advisement. Yes.
Yes. So
I mean,
my vote was no.
I did notice that you voted opposite to what you had said. So yes, but it's fine. Excellent, Zach.
Carried 11-4.
Okay. On to part D. E, part E, and look at my notes, part E, that the zone and enforcement hours will be reviewed in December 2026. Okay, so shall I just take this as without division? All those in favour say aye. Against?
Aye.
Great. Carried unanimously. Thank you. And we'll now move on to Kettle Park Coastal.
Excuse me.
Oh, yes, yes, we vote. We'll now move on to Albany Street. Albany Street. Oh. Yes, Albany Street Decision 2. Parking changes and restrictions associated with the Albany Street Connection project. Are there any questions about this?
Would you like me to speak to it first?
Yes.
The Parking Hearings Committee first heard the changes to Albany Street back in 2023, and then it hadn't progressed through to council, and its staff, I have to commend staff, have done a huge amount of work between what was presented in 2023 to what we received in 2025, and they've consulted again with the community. And I note that the original proposal was reduction of car parks of 68, and this proposal was a reduction of 48. Staff were at great pains to inform the committee that we were there to only review the parking. That was not about design. We weren't aware of the concept, the proposal for resurfacing of Albany Street. That was none of that was within the context, nothing to do with NZTA and the funding of the project. It was strictly about parking. Councillor Mayhem and I considered all of the submissions, and we carefully went through every single block, and in response to the submissions made some tweaks to time zones, to the days, to be primarily Monday to Friday, because to fit in with the university, their own university parking is only enforced Monday to Friday, but also often there are events at the stadium over the weekend. So we wanted to make sure that all of those things continued on. And staff also advised us that these parking time restrictions would be reviewed in a year's time. Councillor Mayhem and I, after a lot of discussion and consideration, could not agree on a resolution, and after we sought advice, and we didn't put up a resolution, and we brought this to council to make the decision, because there is no casting vote on when there is two of us on the parking hearing. We were advised. My reason for not supporting was the significant loss of car parks for somebody who is frequently in that area, and it's a struggle always to find a park. And speaking with a number of students and staff who work in that area, I wasn't supportive of it, and I'm also aware of NZTA's idea that State Highway 88 would like to be relocated to Frederick Street, and I'm concerned about the wider impact of parking in the whole area, and I would like the whole project, to be looked at as a project. So that was the reason why I was not supportive of it.
Are there any questions? Councillor O'Malley.
Now council is now making a decision. Do I have to still sit back?
Mr. Mayor, if I address that, kia ora koutou, Michael Garbutt, Council's legal advisor speaking. I provided the hearing panel legal advice that Councillor O'Malley should sit back from his role as recommending on the hearing panel, which he recused himself of, and my advice would be that he should also step back from decision-making at council level for the same reason, so that there's not a risk to council's decision-making process because of the public statements Councillor O'Malley made during the course of the decision-making process. So yes, it's a decision for you, Councillor O'Malley, but my strong recommendation is you do step back from this item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be sitting back for the reasons that I put in my original reason, but then was removed for legal advice, but I'll put it in now. I believe I'm sitting back because if this does not go forward, we will lose the co-funding for that project, and therefore, and not to put it in any jeopardy whatsoever, I will sit back.
Okay, thank you. We have questions. Councillor Mayhem.
I wondered if I could ask the staff about potential other parks that we could look at beyond Albany Street to supplement some of the parks that are being removed.
Yes, please.
Good morning. So in the time between the two consultations, we looked at options to add additional parking in. We got 9 additional car parks on the north side of Albany Street, and by one-waying streets and using angle parkings, we've got another 10 or so in. Should council direct us to, we believe we could get another 20 to 30 car parks in the area, particularly around 4th Street, Clyde Street and parts of Union Street, using the same process of angled parking and potentially one-waying streets.
Councillor Mayhem.
Do we have an approximation of how many additional parks in the area that could be?
From what we've looked at, no less than 20, potentially up to 30. It would just depend how wide we went.
Okay. Councillor Barker.
I just had a question about, there's a big car park, is it owned by the university? It was in, so do you know what the occupancy rate of that car park is? Like, have you got any statistics on that which kind of help with some of that decision making?
I don't, I'm sorry. I know that at night times it's not well utilised, but I think during the day it's quite popular.
And just to follow up to the other question is, you said, should council direct us to find more car parks? So do you mean that if council resolved today to direct staff to find more car parks, then that would be helpful, I guess?
We understand that the parking is a concern in the area, and it's outside the scope of the original project. So that hasn't been a focus, but if that was something council wanted us to do, we're more than happy to.
We have included a resolution saying that staff will continue to look for additional parks, and bring them back to council because they may require a council decision once identified.
I'm just thinking about the staff will continue to work versus directing staff to work. Is that semantics?
Yeah, staff will do it. There's a very clear understanding that staff will be doing the work that Mr. Spears has been talking about.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could I just check my understanding on a matter with you? Somewhere in here, can't just find it, from the university, was a comment about their car park and the that they're looking to use Parkable, which is an app. And my understanding of that app, which is used by Silverfern Farms in the Distinction car park, that when staff are not using a car park on a particular day, it's put up for other people to use within the staff. And it releases car parks. Perhaps the person's unwell or they're on annual leave or whatever. And it works really, really well. Is that understanding correct, Mr. Spears?
The university uses Parkable, and through the use of Parkable, they've actually had a decrease in the demand for parking among staff.
Councillor Vandervis.
Is it true that, sorry, I've been a wee bit out of touch, but I've been told that the president of OUSA is not actually in favour of the Albany Street changes and that he only wants a pedestrian crossing and none of the other changes. Is that the case?
I've spoken to the president and he has said he's supportive of the project, but the university, the OUSA is particularly supportive of the pedestrian crossings and the public transport opportunities from the project.
So your understanding is that the president of OUSA is actually happy to be losing all the car parks when I've heard the opposite?
We met with him and he told us he supported the project. I haven't had any subsequent, that was about 2 months ago.
Okay. Is it still the case, and I'm sorry again that I've been a bit out of touch, is it still the case that about 60 parks are still going to be removed?
Currently, we've got it down to 48.
Right. The 20 to 30 angle parks that you've just spoken about, that you could increase the parking by, I'm very pleased to hear that you're going that way. I've been asking for this for 10 years now. My question is, why haven't you done these 20 to 30 extra angle parks in an area so desperately needing parks? Why haven't you done it before now?
We haven't looked at it broadly. So, for example, as part of the project, we consulted on putting angle parking on Leith Street, which would have created 11 more parks. But actually, a lot of the feedback from businesses and people who responded wasn't in support. So we didn't progress with it based on the consultation.
Okay, thank you.
You, Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. My question's around para 36 on page 9. It's all to do with the NZTA co-funding, etc. And the sentence of that really jumped out at me was, if the project is not delivered, there is a risk that DCC may be perceived by NZTA Waka Kotahi to be an unreliable delivery partner for future projects. So the first part of that paragraph of para 36 basically says that if we don't go ahead, we may lose funding for that project. The second part says, at which point NZTA may go, we can't bet on this horse, so we're not going to give you any further funding. Can you just unpick where that fear comes from, please?
So we go through a business case process with NZTA to obtain the funding. And when they're considering giving us funding, they consider how we as a council perform in delivering on the money that they allocate to us. And if we were not able to deliver on projects when they're considering allocating funding, that they may consider that in the future.
That is is that an opinion or is that a stated opinion? I guess what I'm trying to say is, how do we come to that they may not?
So when I looked at that wording into the paper, I talked to NZTA and that was the wording they gave me. So it's not that they won't work with us. It's not that we don't cooperate well. They have more demand for funding than they have funding. And so when they allocate that funding, they want to allocate it to people that they can rely on to deliver on projects. I think it's fair to say.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you. So this is called the Albany Street Connection Project. and it's mainly about safety, improving bus stops, pedestrian crossings, etc. Is that right?
Yes, there's 5 or 7 pedestrian crossings on Albany Street. We improved the mobility parking. There's new improved public transport bus stops as well as the cycleway. It also dovetails into the Union Street works that have already been delivered.
And this project also aligns with the resealing of Albany Street, which can't be further delayed?
Yeah, Albany needs a reseal. We've been delaying the reseal while we made decisions on the project. The roading is getting to a point where we can't delay any longer. When we did the business case, part of the BCR, the benefit cost ratio we got was down to us delivering the reseal and the project at the same time. If you split them out, there's additional cost. And then if the project's delayed, there's also more disruption for businesses and residents.
What is the estimated delay, disruption for the entire Albany Street project?
We would be in our Albany Street for about 26 weeks, going through to about April or May, not at all places at all times. We're sort of be coordinated. Yeah, this financial year.
Okay. Done? More?
Mr. Mayor, can I foreshadow that I'd like to move an option?
No.
One.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, first off, sorry, Deputy Mayor, your appeals earlier to try and focus on the parking have been slightly ruined by the previous 2 questioners, but that gives me a bit of leverage to ask my second question. My first question is around parking, and thank you to you guys. I know it's your attempts to try and find a balance here must have been fraught. So my question is, broadly, are those people who were slightly peeved about the parking restrictions then reconsulted, now broadly comfortable with the work you have done together, do you think?
Can you be a little more specific?
We had a suggestion of what should be done that went back for consultation. You've now attempted to find compromises there by lessening the amount of lost parks and suggesting we'll look in the future for more. So those people who initially were opposed to the parking changes, are they now broadly more comfortable with what you've tried to do?
I particularly spoke to some of the landowners on the street. We had really constructive conversations. I think they still think the loss of parking is significant, but they also acknowledge that we've made significant steps to build more parking into the design. So I think we're in a good space with them.
And my second question, broadly recognizing that parking is probably the most inexact science of everything we do as a council. My second question is, because the floor's been opened up a wee bit more widely, as Councillor Mayhem points out, this is a vital missing link in our whole cycling infrastructure, particularly the Round Harbour network. In terms of, there's been some confusion around the table in recent years around bike counters and the amount of people biking. Have either of you got any comments perhaps around the confusion that sits behind the bike counting situation in Dunedin?
Yes, so I looked into it with our cycle counting analyst. That may not be his job title, but I looked at it with him yesterday, and it's complex because we've got originally we didn't have many cycle counters. We've added a few more, so it's hard to look at very long timelines. Sometimes it is important to look over longer timelines because of the fluctuation we have. Sometimes it can be due to weather, it can be due to events. We've also just come out of, well, a while ago now, but out of COVID. So it's important to look over longer time frames. And also there's like quite a normal pattern that can be observed when you have sites that have had infrastructure for a very long time. They wouldn't necessarily go up unless you would add new connections to them. But when you have new improvements done, you see a spike, and then there's like a peak, and then it usually slightly comes down, and then it plateaus, which is what we've seen in the peninsula, and we see that in other sites. And then looking at like older sites where there has been infrastructure for a long time, you usually have that plateau, and then there's a lot of fluctuation. That's why it's important to look over longer periods of time, 5 years at least, to get a trend line.
Many of the counters have shown growth.
Yes, overall. So yeah, that's what my colleague said. Overall, there's a positive story to be told. There is actually growth overall. Yeah.
So in terms of that positive story, there appears to be quite a lot of increase in cycling around the harbour connection. But of course, on the one-way systems and those closer into the CBD, there seems to be a drop-off that counterbalance that, because the numbers are pretty level.
So particularly on the one-way system and another counter like on North Road, Northeast Valley, there's a plateau. Other areas like Anzac Avenue by the railway station, there's quite an increase. Also the West Harbour counters and the Peninsula counters, because that's where we've invested lately. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you. Just received this morning some feedback from the museum, and I just want to check it matches with what you learnt from your engagement with them. And they particularly said the engagement with the museum was really positive with a great result. And so they had some concerns about bus parking, but my understanding is that is all good now, and they're very happy with where it landed. Does that match your understanding, Mr. Spears?
Yes, we've been talking to the museum for a while, and during the design process, we originally had the shared path for the cyclists on the southern side of Albany Street. We've brought it back onto the northern side, and the intention with the design would build out the footpath, make it wider, allow another coach to park there, the design in general. So yeah, the museum has been very supportive of the recent changes.
And you can take the compliment which is given with a lot of enthusiasm in the email that I received as a councillor appointed to the board.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know this paper's solely on car parking, but are you able to say around that area, some of those streets off Albany Street, is the plan for some of those to be changed to be one way rather than two way if they're two way? Are there some changes around that? The reason I'm asking that is that I've had phone calls from people who use that area quite regularly, and they've said they're quite concerned about that. They've seen diagrams that look like those streets will be changed. I just wondered what you could tell us about that, please.
Yes, there is a few streets that will be, parts of those streets will be one way. So one of them is one of them is Clyde Street between Frederick and Albany Street. Another one is Clyde Street between Trent Avenue and Albany Street. Another one is Riego Street. Parts of it was already one way, but now it's extending that. And then there is on 4th Street by the new college. You can't turn into 4th Street from Albany heading south, but it is a two-way street, so there will be a turning circle at the end.
Okay. Councillor Mayhem.
So back in 2001, you worked closely with the university, the OUSA, the Polytech and the museum stakeholders, but actually this project was first talked about in 2018, is that right? The connection project?
There was work before this project became the Albany Street Connection Project through the Tertiary Precinct Project and the Tertiary Precinct Working Group. Yes.
And can you tell me some of the safety improvements that they have requested in that timeline?
So that's the university and OUSA. And yeah, so for the university, for them, it's mostly about safety and pedestrians because of the high volumes of pedestrians, and also amenity upgrades, which would come with slower speeds, more pedestrian infrastructure. For OUSA, it's mainly about the same, pedestrians and safety, particularly outside the Clubs and Socks building.
And alongside that, we did a disability audit. So we're looking at what we can do to improve the usage of the area for people with disability.
So there was some data gathering to support this information, and was it correct that 3,500 movements each day per entrance on Albany Street alone?
So the university's been doing some recent work. So their studies show that each of those two entrances get 3,500 going in and out each day. And that's not counting going up and down Albany Street, which might be higher again.
And overall, 2/3 of all students either walk or ride their bikes to campus. So I'm not the greatest at maths, but say we've got 25,000 students. That's somewhere between 16 and 18,000 pedestrian movements into the tertiary precinct each day.
That sounds correct, but I'm just not sure, to be honest.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out 2/3 of 25,000.
Yeah. And I thought it was only 20,000. However, Councillor Hulan.
Thank you. Yeah, those figures that Councillor Mayhem just mentioned, around 2/3 either walk or cycle from students. How accurate is that? Where did that information come from? Because I know most students, a lot of them have a car. I'm just wondering how accurate that is. Have we got it in? Is it in here?
So we have done some traffic counts as well, and that's for car movements, pedestrians and cyclists on two locations on Albany Street, and we have it's very high pedestrian numbers. I can look them up, but yeah.
That 2/3 figure, is that something that council's come up with from looking at numbers of people walking and cycling in that area? That's from the university submission. They're saying that 2/3 have, that they think the number is 2/3. Is that scientific? You know, like, is that research based, or is that just an estimate? How accurate is that? That's what I'm trying to find out.
We have lent our cameras to the university to do their studies, but they'll be responsible for their own stats. What we do know is that for many of the students that live very close to the university who have cars, particularly the ones within 100 to 200 metres, they often will park the car and just walk.
And the information you said about OUSA and their concerns around this, around the support that they were keen to perhaps move forward with this, how old is that? Because is that current, or is that from back in 2018, or is that really current? That, because my understanding is quite a few of them don't support it.
So we have liaised with OUSA throughout the years, and obviously there's different presidents at different times. We've also liaised with their CEO, but both of us went and met with Liam just about 2 months ago, and that was his feedback at that time.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you. You'll be as aware as I am of the long history of calls for safety improvements crossing to clubs and societies, and the lack of action on a better crossing. But we also had the demand, 3 years ago, for a safer pedestrian route for the people who are living at what was then Tarangahiroa, now got a different name. Are there improvements that you've worked on here going to meet those safety needs for that substantial traffic that we're just traversing the numbers of just now?
We believe so. So in our conversation with the OUSA, they've been particularly vocal about that Clubs and Socks crossing point, which we're putting in. And I think it's 400 or 500 beds at the hostel, and we're putting in safer crossing points near there as well.
How many students, how many rooms are there in the new hostel?
I thought it was 400 to 500, but I'd be wrong. It's a very big building.
That is at the eastern end of Albany Street, yes? QED, thank you.
Te rangi hiro. Councillor Walker, followed by Councillor Barker and Mayhem. So you're done? Yes. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to check the university's letter on page 65, and were they basically in support of the parking before the changes? Because I know that the letter is from 2023 in November. So have they given any feedback since then on the new changes?
They're strongly supportive. The only area they had any concern was the museum reserve and our decision to move it onto the north side. We've spoken to them about that, and we're going to talk more about the design. We think it's satisfactory.
And I note the tertiary precinct development plan from 2008. So was that also given consideration in the process of thinking about this, thinking about the plan, the parking, sorry?
I don't know if I understand. Sorry.
Well, there's the 2008 tertiary precinct development plan, and there's a tertiary precinct steering group that sits over it, and I think the council has some people on that group. Did the group meet and talk about the plan and how that worked in with the parking and the aspirations there?
So the group had stopped meeting, is my understanding. Not exactly sure when that was, but it was a few years ago now. So instead of working together through the group, we just liaised with the stakeholders individually. So that's the museum and the university, polytechnic, and the student associations.
Councillor Barker. Sorry, Councillor Mayhew.
Just speaking to Councillor Barker, on page 63 is the letter from the university dated 6th of August 2025. It fronts the other one, and it basically asks why this is taking so long. So let's talk about the business people on Albany Street. Back in 2023, when we first consulted, they came and spoke to the consultation about the removal of parks on the university side of Albany Street. And I recall at the time we addressed that by putting some 5-minute parks on Leith Street and off to the side, and made suggestions that if people really wanted to visit the businesses on Albany, that they would turn into a side street like Leith Street and park there. Is that right?
In 2023, with the design we had, it was going to be very expensive to put any car parking on the northern side of Albany Street. Essentially $300,000 for 4 car parks. And so we looked instead at what we could do with the businesses on the restrictions on the side streets and on the southern side. So that we did make those changes with a lot of input from the businesses. Subsequent to that, the university has offered to give up some future unused driveways. So that allowed us to then start looking at design options on the northern side of Albany Street. And then that allowed us to also apply those outside the library. So we've made restriction changes for the businesses, but also we've now been able to add design changes to them, which was also what they requested. They requested some parking on the northern side.
And so that put 9 parks back into that side of Albany Street.
Correct. At the meeting, at the hearings committee, the submitters asked for more car parks on the north side near the property services building, and we got that up to 5.
And those same people did not come back to the second consultation to speak to us? There were no business people at the second consultation.
I believe Mr. Hart from Leaflicker submission and was going to speak to it, but he got sick and didn't get the hearings committee. He would have spoke. And we also had Charlene from Eureka who spoke at the hearings committee.
Okay.
So then we also addressed, and Councillor Deputy Mayor Lucas finessed this on item 47 with the changes proposed following the consultation, and that was taking into account requests, all of the submissions, including the request to have drop-off sites outside the University College, mobility and bus stop spaces. We changed some of the P5s to P30s, and that was all incorporating requests from the business owners. Is that right?
It was incorporating feedback through submissions and through the consultation process. Not all business owners were involved in that final conversation. I do note too in section 47 to get down to details, there are 2 parks outside the Flying Squid, which are P5s, which we have a 6 p.m. restriction on. Given the nature of the business, we may want to revisit that because it could negatively impact them.
I wonder, Mr. Mayor, similar to the addition to the resolution that we did on Sunday parking, we put in part E resolution or whatever part about that we will be reviewing these by December 2026. That was always the intention for staff, that any parking, if this does go ahead, that any parking would be reviewed. So can I just note that?
Flag that. Yeah, thank you. Sure. Are there any further questions? I don't see any. So, yes, Councillor Wiley.
Just going back to Deputy Mayor Lucas's original questions, there was a plan for a wider changes of street design, one-way streets, angle parking in through the blocks of Albany through to Frederick Street, correct?
Yes, for Leith Street. That was the original plan that was consulted on in 2022, and subsequent the consultation feedback that was reduced. So we took out Leith Street and we kept in Clyde Street.
And was Leith Street going to be angle parking on both sides?
Yes, to allow about 11 more car parks. And when I say the feedback was against it, it wasn't very strong in either direction. It was just that's the determination we made through the consultation.
But with everything else that's happening around the campus area, my observation is Albany Street is being taken in isolation now and not really taking in through to the changes in the highway system with Frederick Street and other areas. Is that a fair assumption? Or can you advise me where I should be looking within the papers to say, no, that's not a fair assumption and this is what you should be considering?
So Albany is part of the Shaping Future Dunedin Transport Program. So it's a DCC deliverable co-funded by NZTA. The state highway programs are NZTA projects on the state highway. So they are intertwined. They're happening at different timeframes, different scales.
And if I may add, and we are talking to like the planning, even though it's different projects, they consider each other, especially when there's things like one-way streets and how it affects the wider traffic circulation. So we've done transport modelling for both projects and joint transport modelling to make sure that that would work.
Has that been put into the consideration of what we're looking now? Is what I'm trying to get an understanding of.
Do you mean if more streets were made one way to fit in more angle parking? Is that what you mean?
Well, I'm looking at that, and also, for example, is it the no right turn into fourth and things like that? So I'm trying to, we don't have an overall map, which is really what I've struggled with on this whole process. And again, I've seen the iterations of this, and even prior to the halls of residence being built, and understanding what was going to take place. And I've also struggled with the contradiction at different times about what OUSA have wanted and not wanted, and on that basis. So when I hear that, okay, now we're going to basically change some of the roading and where you can turn and where you can't turn, what we're going to one way. Some of that I'm like going, okay, well, why can't we do that? Go ahead, resurface the street. Why can't we do that right now without changing all the parking, but also better regulate the parking?
So the one-way streets that are in the current proposal, and also Leith Street, which is not in the current proposal, but was in the proposal, and we're confident that works with the transport, with the wider transport network and the circulation. Obviously, the more streets you make one way to fit in angle parking, it just means it becomes more difficult for cars to circulate. So there is a trade-off, but we would we would need to just double check that, but we believe that it would work because we know about Leith Street already, and the other area we're looking at is Horse Street by the college, which is already going to be no entry from Albany Street. So we believe that's why we said we think we can add another 20 at least, and then possibly 30, but the extra 10 we would have to just make sure that it would work with the overall, the overall network.
Mr. Mayor, if I might, yes. Councillor Wiley, I take your point about the overall kind of strategic view of the network. Shaping Future Dunedin Transport was that kind of overall strategic view of the network, which does include State Highway 88, St Andrew Street, Frederick Street, the response to Albany Street. And one of the things that we do alongside NZTA, because we co-fund it, is we model those networks between the two of us to see the impact that 88 has on Albany, Frederick, Albany, and all the other things that change. So Albany Street hasn't been seen in isolation. It's been seen as part of that bigger Shaping Future Dunedin Transport program, and to be fair, may have probably morphed from the tertiary precinct originally. So yeah, if that helps.
Okay. Yes, you're done, Councillor Wiley. Yes, Councillor Barker, then Councillor Hurland. Sorry, no. Councillor Hurland.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Following on from that, might be a question for you, Ms. Benson. So the modelling that was talked about before, can I just clarify in my brain? So is that from 2022, or is that updated modelling from the changes that you're proposing now, like some of those streets off Albany being made one way and the loss of the car parks and those things? That's all taken into the modelling, and I would follow up the question further to say, how did that show that the flow around those streets will be, with those streets being made one way and car parks going away? How's the flow going to be with the traffic with that?
I might answer that. So yes, the modelling was done in 2022 because that's when we already then looked at those restrictions, and we've done an update in 2023 because some other we did some design changes then. And what it showed was that it didn't have a big impact on the overall network. It would just be redistribution among those streets between Frederick and Albany Street. There would be reassignment between those, traffic that used to go down one street would now take another one of those streets. But it wouldn't have a big impact on the overall wider network.
Thank you, and that's taking into consideration that Frederick would then be the connection, that instead of St Andrew, that people would come down from State Highway 88 down Frederick. So that's taking that into consideration, was it?
So the State Highway 88 project started a bit later, so they took that into consideration. They took Albany Street and the proposed changes into consideration, and we made sure the two work together.
And from the modelling in 2023 and to now, has there been any more changes that haven't been modelled?
Nothing that is significant. So, yeah.
So do you feel confident that we're not going to log jam or that whole street? Because that's the concern I'm hearing, that people are really worried about it. And you're saying you don't believe it will, that the modelling will show that the flow is going to be great along Albany Street with all these things happening, that you can't get down a whole lot of streets. That you think the flow will be fine?
So, there will be an impact because there are changes and people need time to adjust their behavior. And I'm not saying there's no impact, but the modelling has shown that the impact is okay.
So just following on from that, if I may, if that's okay. So if they're caught on Albany, where would they go? Because they can't really go to Frederick, because Frederick's now going to be impacted with State Highway 88. And then, of course, St Andrews becoming a slower speed street. So all those streets along there are going to be impacted. I suppose Hanover, when the modelling looked at that, where do the people go?
So there will still be a lot of traffic going down Albany Street. After the project's delivered, it'll still be a significant route.
And just to add to that, Frederick Street is a state highway, but that's where state highways carry the bigger volumes. So that's where we want people to go, as well as other streets, but it's not a street where they can't go. Yeah.
Yes, but the reason I said around it'll be challenging in Frederick is because it's going to now pick up the turn, quite a bit of the turning from SH 88. Is that correct? They're going to.
Yes, not all of them, but some of the traffic will be directed that way. There's still going to be traffic on St Andrew Street and Hanover Street, as well as Frederick Street.
Yes, but St Andrew is being made a slow speed, so that's going to be difficult, isn't it, to get more traffic in there?
Yeah, the intention is to reduce the volume on St Andrew Street, but it will still carry quite a bit of traffic.
Thank you. I think we've covered the questions. See no more? Okay. Well, at this point, I want to move option 2, status quo. That under this option, council would not support the proposed changes to the traffic and parking controls presented in this report. Now, the reason for that. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Just ask another procedural question of the lawyers.
Sorry, you're sitting back.
Well, I am about to sit forward because the Mayor made public statements about Albany Street in a council meeting, and I believe has actually exposed this judicial review as badly as any of the public statements I made. And if you go forward with option 2, then I believe the council will be open to judicial review.
Well,
based on the Mayor making comments about owners on the street not getting the parking they wanted, where are we with judicial review?
Right. It was, yes. So I move we adjourn the meeting for however long it takes. Seconded, Councillor Fiso. All in favour say aye. Against? Carried.
We also have some discussion in due course of the fact that I thought I heard Councillor Mayhem foreshadow that she wished to move option 1.
Yes, but I denied that request at the time. How are we going for lights, Cameron? Rightio. So, Mr. Garbutt.
Well, good morning again, Mr. Mayor and councillors. So, Councillor O'Malley raised a procedural concern whether the Mayor had a conflict of interest on this item. I've spoken to Councillor O'Malley and the Mayor to get to the bottom of the words that are alleged that the Mayor used, and it stems from an ISCOM meeting on the 10th of June where the minutes record that the Mayor said that he'd been contacted by Greg Patterson, Jason LaHood, who both said they expect further consultation regarding parking. The Mayor noted that the Hearings Committee had not approved the revised concept designs. His view expressed was that there should be no procurement until the Hearing Committee reviewed and approved the revised plan. This is because the consultation has not been carried through to its proper conclusion. And the minutes record Councillor O'Malley acknowledged the council had not closed the loop, in inverted commas, with getting the parking restrictions approved. So it's my analysis that the Mayor was raising a concern that was brought to him about the procedures council had conducted. The ISCOM committee determined that they required that there be reconsultation, and that was done and remedied that concern that the Mayor brought. So it's my assessment that the Mayor did raise a procedural concern at that time, which has now been remedied. I don't see it as a clear conflict that the Mayor can't debate and vote on this item. That would be my advice to the Mayor. That, as I said to Councillor O'Malley, these issues are all for you, Mr. Mayor, as an individual to determine whether you feel you have a conflict of interest and can vote and debate the issue. It's my assessment you are clear to do so, but you have the best position with your knowledge to make that decision. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll carry on. So, in speaking to this, I'd like firstly to refer to the University of Otago's letter that the introduction of several mid-block crossings will support the above noted high pedestrian numbers in the tertiary precinct. Their prime concern, and with good reason, is for the very large number of pedestrians that cross Albany Street, a very large number of students that walk to get around. So we have a very active mode of transport by those students. The majority of students who are attending university on campus are walking to university. And they are the university is very concerned about their pedestrian access. They also comment, the university also comments, we note that the issue of parking has and will continue to be a polarising subject matter for both the university and likely the DCC. They are correct. And then quote the University Students Association. I've spoken to the University Students Association, both the executive and presidents over the time. And they write, on page 69 of our agenda, we are seriously concerned about the scale and nature of parking changes proposed as part of this project. Next paragraph, the reality is that many students do not have access to off-street parking. Down further, there's a range of students they talk about, in particular students with disabilities, long-term health issues, parents or caregivers, professional placements, people who work. These are not fringe cases. They reflect the everyday reality for a significant proportion of the student population. By removing or heavily restricting parking without offering an accessible, affordable alternative, the council risks making Albany Street and its surrounds functionally unlivable for many students. That is in their letter that they wrote to the committee. Furthermore, over the page 70, we recommend that at least the current number of unrestricted or all-day parking spaces be retained in the residential sections of Albany Street and adjoining streets. Any changes to parking must reflect the real needs of residents and not simply based on theoretical traffic models or design preferences. We support the long-term goal of reducing car dependency, but we reject any approach that forces mode shift by simply removing access. Mode shift must be supported, not imposed. And speaking to many people in the wider community, they are distinctly unhappy with mode shift being being imposed in an unsupported fashion. So the critical aspect that they are concerned about is the pedestrian access across George Street. They particularly want a controlled intersection, a controlled pedestrian crossing quite close to clubs and socks. And there are thousands of students using Albany Street and crossing that street on an ongoing daily basis. There are very few cyclists by comparison. There are less than, there's something like 3% of the travelling population that are cycling, and it is inappropriate to be forcing significant changes on the vast majority of users of that street for some cycleways. Now, the report does actually, and the submissions from the students and the university do speak about bus stops and the mode shift to public transport. And that is very important that that be accommodated. But, you know, we don't need the cycle lanes there. The people of Dunedin have seen a lot of cycleways take away parks and take away road space, and to which they feel highly aggrieved about that. There are thousands of pedestrians and thousands of cars using those streets on a regular daily basis, and they are the vast majority of people using those spaces on a regular daily basis, and they're the ones that should be catered for. And so that is the core. And another 48 parks lost is simply unacceptable and will make a significant difference to Albany Street. So I think that we need to go back to the overall plan for the university area, for the tertiary precinct, and figure out, you know, how we can accommodate the various needs of the various people. Because in addition to the students, there's a great number of people that work at the university, not just lecturers and professors and so on, but there's also ancillary staff that are coming and going there all the time, and they're also very anxious to have parking. And however, working in conjunction with the ORC on public transport would also be a helpful thing for us to be working on. And I draw people's attention to the on-demand bus service that is starting to happen now in Mosgiel, and see that I'd like to see that the smaller buses could be used in Dunedin Dunedin City to be able to form a more convenient and rapid way of getting around the city. So, who would like to speak to this? Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for this motion. I fully support it. And following on from your debate, I would just want to add to that again on page 69, where OUSA say that many students live, where is it? They depend on being able to park close to where they live or study. For many, this is not about convenience, but about having the freedom and security to get to their job placement or class without adding another cost to an already strained budget. This concern is particularly acute for students. These are people who need to get parking near where they are at university. And this concern is particularly acute for students who fall into one or more of the following categories: students with disabilities or long-term health conditions for whom accessible and reliable parking is essential. And as someone with a high needs health son or child, I can say that, you know, being able to find one of the mobility car parks easily is essential. Student parents or caregivers who need to transport young children and manage competing demands. Yes, I agree with that because that's me as well. Students on professional placements, especially in healthcare, education and social work, which often require driving to sites far from campus. I could go on because they have. And I 100% agree that many students nowadays have a car and need to bring it and decide to bring it to study to university. I also want to add that the businesses in Albany Street will be directly impacted if these car parks go as proposed. I'm a regular user of Albany Street. And when I come from down the north end on West Harbour and then through, I regularly have to connect through Albany Street to get to different schools in that area. And I can tell you that the traffic, it's already busy. And when the kids say to me, oh, can we go to a sushi shop in Albany Street, to try to get a park already down there is extremely challenging. And sometimes we're lucky enough, we get one, we run over and we'll buy sushi in the place they really like. That, if those parks are gone, that won't happen because we won't be able to stop anywhere there. People need to be able to park near those areas. As a student there, I did my master's there, I did my BA at Otago. I regularly pulled up and ran into the library to do stuff all the time. And you need to have that access because we don't have enough parks in the area, is my opinion. And look, I agree. I think we need a better public bus service, a better service would be great. We do need better public transport, but taking away all the car parks in Albany Street is, and I don't think most students want it either. And certainly as a user of that street and as someone who's had numerous people contact me about this, I have serious concerns about it. And when you heard questions I asked for around some of the relating streets, that the proposal is they'll be changed to one way for some of those streets, that is going to gridlock that whole area. We're going to see major gridlock. And, you'll be challenged to get down Frederick Street in peak time at all. It's already busy, but when that's going to be changed to flow on and traffic directed from State Highway 88, St Andrew Street is going to be not pedestrianised, but made slow car and, less traffic to be directed to that area because of the whole. And obviously Albany Street, sorry, I'm out of time. Sorry. Right, that's me. Thank you.
Councillor Vandervis. Followed by Walker and Derry. Sorry.
I've been rather disappointed in the staff response to questions on this. My question regarding the president of AUSA and what their view was seems to have been fairly much closer to the mark than what staff suggested, and I'm very glad that Mayor Raddick has actually highlighted that. The loss of 48 car parks, now staff apparently are able to find another 20. My question of if these car parks were able to be found, why weren't they found earlier? There's been a desperate need for them for a decade now. So there's real disappointment there. But to look at the option of the status quo, the advantages are absolutely clear. No loss of parking and no installation costs. The two major issues that people come to me with in this current run-up to the election are increased costs, especially the extraordinary amount of money that we've already put into cycleways at the loss of parking, and then, of course, the loss of parking itself. I believe that the option 2 status quo must proceed. The supposed idea that if it doesn't proceed, it fails to close a key gap. Well, there's always going to be key gaps, and there's always going to be dozens of them all over the city. Doesn't support the objectives for faster and more efficient bus journeys. Really? Faster and more efficient bus journeys? Are they just going to, put extra speed in the buses because of what they're doing here, because they've got some cycleways there? I can't see it. To me, all the supposed reasons for this just don't cut the mustard. The advantages are no loss of parking, no installation costs. It's very easy to see that this is what we should be doing.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you. Gosh, yet again, cycleways and safer walking becomes the whipping boys yet again. Listen, firstly, thanks to staff for working on this project. It must have been fraught, and I really appreciate the work you've done on this. I mentioned in questions that parking is the most inexact science we have, and my argument's always been if we provided 135,000 more parking spaces in Dunedin, we'd still get complaints about guess what parking. And some of the comments prior to me, it's almost as if we're talking here about London, LA, or Paris, and not the uncongested and relatively easily parking and driving city of Otapoti. And we should all be thankful that we do have such an easy city in which we can traverse. And I'm also glad to hear the Mayor's put his thoughts on the table regarding cyclists. But do remember, Mr. Mayor, that 99.9% of cyclists are also walkers and drivers, me being one of them. Listen, if this passes today, and if it does, I almost want to give up. Don't be surprised if the NZTA start walking away from this city. We'll simply be seen as not a reliable partner. And guess what? There's a lot of willing partners out there across the motu. They're called Christchurch, Wellington, and Auckland. And if we do pass this, we might as well rip up our strategic goal and desire to be one of the world's great small cities. The Albany Street project has been around for a long time, long in the making, and it's simply about making our streets safer and easier for everyone, cyclists, drivers, walkers, and everybody in between, especially students. It's their area. And those with mobility needs. It's a key route through the university area, and it's a chance for us to build a safer, more people-friendly connection, one of our central goals strategically as a city. It's also the key missing link in the growing cycle network, particularly Te Ako Otako, a 32-kilometre shared path that we're all so proud of, eh? And with the envy of the world, the front and center of our marketing campaigns. But no, we don't want connectivity according to this motion. If council delays this project, we risk losing the NZTA co-funding. And there's no illusions about that, because the current transport funding cycle ends in 2026-27. That would mean losing millions of dollars that won't be easily replaced. The project is also tied to a planned road reseal. Doing both together saves around $300,000 for all you people who are so fiscally astute, and avoids putting an already peeved community through multiple rounds of disruption. This reseal can't be delayed any longer due to the street's condition. Backing this long-promised project means safer cycling, walking, reduced crashes, better accessibility, and a modernised street that reflects Dunedin's carbon zero goals. It also keeps faith with partners like the university and the disabled community who strongly support these changes. Delaying risks losing funding, guys, increasing costs, and missing a huge opportunity to create a safer and more vibrant Albany Street, and by extension, a more vibrant Otapoti Dunedin. Why would anybody who claims to want to make Dunedin a family-friendly centre, or anybody who believes in following the wishes of a previously agreed council position, support this motion?
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It was said in the last item that around the issue of parking and being on a panel with anything to do with parking. And we know that we're never going to please everyone when we make decisions such as these. I want to begin with an acknowledgement of staff and thanks to them. This has been really fraught. I know they worked really hard on the consultation on multiple occasions. And I read out, quoted the museum as an example this morning, who had some concerns, but were really happy where it landed and had those conversations. I have no doubt that in their conversations with the OUSA presidents, plural, because there's been a few in the time this project has been on the books, there will have been nuances to those conversations. And they have said that around the loss of 48 parks, they believe they can claw back 20 to 30. They just need to do some more modelling around that extra 10. And we could direct them to go ahead and look at that. I have confidence in their expertise, and I want to acknowledge that they are the experts in this. I don't believe there are any traffic engineers by profession around this table. So I listen to the expert advice that staff give us, and they have said that they have modelled this and they have looked at the big picture and they have coordinated with Waka Kotahi. That's good enough for me. So I think they've given us a lot of detail. We're aware this is a connection project, and Councillor Walker's not wrong. It's around safety, and it's around people and being more people friendly, and it is around the connection with Te Awa o Tākau. It's around connecting up our cycleways so people can use them to commute, and we heard about some of the commuter parking issues just before. And I really want to remind everyone around the safety factors here, and I find it extremely difficult to have a colleague say that it's inappropriate to force significant changes for some cycleways. What we're doing here is putting in some safety mechanisms. And I find it difficult to think if we lose a life by not putting in these safety mechanisms, particularly for our cyclists, then I'd like to see you say that to a family member. Inappropriate. It's not inappropriate. It's the least we can do. I know, because I've had conversations with many university staff, that one of the things they look to when they come to accept a job here, and particularly from overseas, they look at the livability of our city and they look at whether they can cycle and commute to their job. And that's a fact. It's not a wishful thinking thing. That is a fact. And around the credibility with Waka Kotahi, you might think, although the staff made this very clear that those are the words of Waka Kotahi, you might think that that could be a staff lens, but I can tell you it's not. I've come across this perspective before. It's not an idle threat that if Waka Kotahi see that we are not credible in terms of delivering our projects, then they look twice about providing co-funding in the future. That is just a fact. So on that basis alone, when we are talking about being fiscally responsible, here we've got a pot of money and we're going to lose it, then we should get on and use it. So colleagues, have some courage to deliver this project and let's get on with it and get it done.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If this motion is to fail, I will be moving option 1, which is that we make the changes for the Albany Street Connection project. As we've heard, the staff have worked closely with the University of Otago, the Students' Association, the Polytech, the Otago Museum, and there is in our documents also a letter of support from the chair of the Otago Regional Council. This Albany Street connection aims to improve pedestrian accessibility and safety on Albany Street. It connects the Harbour Cycleway with the cycle lanes on State Highway 1, the Tertiary Precinct and the Central City. For me, it's all about safety. 500 children a day die in the world because of cars. It is the #1 killer. We require systemic change and inspiring choices and independence. This is a parking hearing. It's not about moving cars, it's about relabeling the space for better use. We received a submission from Liam Harrison encouraging us all to be courageous and have a vision for our city, investing in a healthier, happier, more productive future. We're connecting a network of existing infrastructure to create a cohesive network. This is one arterial route that will connect all of the cycling infrastructure across the city. I went to a Transport Dream Forum last night with Julie Ginter from the Green Party, Alexa Forbes from ORC, and Sky Duncan, urban designer. They suggested that business on Albany Street will thrive. The opposite has been suggested. I think a large number of the custom of the businesses on Albany Street is actually the students. I own a couple of students. One lives on Leith Street and walks to campus every day, and also walks her bicycle down Albany Street in order to get on the Harbour Cycleway connection and participate in some exercise. She doesn't ride on Albany Street, she pushes her bike along the footpath. I remind the ratepayers that one of our largest spends is on transport. It's been pointed out to us that this is a business case to obtain funding. Non-delivery of this project will affect the funding that we are receiving. The funding, and as already pointed out, this will paint us as an unreliable delivery partner on future projects. I think that the transformation of the street will have a positive impact. There are older people that may object, but it's important to me that we make decisions and designs around the future. The future is for our children, and it's around safety. This area is also our tertiary precinct. I spoke already about the possible 14,000 movements a day of students and the measure already taken on Albany Street's 2 entrances, which confirmed 3,500 movements each day, so 5,000 movements in total on Albany Street. We've added in 9 more parks. Angle Street parking has been suggested, so approximately 30, minus the 48 that have been lost, that's only a loss of 28 parks. They're really just down one side of the street. We looked at all of the suggestions and we put back in 5-minute parks, 30-minute parks, parks on Leith Street. The Leith Liquor Store has its own car park for people to park off the street there. There was a disability audit and an increase of mobility spaces. 5 disability parks on Albany Street alone. Councillor Vandervis, Houlihan and Mr Mayor chose what they wanted to read from those letters. I'd argue that the flats on Albany Street are only on one side of the street, and that is combined with a student hostel and all of the business parking. So I don't think that students are being disadvantaged. The letter from the Students' Association supported mode shift and improvements. Councillor. We support the overall direction of the Albany Street connection. You can read about it on page 68. I'm sorry, that's all I have time for, but I could go on. Please vote this down so that we can vote option 1.
Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It's clear from the split vote of the committee and the controversial opinions expressed, the Albany Street Connection project is on shaky ground. My view is that this project is totally over-engineered and more simplistic traffic calming measures could be adopted for considerably less cost while retaining most of the parking spaces for a win-win result. I wish to support the businesses and residents opposed to this project, so I will be supporting this motion. I will also support staff's endeavours to create more parking spaces in the surrounding streets. Thank you.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. Thank you to the staff again, that have been dealing with this for not just many months, but actually quite a few years. It has come back to council many times already, and also to the hearings panel for this. Obviously, it was a very challenging time. I actually, when reading these papers, went through it time and time again. To me, it's not about parking. Sorry, it's not. It's about what Albany Street should look like and how it can best deliver for the community. I'm sorry, I don't see that in this paper. I can't support what's here. I can support the motion on the table because it has to be a total picture. We're looking at isolation. For example, when this first came to council, I think it must have been 2021, before Te Rangiroa was being built, it was in the scope of being built, we got presented a vision that actually I totally bought into. And that was going to be a very safe, calming street where actually cycleway and pedestrianisation was a big part of it, because we had 450 students being put on a corner of Albany and 4th Street. When you pulled that in and tied that all together, it looked really good and it did the job. Yes, there were going to be some issues with it, but it was going to meet the flow. Then we turn around. That was all supposed to be done when the Three Waters was going to be done at the same time. It was going to be actually quite a smooth process. I don't know what happened to that, and even reading through the papers, I'm struggling with the timeline of what happened. How are we just trying to rush this through? And those are my words. I feel we're rushing this through before the election. I'm not comfortable with that. I want to know what the bigger picture is. I want to know where Frederick Street comes into it. I want to know where the rest of the streets flow in and how it works. For example, until I read this paper, I didn't know we were going to lose a right-hand turn off Albany to go down 4th. Where is the wider picture? I love the way councillors are cherry-picking comments. I agree with this piece. I agree with that. We should be agreeing with the total piece, not just your key little bits. That's what I'm frustrated with. This project needs to deliver for everyone, and we need it to be common sense and practical for everyone. Sure, we're not going to please them all, but when you actually start talking to some of the business people, and one of them I know reasonably well, he turned around and said, actually, if we know what's going to be delivered and we can sort of see images of it, then we can support it on that basis. The problem is there's not, again, I'm looking at these images in the paper, I'm struggling with the imagery of it. So, yes, something has to be done. I'm sorry, what's in these papers is not the right thing. Let's get this, let's do this once and do it right. So hence I will be supporting the motion on the table. Thank you.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. I don't disagree with Councillor Wiley that having a whole picture would be preferable. However, I'm also not unhappy with what I'm seeing in the papers. I was a little surprised to hear that apparently most students don't want it, or there is the belief that most students don't want it, when given Otago University surveys, 41% of postgrads walk to uni, and more than 70% of undergrads do as well. So I'm not a mathematician, but that's fairly high numbers. I'm also not an AV technician. But as I understand it, cycle networks are not Bluetooth or Wi-Fi devices. By that, I mean, if the camera over there is currently working and it works whether or not it's able to work whether or not it's plugged in, but it works by itself. The cables, unless they can be lying there and be totally functional in and of themselves, but until they're connected, the entire device doesn't work. To me, that is what the cycle networks are. Unless they are connected, they are just little sections. We need to have a connected, shared pathway, cycle network, whatever makes it more comfortable for you, whatever term makes it more comfortable to hear. I believe that is what we need for it to work. As a former business owner from and tenant of Albany Street, next to the popular sushi shop, the car parks on the north side were seldom available for quickly dashing across the road. It was the short-term parking and directly in front of the shops, which, as far as I can see, are not being impacted. And just on the aside, may I also say just how many near misses I saw from people, quote, dashing across the road, whether it's popping out from the library or the university as a whole, or in their cars. Terrifying. Another big concern for me, as has been mentioned, is the risk of losing NZTA funding. Unless future councils want to fully fund everything, we need to maintain both our relationship but also our reputation, our key fund at the NZTA. I do not see this as rushing. For example, I actually thought the committee made a decision back in 2023, but yet it's only now coming to us. So I'm not quite sure how rushing is there. And I realize that change can be scary, but I thought that part of the responsibility of sitting around this table is to make the hard decisions with the best for the city in mind. I cannot support this, but I do hope to be able to support Councillor Mayhem's motion.
Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Mayor. I too would just like to acknowledge the staff who have been working on this, as colleagues have said, for quite some time, and just want to send a special big mihi for today's answering of the questions, and hopefully we as politicians treat the staff with some respect. I just want to, since we're all quoting from the report, our favourite parts, I just want to read out for the public and put into the public domain the disadvantages associated with this motion. Fails to close a key gap in the walking and cycling network linking the State Highway 1 separated cycleways and the central city and tertiary area to the harbour area. Does not support the objectives stated by the ORC for faster and more efficient bus journeys in this area. Faster public transport journeys and public transport use have a direct relationship. Will not realise saving of $300,000 if the reseal and Albany Street work are not completed together. If the project is pushed to the third year, that is 2026-27, of the National Land Transport Plan 24 to 27, it is very likely to be at risk given it's not committed. And due to the pressure on the land transport funding system across the country, this would result in a possible loss of 1.5 million co-funding. Safety will not be enhanced, and a reduction in deaths and serious injuries is unlikely to be achieved. Loss of credibility with the university, given the tertiary precinct project has always been on the horizon in the 10-year plan. Loss of credibility with other partners, including the disabled community. And finally, does not contribute to the integrated transport strategy goals and zero carbon plan. And just a note on with respect, the student politicians at the OUSA and their presidents, I would just note that they decided to pass a motion that contravened the student body's resolution on Palestine supporting boycotting, divesting and sanctions. And they were challenged and lost a special meeting. And it was the executive decision was overturned.
It's irrelevant to this. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to the Parking Hearings Committee. I know it's a very challenging place to be on, and thank you for bringing it to us so that we could have this robust debate. Councillor Wiley talked about having to go back to the overall strategic view and the whole picture, and there is a bigger picture in this. The Tertiary Precinct Plan 2008, that's why I asked the questions about it, has a goal to enhance safety and accessibility in public spaces around the university and Polytech. And I asked about with the Tertiary Precinct Plan Strategic Group, Oversight Group, had met and it hadn't, and that's an issue, and that's an issue that's coming out now in the consultation. We've got the Shaping Future Dunedin Transport Program, which sits over this. Last month, we approved the Strategic Walking and Cycling Plan, which has Albany Street as a key connection. So I cannot support this motion. Councillor Lefiso brought up that there are 8 disadvantages to this. Option 1 has 8 advantages and 2 disadvantages. And we're talking about a big population here. We're talking about 20,000 students and 4,000 staff. And of those, 70% of undergrads walk or cycle to university. So we need to make sure that they have access to good, safe ways to do it. When we look at the advantages of option 1, grow and connect the network, safety, and increase active transport, improve the user experience, enables better bus stopping, and that's an issue. I have a daughter at university and she won't take the bus. She takes her car because the bus service is basically unusable, and we need to make it better. It improves the safety for all road users, not just those people cycling and walking. It saves about $300,000, and I think one of the councillors brought up that if we don't do the work, we'll save a whole lot of money. Actually, the road needs to be resurfaced. We need to do this work. We need to save $300,000. Safe crossings, better accessibility. It guarantees access to $1.5 million. And when we are having issues with our budget, 1.5 plus $300,000 is 1.8 million. That is a lot of money. It's also supported by our partners, the Otago Regional Council, who've put in a letter of support. It contributes to our integrated transport strategy and our zero carbon goals. To not support this motion will damage, to support this motion will damage the cycleway project and cost us more money in the future. Doing infrastructure projects now is important. The connection needs to be fixed. It is not safe to connect from State Highway 88 to the one-way systems currently. No more delay. We need to decide now to do the parking, make the project happen, get the money. We need to make sure that we're creating a modern city that flows and where people have access to all sorts of ways to travel. Our university is famous, and we are famous as a city of education. We need to work closely with the university, listen to the consultation, and act on it. It's been consulted and reconsulted and tweaked and changed to try and find a balance. I've read all the consultation. I think we're coming to a good point. It's good that the staff can look to find some more parks as well, and I look forward to that. We've got the uni support letter, we've got an OUSA support letter, and people have read bits out of those letters, but overall, and I did ask that question, we can see that the university supports that project. I was in the hearings last week for the plan change one, and the university talked about the tertiary area, which is a special area in the district plan, and how they wanted to keep their control over that area. So we have to take their submissions very seriously. And I will not be supporting this, but I will support option 1.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. The last 2.5 hours has definitely been an advertisement for the parking hearings, and I'm sure there'll be a queue for the incoming council for councillors wanting to sit on the parking hearings. And I would like to thank Councillor Mayhem and also Councillor O'Malley, because we've considered Albany Street twice now, and it has been challenging, and we've invested a lot of our time in reading and hearing the submissions on that. But and the staff, I'm very aware of the huge amount of work that the staff have undertaken on this project, and I'd like to thank them for that. Somebody asked the question about how do the property owners feel about this proposal, and I think they're resigned to it, from my understanding. An earlier question was the large university car park. What's that like during the week? From my observation, it's full. The other comment about that students walk to university. Yes, they walk to the university, because one of the big things that we absolutely promote about our university is that you can flat in walking distance. That is the whole big thing. They flat in that tertiary campus that we all know, so that they can walk, and that is why we've heard the statistics quoted about that. And so it's not just the older people. There was a comment about older people not liking this. And one of the things, I interact with a lot of students. I've got children who are of student age, and I talk to them about this project, and a lot of them didn't know there was consultation going on it, and most of them cycle as well as walk, and they are not supportive of it. A lot of them, I'm using their words, are horrified. I've had lots of screeching girls and remarks about it. And I think the commentary about NZTA and about us being an unreliable delivery partner, I think that's a bit of a red herring. I think in the overall scheme of NZTA, a 1.5 million project in their $1 billion budget, I don't think we should be using that as our deciding factor. And for me, as Councillor Wiley has said, this is about the overall package, the overall tertiary precinct. We've sat on the parking hearings, we've done parking changes in Union Street, we've done parking changes in 4th Street, we've done parking changes in harbour terrace, we've done parking changes all around. And I just think if we had a whole package, this is what we're going to do for the tertiary area. This is the campus. And the staff were at lengths to say to me, we're only looking at parking. We're not just, you can't just say we just want to improve the pedestrian crossings and all of that. We couldn't separate parts of this project. So this was about the parking hearing. And I just want to re-emphasize that. And I've had so many people just say to me, we can't afford in this area to take more parks out. This is without looking at the bigger picture. And I am supporting this motion on the table.
Thank you. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Yeah, well, I'm not. And I want to thank those of you who've spoken already in support of displaying rather a lot more ambition and vision than I've heard from some, such as the previous speaker. I'd like to remind you all that this is our biggest business. One of the major attractions of the city is the campus, not just the university, but the Polytech, the College of Education, and physio, OT, and all the rest of it. This is a big deal for this community. Not only is it a showpiece campus, a beautiful campus that the university have done really good work on, but it's also our biggest employer. What's wrong with improving the physical surrounds and the safety of those people who use Albany Street? We've actually dragged the chain on this. In our previous budgets, we had $20 million allocated for streetscape and urban improvements around the campus. Well, all that mysteriously got cobbled up because the substrate work hadn't been done, and then the budgets were rejigged. We have dragged the chain big time on supporting our biggest industry. We've also failed to make sure the two liaison groups we had with the tertiary sector continued to meet. They haven't met for this whole triennium. Ask yourself why that might be. So please don't talk to me about the need for a wider concept plan. It's been there for years. And we know that we have also been too slow in responding to the pedestrian flows between, as I asked earlier, the original Te Rangahira and clubs and societies. Huge flows across Albany Street, and we couldn't even do a decent, safe pedestrian crossing to make sure that people are safer. And I can't understand why there's a sudden focus on parking. It's not about parking. We're always adding or subtracting parking for perfectly acceptable reasons everywhere, all over the city. This is about, as speakers have said, a connection between infrastructure already in place and the rest of the network around Dunedin. It's also about the safety of huge numbers of people, 450 beds in the new Te Rangahira alone, let alone the hundreds who live immediately to the south of Albany Street. This is an absolute no-brainer. The work's been done. We know it's entitled us to subsidy. Let's stop desperately digging for reasons not to make a coordinated, rational decision, and let's get this project underway so it can be done with a minimum of disruption and be available for the students coming to our biggest employer in the next academic year.
Thank you. Councillor Benson-Pope has talked about a wider concept plan, which essentially means a whole lot of cycleways and a whole lot of parking taken away, much to the distress of the majority of people in Dunedin. And I'll give you an example of this, where there's been a focus on cycleways and to the detriment of the infrastructure and the flow in the city, which is Portobello Road. And Portobello Road, there's a cycleway there that is hardly ever used. I don't think I've seen a cycleway on there. There's a gap. And I'm not talking about the harbour connection.
Point of order. Where's the evidence on the misrepresentation 25.2?
I'm talking about what about you? Well, you can't make a point of order until you've heard where I'm talking about. I'm talking about between the pump station and Bayview Junction. Yeah, I'll make it. Okay. Well, we'll have it. We'll have it.
1 minute adjournment, please.
Yeah, we'll have an adjournment. All in favour, say aye. Seconded,
you.
Councillor Mayhem. Aye. Against? Yeah. So, at for a very large amount of money, the cycleway was put in there, which is not used. But for a very similar amount of money, you could have put a pipe underground and connect that pump station to the 2-into-1 pipe that's in Bays Junction roundabout. In other words, and that was shown in a 2011 report to this council or to the council to produce a 13% flood mitigation effect across the whole South Dunedin catchment. So instead of putting money into essential and important infrastructure to save people's houses from flooding and save South Dunedin from flooding, we put in a cycleway that is completely useless and is not serving a purpose. Now, the wider concept plan is that we need to do what is best for our city and not be have a mask pulled down over some ideology that we need to be cycling. There's only 3% of people who are using cycles. Now, it's not as though this council is against cycling because we voted money to put into tracks and trails. And I think I may have put up the motion. I certainly voted for it because recreational cycling is what people do mostly in Dunedin. And we as a group strongly support that. And I certainly do too. But the taking away of parking and of the accessibility of the city to cars, which is the third form of travel for most of the people. And I've heard from Councillor Barker about her daughter travels by car rather than cycling or taking public transport, is the preferred form. And Councillor Benson Pope talked about Te Rangihiroa. And absolutely, those students will be using their feet. They'll be pedestrians looking to cross Albany Street. And what they want, as we've already heard, the student letter, not hearsay, the letter that they wrote is very concerned about controlled pedestrian crossings. And similarly, the university is mostly concerned about that. And so the scaremongering about losing NZTA funding, I simply don't believe. I've talked to NZTA.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. That is a fact, and you're suggesting that those of us who put it up and the staff, it's great disrespect to the staff, but that we are lying.
Well, you're going to have to. What is the fact? The NZTA haven't taken away any funding. Where's the fact? We'll adjourn for a few minutes for the Deputy Mayor to discuss that. Seconded Councillor Mayhem. All in favour say aye. Against? Carried. So the speculation that NZTA will remove funding from the project. As we've already heard, the funding doesn't run out until 26-27. It's not this current year, so there's still time, and it's certainly not necessarily the case. So, but not only that, there's talk about a $1.5 million that we may receive from them, or maybe $300,000 saving. The big saving comes with council expenditure. We're saving, by not doing this, we're saving $1.5 million. $1.5 million immediately by not doing the project. So that's where the saving is, and that's direct ratepayer funded saving. So let's just be clear about where the savings and the costs lie. So I would certainly commend staff. They have worked very hard on this. There's no question about that. And they have gone to great lengths to get as much agreement as possible from the retailers and from the property owners. However, I have talked to the representative of the Property Managers Association and also the Property Investors Association at a student safety meeting, and they are dead against this project. So, a significant number of people that own properties, residential properties over there along that street, are very much against the project. And so they do not want to see it proceed the way it is at the moment. Now, Councillor Gary talked about student safety. Now, point of order.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, your time is up.
Oh, well, I looked at the clock. Nothing. So, in finishing, the student safety, the OUSA letter talks a lot about student safety, and they're concerned about the safety impacts of the project. Okay, so we'll take the vote by division.
Can I just ask a procedural question, please?
Certainly.
By forcing Councillor O'Malley to sit back on this decision, I believe it is changing the outcome of the vote. Is that going to trigger judicial review?
Well, we have Mr. Garbutt here.
I think we should ask some experts.
Mr. Garbutt.
Good afternoon. The reason I advised Councillor O'Malley to sit back, which he's chosen to do, was to avoid the procedural risk that arose from him participating in the discussion and vote, which I think is a good thing to do to avoid procedural challenges. He has stepped back. He can't vote on the item. We don't know how councillors will vote. You're speculating on how you think they might. Whether his vote is the balance, I don't know. But that is the consequence of stepping back and not participating, that his vote won't count. And the consequences of that are yet to play out. That's all I can say.
Okay, we'll take the vote by division. Sure.
I'm sitting back because this is effectively an extension of the RMA. Oh, well, actually, it's not an RMA, but it's an extension of the consultative process. And that predetermination would be a reason that you would definitely not be involved. The Mayor in a speech has indicated that he's talked to property owners, property investors, and he himself got funding from property owners during the election. So,
sorry, no.
Well, in your
previous election.
In your previous election, you gave, I think, the Golden Centre Trust as your main source of income.
I get it as a source of income, yes.
Okay, you have received money from the Golden Centre Trust, and you have spoken about the interest of businessmen and property owners, and I'm actually speaking to, and so therefore, under the same considerations of predetermination, I'm sitting back for comments I made in the newspaper about frustration on the process, and that's what I'm sitting back on. I'm sitting back on the fact that I said at the time that 3 businessmen influenced the process and that we did not move forward from the December 2023 committee assessment because of those actions. And here we are now. And then the Mayor has just made a statement that he's been talking to people who are very much in that group. And yet,
no, sorry.
I'm not talking to you, Mr. Mayor. I'm still talking to the council. Can I have
an incorrect statement?
Can I have an assessment?
I'm going to call a point of order here. and I want it ruled upon accurately. The councillor has withdrawn from this discussion and should not be speaking to any of this at the moment because he is trying to have influence over the outcome of.
I can step forward again, Mr. Ackland. Councillor Ackland, I have not left the item entirety until the vote is cast. I may choose to step forward, but if I choose to step forward, I want to know why, and I want to know the context of why. I am asking a procedural question, and I'm talking about equality of decision-making between me deciding to sit back based on the statements I made in the Otago Daily Times and the Mayor's decision to sit forward.
Excuse me, Councillor O'Malley, I've cut you off. Can we adjourn and allow process to take its course and come back?
Yes.
And can I ask Councillor Ackland what point of order, what point he is?
The point of order that I've raised is that the councillor is speaking when he's not in the item. So he doesn't belong in. I'll fish out the number.
Yes, I move that we adjourn for however long it takes to get it resolved. Seconded, Councillor Wiley. All in favour, say aye. Against? Carried. Now we can take the vote by division.
Councillor Ackman,
Aye.
Councillor Barker,
No.
Councillor Benson Pope,
No.
Councillor Gary,
No.
Councillor Gilbert,
No.
Councillor Houlihan,
Yes.
Councillor Lafiso,
No.
Councillor Lucas,
Yes.
Councillor Mayhem,
No.
Councillor Vandervis,
Yes.
Councillor Walker,
No.
Councillor Weatherall,
Aye.
Councillor Wiley,
Yes.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
It's an equality of votes, 7-7.
Therefore, I'll go with the status quo as stated in the in the agenda. That is to say, council does not support the proposed change to the traffic and parking controls associated with the Albany Street Connection Project. I'm back.
Sorry. The vote is carried on the mayor's casting vote.
Thank you. So with that, I've lost the clock. I move that we adjourn for lunch until 1 o'clock. Seconded, Councillor Fiso. All in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Okay, so we shall resume. Moving on to Kettle Park coastal landfill remediation options. And we're going to have Mr. Clea Mariani and Mr. Henderson and Ms. Benson to the desk, please. And we'll have perhaps we'll have some questions. Would you like to introduce the topic, please, Ms. Benson?
Sure, Mr. Mayor and councillors. We come to you bringing an update report for noting on Kettle Park in light of the 9-year plan that gave us funding for the remediation of the Kettle Park landfill site, and some feedback that we received from you from the workshop that we had on Kettle Park maybe a few weeks ago now. You will notice that the report still retains talking about our reaction at the coast and the St Clair St Kilda coastline work, but it does also then delve into what does a plan look like for a remediation of a landfill. And so my learned colleague, Mr. Henderson, is sitting to the left of us, who knows quite a lot about that. And I guess, if I might say, it's the start of a plan, and it's by no means completely fulsome, but I just wanted to let you know that we're on the journey of making that plan. A lot to think about in terms of that plan from a transport and logistics perspective. So that's probably enough from me.
Good. Councillor Fiso? But I saw you first. Councillor Bishop, we'll go next.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Mayor. Tēnā koutou. I don't usually get printed reports, but I went to the trouble of printing all the papers, because I think it's a taonga, and I just want to acknowledge you for all your work and working outside, not being siloed, because that's a big thing that I heard from zero carbon policy staff in terms of the challenge to work outside our silos, internally and externally. So my question is, it's just to highlight the Māori impact statement in the summary of consideration. So I know, ongoing partnership with mana whenua through Okaha. So I just wanted to emphasise, please, for the record, the public record, qualify the statement that is made in the letter from Okaha, which is, I think, where is it? Sorry. I think it's page 127 of the attachment C. Just to emphasise, please, and hopefully Dr. Clea Mariani, you'll agree with me, that for the purposes of emergency remedial works, mana whenua agree that taking waste outside of our region is supported by them because of the emergency, and providing that mana whenua in the receiving rohe agree. Sorry.
I don't want to speak on behalf, but we're going to have to make sure that this is what is meant, because I also find that it's a bit ambiguous. So we need to have clarity on this, and I agree. So we seek for advice on this.
Okay. Councillor Benson.
Thank you. What's the status, if any, of discussions with MFE around the various proposals, or do we have to highlight one and develop it before that can progress?
So right now we So that's the process, right, that we're following. So we've got a few options on the table. We're going to have to some degree develop one more than the others, because obviously we can't propose a plan with 3 different options in there. So right now, what this report is saying is the most favorable option is potentially, like, probably reprofiling. So I think the next step would be to look into the design and the action plan of that option.
And so to get my head around the process, because I'm familiar with very substantial grants and support of cleanup work New Zealand wide, to get my head around that, once we have decided on a preferred choice and that's been worked up, then you go to see the ministry and say, open your checkbook, please.
To some degree, yes, that's the process. Like, I do not. We can't guarantee that we're going to get the funding because it's competitive. However, what we're doing now and following that process and is to probably step forward to apply for that funding and being on the radar.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. In going through this report and the various supporting reports with it, I'm wondering, there's mention of the storm and the erosion in July 2007. It says storms in 2007 when they were in July 2007. And then there's follow-up about the erosion that took place in 2009. Do we know, was there any factors that may have aggravated those issues through that period?
So it's kind of really hard to tell, like, if basically, like, when you get some erosion, if you get a very strong erosion winter, the beach takes some time to recover. If if the erosion is past a certain threshold and the beach hasn't recovered totally, it loses its ability to buffer the next winter. And I think this is what happened. Like, but again, like, we were quite data poor at that stage. Right now, we through the monitoring program that we've got for St. Clair St. Kilda Coastal Plan, we've got a better idea on how things evolved. So I can't really talk to exactly where was the consequence. Well, what was the leading factor in the past without seeing data.
The reason I phrase that question that way, and I'm shocked that actually Tonkin and Taylor make no reference to the Tahuna Pier that was erected in 2006 and then bought and removed in April 2009, and the effect that had on the whole beach environment on that basis. But Tonkin and Taylor don't even mention it anywhere, and I don't see the Tahuna Pier actually appear anywhere in the whole documentation. Because I remember when Monoroa Road dropped into the end of the turnaround, dropped into the onto the beach. So I'm trying to work out how, and again, you're not going to probably be able to answer this, but wouldn't that have been a factor, or should that have been captured by Tonkin and Taylor or any of the other reports?
If we had a way of quantifying it, it should have. But we're trying to not be speculative on what could have had an influence. Naturally, if you get a very strong winter storm and the beach can't, as I just said, loses its ability to buffer the next storm, then we're at risk. But that's a natural process. We need a lot of data to quantify the effects of natural processes against man-made processes or any processes that are resulting from the implementation of a structure. And I think, like, Tonkin and Taylor didn't necessarily flag that because we didn't have the data to support whether or not this is a cause or just.
Can I continue?
Yes.
Yeah. So just doing a Google search on or the ODT, going to ODT online, for example, it talked about in April 2008, there was a story about the surfers really saying it was the best surf break they had had in many, many years because the sand had built up at the end of the pier and had produced a world-class surf break. And then knowing from where I sat through that period, out of spending a lot of time out by the beach and that environment, knowing what took place, I'm also leading into this is that did Professor Hilton not, I thought he was really across a lot of that. Did he not collect any data pre and post?
So I caught up with Professor Hilton not a long time ago about Kettle Park, and he hasn't mentioned any of pre and post work on around the Tahuna Pier.
Okay. Did he reference the work that one of his students who then came on to and then worked for council about the notches at St Kilda and how that work retained sand and that?
Yes, he did.
And the other part is, according to Saturday, June the 28th, 2008 on ODT, there was council to capture, the heading is council to capture beach erosion data. So does that data exist back from 2008 and the cameras that were supposed to be set up and capture the information, or does Professor Hilton have that information?
So the short answer is that the monitoring of that beach was sporadic. We've been trying to remediate to this because you need a continuous record to understand patterns. Right now, we developed over the last 2-3 years, and we're trying to keep that monitoring program in place. We're looking at putting cameras out. So we're in conversation with ORC regarding that point. However, I think the program was discontinued back in the day, so it's quite hard to isolate trend from patterns, basically. So to quantify long-term erosion and long-term accretion, you need to have a very long record.
Yep. 2010, I believe, council held a hearings process to talk about beach erosion and issues around it. That was chaired by then Councillor Weatherall, then Councillor Cole, and Councillor Hudson. Has any of that information been carried through? Because again, I didn't see a lot of that information. And again, more so the Tonkin and Taylor report and this, and when we've got these specialists, I don't see a lot of that data being captured across or carried across.
I think you're touching on a good point here, and what we're trying to achieve with the monitoring program is to have a continuous record, but also a data repository. So now every time we engage with a consultant, we ask to get the data. Right now, it's a bit spread everywhere, like the historical data, and we're trying to remediate to that. So unfortunately, like I do not think we've got like a total record, and we've been trying to recompose one, but it's quite difficult.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is really around, it seems that the proposal going forward is we may not remove all of the landfill in any particular time. And one of the questions is the concentration of contaminants exceeding that for a Class A landfill per cubic metre. And then we're talking about dilution and other such things and how we might deal with that. I guess my question is, would the Ministry of Environment have an opinion that it's not appropriate to put this into a landfill, which is a Class A landfill, triple lined, completely sealed, but it's better to leave it where it is, where there's no lining at all? Have you had a question of whether or not it's actually a better environmental outcome to leave it alone? Because I mean, I think the answer, in my opinion, is no. And then how could it be that the upper limits of contaminants prohibit it being taken to a safer place? Have you had that from MFE at all?
Oh yeah, well, not from MFE's point of view, thank you, Councillor, but I would say obviously the
the reason behind moving it is simply that it may not stay where it is with coastal erosion. So it's actually the option of leaving it there.
I'm definitely not moving. I'm not for leaving it there. I'm saying that one of the narratives all the way through is there's nowhere to take it to because of those contaminants. Can you elaborate on where we could take it to?
So from the various tests that were done, obviously there are certainly areas of the landfill that are at high concentration. So yes, there will need to be some pre-treatment done on that material to actually bring it to Class A landfill. Now, without the data in front of me, I won't say exactly how, but it simply may be a case of actually mixing up the contents of what you remove so that the general concentration is lowered by diluting it. That's only one of various options that could be taken.
I'm asking those questions is that's going to have a cost impact, right? Quite a significant cost impact if you're increasing the volume of the material just to get something down to a certain concentration. And my question again would be, was it done on soluble material or was it done on solid material? And the reason I'm asking that is that there's no evidence that the groundwater nearby is contaminated by contaminants. And this material has been in the ground now for a good 100 and something years. Is it possible that it's actually already been flushed through of soluble contaminants? And in fact, what is left behind now is quite bound up. And therefore, again, if it was bound up, it presents a different risk than if it's highly soluble. I guess where I'm really going is, have we fully nutted out whether we have to dilute this material down or not, or whether or not, given it's already in a highly exposed environmental place, why would the MFE demand us to take those numbers down when we're taking them to a safer place? And we will not be the only landfill in the country that's facing this. So this question isn't for you, but the question really is for you and staff. How much have we truly asked MFE what the rules really are against the practical outcomes, and what is the intent of those rules versus the outcome? So yeah, you don't really have the answer, but I guess the answer is, have you had those, and then would you have those conversations?
Yeah, absolutely, Councillor. Thank you for that. Yeah, we will need to have that conversation. You're quite right. I guess the simple fact is that Class A landfill, Class 1 landfill acceptance criteria is in the New Zealand guidelines. So there's a nationally consistent guideline for what that criteria is that doesn't take into account relocation of old landfills or anything else. It is simply based on what's acceptable to go into landfill without treatment.
100%. So maybe then the suggestion would be that, can we get clarity on the rule there, that if you are doing remediation of an environmental hazard, that it's not treated the same as an industrial activity trying to go to a Class A landfill?
If I might suggest, then it'd be useful to potentially capture that by way of a resolution so that we can track that given where we are in the triennium, because I think that might be quite useful. Yep.
Just an amendment to the resolution. So as we get nearer to that, someone can think of some wording. Thank you. Because the point being that it has a massive impact on the cost. Right. Thank you. Someone else can. I've got more, but if anybody else is.
No other hands. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had two questions which kind of relate to each other. So the first one on page 65, it talks about the development of the remediation action plan, and then it says staff will develop an RAP for the most favourable option. So it talks about most favourable option throughout. So is the most favourable option which is the gene reprofiling, which is a score of 14, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So now I go to the report on attachment E from Becca, and I just thinking about the timing of this is that we had our workshop on the 5th of August, and then the Becca report came through on the 11th of August, and it talks about just about the comparison. The assessment of each option was confounded by allowing variability in intervention, and then it talked about the DCC and TNT consider revisiting the remedial objectives to provide clear and objective criteria against which the long list can be assessed. And then it also talked about giving, sorry, I'm trying to find where I highlighted that, about weight to various options as well, weight to the various variables. So given that this report kind of came in late, but it sits over the rest of them, has it been incorporated into the papers that we see today?
So we went through, I think it was part of the review process. So we had an ongoing discussion with Becca and Talking and Taylor, trying to see what was the nice to have and the essential to have. And we all landed on the agreement that all the work that's been done by Talking and Taylor was to a stage now we could move forward. But it's part of the review process. You never get it right the first time around. This is why we got Becca on board. The conclusion was that we were at the stage now we could move forward with things.
So that's just, I'm not going to say a tick the box exercise, but did you think that these were quite small considerations that Becca was putting over the top of this?
I think so. In terms of the timeframes, it's kind of we had to also put it within the bigger context of the coastal plan. So this is why we had those different timeframes. Normally you do, because those issues are often separated, and contaminated site remediation fund or contaminated site remediation often occur inland, so you don't have the same constraints. And I think this is what we landed on, being like, okay, well, we have to think about the timeframes of the plan around it as well. And that's why it was a bit of confusion at the start of this. In terms of the weighting, I think we landed on it would be a nice to have, but not essential to have. But I agree that would be nice to have.
So in noting this report, which is what we're asked to do, we're actually agreeing on the option to go forward as the most favourable option is the June profiling. I'm just finding out when council makes a decision to do something by, we're either noting, approving. That's why I'm just a bit challenged about the wording, but
just drafted something that picks up on that I've sent to Councillor O'Malley to have a look at, but it says, what did I write as the first draft?
Develops a remedial action plan for XYZ and then engages with MFE around the Class 1 landfill criteria, so specifically related to disposal of remediated waste, which if you want to circulate to everybody, I'm happy enough with that. I mean, well, you can see it when you see it.
Oh no, I just wanted to know we're actually, so we say choosing an option today rather than noting a report, because there's that challenge about noting something and then getting strangled by it later. Cool.
I've drafted it so it can be captured as an action, but I will just need clarification over the wording of what the favoured option is. We'll add that in.
Question, Deputy Mayor Lucas.
One of my questions is similar to Councillor Barker's, and I apologise that I couldn't make the workshop. I had another commitment, and so that my concern is that by noting the report, are we going down a preferred recommended line? And I'll just, if I can use an example from Councillor Wiley talking about the structure at Tahuna, which doesn't seem to have been canvassed, and the idea of any structures to do sand capture has been discounted as one of the options, and that's some of my concern that doesn't seem to have been properly investigated. And if we're actually choosing an option today, are we discounting any more work on that?
The short answer is no, we're not discounting any more work on this. We still have other options as part of the coastal plan. Right now, we're following the process of the MFE for contaminated site remediation fund, which is remediation. And again, like we have a possibility to place a bid later on to have co-funding. The MFE that would support any coastal engineering, because that's a different, falls within a different category.
So that could still be looked at in the future. Okay, thank you. And then the other question that I've got is, it's on page 75 of our report. It's on page 37, which is the appendix about the estimated quantity of material there, which is whatever it is. It's about 14,000 cubic meters. So I'm trying to visualize that. If we were removing that, how, and I'm thinking about Smooth Hill because obviously that's where it's going to go. So is that, do we know how many truckloads? Do we know how much is this? How much is this? Physics was not my strong suit.
So really rough, oh, excuse me, sorry, councillor. Really rough rule of thumb would be 1 cubic metre of old waste would be 1 tonne. So 14, and very approximately 1 cubic metre, 14,000 cubic metres would be 14,000 tonnes, 30,000 cubic metres, 30,000 tonnes, etc. Yeah. Average truck and trailer heavy hauler takes about 32 tonnes. So yeah, in the early 30s, yeah. So,
Councillor Melly.
And that 14,000 cubics, is that based on a dilution or that's based on the existing volume?
That's the volume of material to be removed, which is why I mentioned 30,000. If you doubled it with dilution, for argument's sake, 30,000. Yeah.
So that's going to be quite critical. And to the point of where we are today with the noting and what we're looking at, the timeframes for remediation are quite wide, 20 to 50 years, pretty much sitting in terms of, and it's not necessarily clear where we're going to ask for total removal or partial removal. I think it's clear that everybody's saying that we start behind the back of the dunes and we work our way towards Victoria Road. But I'm not sure I see in this report clarity on do we go all the way to Victoria Road? Do we take the whole lot out? Do we do it in a short, and what time frame do we see it? And I think, is that what I'm hearing from others? So I'm also concerned that if we note it without any comment, this could become the plan. And some of these components in it for me are a little bit slow. Okay, so what's the mechanism?
I've got a bit of time. I've got a few questions here.
Well, could we just say that we noted with that resolution sort of getting there with the intent of developing a position? Thank you.
Right. Councillor Barker.
My question is just about which landfill it's going to, because on page 107, and which report am I in? Is it the TNT remediation cost estimate report? It talks about, says we have therefore not considered disposal of material to Smooth Hill on the assumption that remediation will occur before 2030. So therefore they've assumed that the disposal is going to Green Island. Is that correct? That this is the, I guess, emergency works are going to Green Island, and if it's a long stage project that some might be going to Smooth Hill, because there's quite a difference in the cost there.
Thank you, councillor. I need to be very definitive that it's not going to Green Island.
So is the assumption in that report incorrect?
Yes, it was pointed out to them, but yeah, that's.
So how did that flow through the costs for the rest? Is there a correction in there for their assumptions?
I'm not aware that those figures were ever actually corrected for the Smooth Hill cost, but it basically was, yeah, I'm not aware of any correction that went through there, although the assumption was made that the disposal cost would be approximately the same. And it also didn't take into account ETS and the waste levy, etc., being the potential for actually getting those costs back, etc. So yes, there is more work to be done as part of that remediation action plan that actually works through some of that detail. Yep.
Right. So I've got a Councillor Melly.
If it was all, so we started a little bit later and Smooth Hill could be the target recipient, and it's not diluted, so we're talking about 14,000 cubics. What is the volume, anticipated volume of Smooth Hill when all the cells are filled, and what percentage of that, what this 14,000, what percentage of Smooth Hill would it end up being?
30,000 cubic meters is actually, that's about 6 months of our current filling. So Smooth Hill at current filling volume would be 40 years duration. So we're only talking 6 months of filling.
Yes, so 2 and a bit percent. So it's not a big volume of impact on Smooth Hill then if it goes there.
Yeah, certainly not for the pastoral coastal remediation. No, that's not a big impact on Smooth Hill.
Okay, I've got a couple of questions for Mr. Kabir. Page 59. This is the areas susceptible to coastal erosion. along the Kettle Park shoreline. And so if we look at the 2120 scenario, and that is any time between 20 or 50 years, so 2070 and 2120, the distance back from the beachfront is about 105 metres. So it's quite a long way back. If erosion of that dune face and the Kettle Park happened, regardless of what's in there, whether there's landfill or pure sand, what's going to happen to South Dunedin when it gets to that point? Because last time I looked, Pacific Ocean had quite a lot of water in it.
We're working on that as part of the coastal plan, but there is a potential risk that will have an effect on the land use behind the dune system.
And so what about if we push the dunes seaward? Would that not give us a better line of defence than scooping out all of that material and allowing the sea to ingress onto the land?
It's kind of tricky to push it in seawards, I guess. Like that will require quite a bit of maintenance and effort because the natural process is going back like landward at the moment. But again, as part of the coastal plan, we're looking at other options as well to mitigate erosion. I think we're talking about the remediation itself is treating with the risk of landfill exposure. We're trying to reduce that risk by hopefully taking some of that landfill out. In terms of erosion mitigation, it doesn't preclude that we can put in place erosion mitigation as well. But I think like we've got different objects, like those are maybe linked, but different objectives separately as well. Like it's, I don't know how to explain this, but there will always be a residual risk if we do it on the erosion mitigation measures because the landfill will ultimately always be there.
Sure. You could do a bit of both, of course. You talk about natural processes, but are the natural processes, the natural process of erosion at Kettle Park, is that not due to the end wall effect?
I think so. There is natural and there is anthropogenic, so man-made processes, and of the wall effects is definitely a processes that affect erosion. But there is also like storms and increasing water levels and storm surges as well, which are natural processes. So it's quantifying which is coming from where is very difficult in a dynamic environment.
So the next beach along at Tomahawk, how do we see these natural processes playing out there at that site?
Tomahawk has a really wide dune system. So there is a lot of sediment in that embayment. It's less long, so we have some protection from the headlands. We also have some sand that's getting taken away from Tomahawk. So if you had to compare the two embayments, yes, they're quite close to each other, but they have a very different dynamic.
But somehow sand is able to be mined there on a regular basis now for many years, many decades, and still the beach remains the same.
Yeah, that's correct. I think, yeah, again, like it's a very different environment. Like the sediment budget is not the same.
And so on page 61 of this report from Tonkin and Taylor, erosion mitigation options, DCC has identified 3 preferred erosion mitigation options to be considered. Where are the groins in that? Because groins were a significant part of the South Dunedin future consultation process and are mentioned throughout that report.
So again, like that, I think that's part of the process from the MFE. We're talking about remediation or we're talking about the landfill. We're not talking about erosion mitigation here. I think it's misleading. I agree with you on the report. It's called erosion mitigation, but it is basically trying to keep the landfill risk of being exposed or to lower that risk. So I think this is a bit different from just having a nice high tide beach. I guess.
Yes, would it not, if you had groins that were pushing the dune face seaward and providing more beach protection for those dunes, would that not be helpful in terms of being able to excavate that landfill and do it in a more staged fashion?
Again, it's about residual risk. So the residual risk would still be high, because if you get an extreme event, let's say, and the groins they're not able to serve their purpose, which would be like retaining sand, we still are at risk, basically, to have some contaminant, because the contaminant exposed, because the contaminants would still be there. While the other options look at trying to tackle the problem at the source, I guess. It's like if you had a cancer and then you're trying to mitigate the symptoms rather than treating the tumor, I guess.
Yes, well, I noticed there's no mention of groins erosion mitigation throughout the Tonkin and Taylor report. However, when we go to the WSP report and also the Becker report, page 144, they talk about, there's a quote from consultation, re-establishment of the groins in an effort to retain sand level, because we could certainly have the two processes happening, sand building up on the beach to provide more beach protection at the same time as mitigating that landfill. Would that not be a worthwhile thing?
I think we need to put back in context this work, which was for the Contaminated Site Remediation Fund. And again, I haven't heard about anything about the MFE supporting engineering design that looked at the foreshore. Normally, when we apply for that fund for funding, the options are focusing on remediating the contaminated material, and a lot of the time to take it away.
Well, it's would certainly provide a level of, given that they worked well, it was provide a level of protection whilst the work was going on. Page 180 of the Becker report also talks about groins, timber groin historically used on St. Clair Beach in an attempt to stabilise the shoreline and potential effects of groins. Does not appear to have been discussed in the Tonkin and Taylor report. That's in their critique of the Tonkin and Taylor report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just reiterate the point that this is about remediation of the landfill. The coastal protection options, or the wider option, is obviously part of the coastal plan. But this work is around that remediation fund from MFE. And the only thing that MFE would actually fund is if you're taking the risk away. A potentially unproven engineering structure as a solution would not get funding.
And sorry, Mr. Mayor, that's probably a little bit of my fault, because I'm very mindful of the fact that we have to get some kind of remediation action plan in some form going to be eligible for MFE funding, and that's what we've focused on. And that's not to say that engineering response to the coastline can't happen in parallel to that, but we have to get cracking on with the remediation options for Kettle Park. I mean, I know we do have 4 years, but funding opportunities, you need to get going. And my fault a little bit that I probably tried to uncouple them a little bit and maybe haven't made that entirely clear. Doesn't mean that we can't respond from an engineering perspective to the coastline, but we do need to crack on with the remediation action plan.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
On page 63 of the main report, you got the different options. You've got geobags, long-term implementations, part 3. And I guess the question here for me is efficient use of money. Every time we spend $1 million on geobags, it's $1 million less spent on remediation of the landfill, with the ultimate aim, presumably, if we go with the Sinclair St Kilda plan, is that those dunes behave naturally. How far back do you think we'd have to get back from the dunes before we could say that we had 90% confidence that in the next 12 months a winter storm would not be able to breach the edge of the landfill? Because once you've got to that confidence level, you would potentially start moving away from the use of the geobags, because now you're confident you can actually let the dunes remodel. And I guess it's the $5 million question, because how much have we spent so far on the geobags?
Oh, we're over $1 million, but not too much beyond that. They've definitely handled our well. Yeah.
Well, I know they've done a good job, but that's $1 million that isn't being spent on remediation. So at some point or another, you might be able to get to the position where you say, I'm confident in the short to medium term that we do have enough protection now because we've moved the landfill far enough back. At what point, I guess it's for us to talk about as we move forward, at what point do you say, okay, now we're going to let the processes run because we've moved the landfill far enough back? And is there a point where most efficient use of the resources is to actually aggressively move that landfill back rather than spend too much money stopping the dunes from moving? And I guess it's difficult in this environment not to give something that doesn't end in the sentence, but effectively it is a question for all of us, is that I think conceptually we have to balance those two together. Is that people? Yeah, I got an answer that turned into a question. Yeah.
I think so. That was the purpose of that exercise with talking in Tanner. We looked at the erosion potential and also like the stability slope of the dune. So the number we got given, like that's why we've got different time frames. But like for 20 years, up to 2040, it's about 30 meters from the dune toe recession plus 18-degree angle.
And I guess that's the question. We're going effectively off modelling, which has been done well, but then you normally follow modelling with measurements. And so we've got, I can't find it in this set, so maybe here though. You had a picture at one of the briefings you gave us, which is the dune profile, especially down at the St Clair end, and there was a dramatic reduction of the dune profile over the next 10 to 15 years. Are we doing any measurement to actually test the model against the actual, so say, okay, actually, yeah, I am seeing the dunes move that fast. In fact, this model now is spot on, or I didn't see them move that fast, and therefore we need to take that weight. So what follow-up measurements are we doing to test the modeling?
So again, yeah, that's coming back to the monitoring program we've got in line with the modeling program. We've got the St Clair Coastal Plan. With the St Clair Coastal Plan, we took, so that modeling of the dune that you've seen was based on observation, and we've got the buoys data, the pre and post storm data, and we're looking at the recession rates for each event, basically, and we've been doing that for the last couple of years. But also we did a kind of a sanity check looking at historical images, satellite images, and looking at the erosion rates, and that matches with the model we have at the moment.
That's great. So you think it would be only another 3 or 4 years, then you'll have up to 5 or 6 years worth of measurement data to go with the modelling data?
That's the hope. If we keep the monitoring program, like we need to do both together. Yeah, like one goes with the other.
The good understanding of the dynamics would help you make right decisions in terms of where and when to do the investment.
Yes, that's correct. That's not only for St Clair, but that's for the entire coastline.
Are there any other questions? Okay. Thank you very much. Yes. So I move that we adjourn for 5 minutes to craft a resolution. Second, Deputy Mayor Lucas. All in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Okay, so let us resume. Councillor O'Malley has indicated a willingness to move this resolution, seconded by Councillor Gary. Is that right? Very good. We've covered all the questions, so would you like to speak to it? Councillor
Mr.
O'Malley.
Mayor. I want to thank Councillor Barker for raising it and others following behind that we're really just going to note this report. And I think we are getting to the point now where we have to make a decision on what we are going to do with the landfill. My general feeling is that sea level rise is going to be an inexorable force on this piece of property, and eventually it will get engulfed by the sea. So therefore leaving it there, my position, cannot be a permanent answer. So we need to work out a plan on what we're going to do, if we are going to leave it or not leave any of it, when and how much we'll act on and how fast. And one of the big determining factors is some of the MFE rules around what you can put in a class 1 landfill and any relationship between that and remedial action activity around an existing landfill. So I think this resolution covers that. And I'm hoping we'll just have, I don't think we need to spend 10 minutes each on each of this, but hear from each of you on the idea that we do actually need, the next step is for the council with staff and advice to develop a plan with time, with a time component to it as to what we will do about the Kettle Park land. Thank you.
And speaking to this, I'll just say that it was good to hear from Ms. Benson about this, because this is a separation of the MFE framework for contaminated site remediation from the building up the beach, because there's no doubt in my mind that having being able to push the dune face further seaward would help protect the landfill site and protect the sand dunes. And sand on the beach is the most effective protection from the winter storms and incursion of the sea, because it's never going to be, in our situation, it's never going to be feasible to build a wall. And at the moment, we've got end wall effects that cause even greater erosion, and that's been a cause of of this issue right here at Kettle Park. It's moved along from closer to the concrete wall as we've put those sand sausages in. However, that's a separate thing, and so I am prepared to support this, because we need to get on with the job with applications to MFE for the site remediation. Any other speakers? Councillor Wally.
I was struggling with the original motion to note the report, and I was looking not to, but I appreciate the questions and the answers we got from staff. The one thing that I want to go back to, and again, I support all this on the screen. When I go through and I read a report from consultants that have been very well paid, I find it extremely frustrating when they've missed some key facts of what's taken place along the beach line, especially, and the impact they have had. The other thing, and this just doesn't apply to this paper, but when we get papers talking about historic arrangements that council's been involved with over the last 25, 30 years, please, 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 even do an ODT search, because it's amazing what stories come up and the people that are involved. And the other factor be, and I can't believe these professional consultants don't even do that. But when I think about the individuals that have served on this council, and the likes of the Colin Weatheralls and the Andrew Noons, and there's a few others that have served for quite a period of time, well, Bill Ackland, there are people that were here at the time when, and probably Lee, there were people at the time that were involved in these projects previously. We do need to capture knowledge from a lot of individuals that understood, may have chaired hearings, may have gone through processes that they can add to the value. You know, even Councillor Benson Pope in his previous round way back when, I was probably still in shorts, but that's okay. But looking at the knowledge that we can actually tap into over that period, I'm really impressed with Professor Mike Hilton, the work that he has always had with his students and what they've been doing. I know they erected cameras back in 2008, 2009, because I used to be able to see them from my office every day and see what was going on. But that area of Kettle Park and St Kilda Beach, Middle Beach and St Clair were greatly affected through different structures being erected. and the Tahuna Pier had quite an impact on the area. And I can tell you, if you go to the surfing community, they all wish that the pier was still there because it was absolutely fabulous for them. So I know I've digressed and moved off, but I will support this, but let's engage with people that actually have really strong knowledge in these areas.
Thank you, Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy with this motion. As has been said, the journey has begun. I'm all good with the dollars earmarked to align with the opening of Smooth Hill landfill. In the interim, between now and 2031, I can see no reason why we cannot proceed with groin trials, which will hopefully be pushed further by the incoming council. I do trust the highest scoring option of dune reprofiling with partial landfill removal. The biggest highlight from this report is that without Smooth Hill, remediation will not be a cost-effective option. All options have pros and cons. The hold the line option is simply a frightfully expensive band-aid. Do nothing is simply going to be an environmental embarrassment. So I'm happy to chase the funding opportunities, and let's leave groins for another day. Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you. Just picking up on my colleague to my right's comments around institutional knowledge, I acknowledge that that is important. However, I would caution that everything on the ODT is accurate, with all due respect. Well, no, I'm just saying that. This is quite straightforward. It's focused on the fund that we can apply to and how we work up a plan that is going to meet the criteria of that fund. And that's centred around Kettle Park and the toxic material in the landfill, and our desire and focus to ensure that it is not eroded in any way. We have memories of what it was like on the West Coast when that particular landfill caused extraordinary environmental damage, and I don't think anyone wants to see that here. Dune reprofiling certainly had the most community support, and so it's very easy to support this particular motion. But I just want to turn before I finish, because most of the points have been said. I just want to turn to our good fortune to have a university in the city. And Associate Professor Mike Hilton's work has been mentioned already in the research that he did and his students. And I also just want to note how lucky we are to have the expertise of Dr. Raphael Mariani. And I don't know if everyone around this table understands that Dr. Mariani spent some time at Scripps Institute of Oceanography, and how incredibly prestigious that is. So we are very lucky on our staff to have people of that calibre who understand the highly dynamic and complex nature and are coastal geomorphologists. We have no coastal geomorphologists around this table, but we have them on the staff. And we've also heard from our staff, Ms. Benson and Mr. Henderson, with their particular expertise to add to this particular matter. So I want to acknowledge staff and their work, and I fully support the motion.
Okay, so with that, Councillor O'Malley, anything further to say?
Just quick ones. I'm looking at forward protection versus remediation. I think forward protection potentially has potential, but in the end, it will be a temporary answer in the next 100 years environment. At some point or another, the sea is going to eventually come for that landfill. How far out that is, though, it's unknown. I note Councillor Wiley's commentary on consultants as well, and I'd go so far as to say, as opposed to in-house knowledge, we often go out and reach consultants because we're looking for expertise that we don't contain in-house. But it is, if you look at these reports, not just this on lots of different things, they're often disjointed, and they actually don't go back to the previous one. And I have noted that I was in a meeting a few years ago, and I pointed out that the only person who had been in that meeting beforehand was the councillor. None of the staff had been there before. So we have institutional amnesia that can come here with as well. And that results then that we can have the risk of going back and going to the same actions over and over and over again instead of advancing forward. I like this resolution because it actually is moving us into a position of doing that. And And I think one of the things we will be asking ourselves as we go forward is it partial versus complete removal? That will be probably the big question. It's not to be answered today, but I do think it needs to be addressed today as to whether it will be or not. Because I will go to the Fox River landfill. I think the cost of cleaning it up was substantially higher than the cost of remediation would have been if it had been removed. And when an event takes your landfill away on that day, it's too late. It's already going. So you have to have taken it away yourself under a controlled environment to avoid that happening in the first place. So I like this resolution a lot, and I'm fairly sure we get a unanimous vote on it, I'm hoping.
Yeah, look, sorry, I missed a comment from Councillor Vandervis because he hasn't got a hand. But yes, Councillor Vandervis, you please make your comments now.
Right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. Yeah, I don't share Councillor O'Malley's optimism regarding the sea is going to eventually come for that landfill. I also don't share the urgency that Councillor Laufiso had regarding we've got to do it now. If I look at the sporadic monitoring that has been talked about and the need for continuous monitoring to really get some idea of how quickly the erosion might happen, that hasn't happened yet. I'm glad to see that they're looking at putting some cameras up, was another quote that came out of staff. Great, let's put some cameras up. Let's get some needed long-term records to quantify actual erosion. Prior to that, committing ourselves to extraordinary amounts of money, $38 million for reprofiling, I believe is premature. I don't mind actually voting for Councillor O'Malley's motion as it stands, but with all the other comment that he's put around it, that motion, especially line 1, to me, strongly suggests that it's some kind of real financial commitment that we're making at this stage. That I can't agree with. And for that reason, I just can't vote for it. The other O'Malley comment, which I thought was relevant, was that there is no evidence of soluble contaminants. Now, it may be, as he suggested, that they've already all washed out to sea, in which case nothing more to be done. But if there is no soluble contaminants, then what really is the urgency? The fact that the dunes may get eroded to some degree in a major storm, to me, we should have a wait and see before we start committing these extraordinary sums for something which may not need doing for years or decades. So for that reason, although it looks like a fairly benign motion, I can't vote for it.
Okay. Thank you. We'll take...
Well, given that actually counted I think I just need 30 seconds, right of reply.
Sure.
Wait and see. I think that might be the big issue. Fox River was full of plastic waste, which is not soluble. It doesn't require to be soluble waste to be an environmental issue. And I seem to be doing the predetermination dance today. So honestly, that opening line is develop a plan. And yes, I am declaring my starting point. Starting point is not predetermination. Inclination is not predetermination. And I think people need to understand the differentiation between the two. It won't be unanimous, apparently, or it might be unanimous. Let's see.
Look, we're looking pretty close. We'll see if there's only one against, so we'll have a try. All those in favour say aye. Against?
No. Recorded, please.
Thank you. It was expeditious. Thank you. We've got a few items to get through. Moving over to the next page, item 10, the LAP. So we have Mr. Henderson, Mr. Meacham, and Ms. Canton. Does someone want to introduce the report? Any comments to start, or we go straight to questions?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and councillors. I acknowledge that this has taken a long time to get to you, and I apologise for that. But where we're at is that staff are supporting the hearing committee's recommendation. I think it's clear that this process could have been better in the sense that our pre-consultation wasn't to the necessary quality, probably. So what we're planning on doing is staff want to make a good job of this. It is an important document. So staff have looked at other LAPs around New Zealand and the process they've followed. One of the ones that we've particularly concentrated on is Christchurch City Councils, and it's clear the process that they've followed is, I think, gold standard. It looks great, but it does take time. So staff concerned that the process wouldn't have been completed before this side of the election if we started in February. So staff are in the background doing all the legwork, so they're doing all the research, all the preparatory work, so that immediately following the council elections, then they are ready to go and run the whole process through one council from start to finish.
Wonderful.
And the policy team will drive this, and we obviously will make sure that it's properly resourced.
Thank you. Okay, are there any questions? Councillor Barker.
I do have a question because in an upcoming, in fact, the next paper, it's talking about the, oh gosh, sorry, paper 12, talking about the alcohol ban. So I just wonder whether the local alcohol policy relates through, and I've got no expertise in this area, through to the alcohol ban or not? Are those aren't
quite separate?
Yep. Okay. Sawali?
Can I please get clarity when we talk stakeholder engagement? Who does that all cover?
I thought this one would come. The Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act requires us to talk with the medical officer of health, the police, and the licensing inspectors. Beyond that, for the last LAP, I also spoke to other health providers like Cancer Society and places like that, Hospitality New Zealand, the Retailers Association, the tertiary institutions and their associated students associations, and the local iwi. I went to a couple of meetings with them.
So, having sat on the earlier part of this, and also the previous one back in 2015, was it? Yeah. One of the things I noted when we did consultation back in October, November last year, that was from mid-October to mid-November, and we missed that student voice from the student community because by the time we started that process, a lot of the students were either in exams or had left town. And we noted that going through the process that we didn't quite have that same level of engagement that we thought we should have. So is there going to be the ability to work through the student body, whether it's university, polytech, teachers, college, whatever, the whole body on that basis? And then
that was the intention last time, but I was advised late August, early September that the whole thing had to be done and dusted by the 1st of February last year. So everything got 1st February this year, so everything got truncated. So it was nowhere near as thorough as I wanted it to be, but this time there'll be definitely thoroughness.
Yeah.
So I can also add that as part of the university and particularly in the Sophia Charter, there's a lot of people that want to contribute through that forum as well.
Yeah, because I want to make sure the LAP is going to stand up and be totally respected across the cities, and then the ability for the student body. So is there, for example, doing a digital, putting up QR codes in certain places where students could enter in and do a survey or a quick questionnaire on that basis, just to get a capture of the flavour? They may not want to present in person. I'm not agreeing with talking about that, but certain processes that can be in play to capture the student voice.
I do like the idea of a QR code. Last time we used the People's Panel, which was an electronic survey that went out to I'm not sure how many people. QR codes are a new thing, and that's a great idea, and would be not just around the university, but I may even look at other places as well.
And also the same, we seem to go off tangent through that process earlier in the year which we didn't consult on, and that was around glass and bottles and how liquor is distributed. I just want to try and tidy this process up for what are the members on the next LAP is, are we going to capture some of those other pieces at the same time?
The LAP can only include matters that relate to licensing. Commerce Commission have said that, yes, the councils can put something in the LAP about prohibiting glass sales, but it's got to be across the whole district and not isolated. They can't put in place any process that sort of creates an uneven playing field.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
It's interesting. I did not hear that at the hearing, so that's a different piece of information. So are you saying that the feedback has been then that you could not do a city sectional glass ban, that it would have to require the whole city?
That's correct.
Didn't come up in the hearing at all. So follow Councillor Wiley's point, it's in the end of the chair's memo, so it's on page 77, just before the committee decision is there. And that is that we noted that there were a number of affected parties of business, sports club and residents that are outside the tri-agencies that, again, gave the feedback that they did not feel a particularly concert. And the group I'm really thinking of here are sports clubs with bars, because that became an issue in the hearings. So are they and their codes, and are they going to be part of not the consultation, but if I look at the WMMP and the way it was made, the pre-consultation work that gives you to the consultation document actually knocks out about 80% of the community backwards and forwards, because it actually goes into the design of that document, and it makes the whole consultation process a lot easier, because you're not going through a question that's going to come up 100 times because it was obvious, comes up, it's resolved at the right in the consultation document. What extent outside the tri-agencies will the other affected parties be consulted with, and sort of what time frame do you imagine that be? I assume this is going to start in like November, October.
Yeah, it'll be total, as I said, the Hospitality New Zealand, Clubs New Zealand, our retail sector, all that, they'll all be part of it. The tertiary institutions. Once we get the go ahead from here, I'll start, as my day allows, I'll start putting together decent documents and start the process off almost straight away, but it'll be just as work allows, as my day job allows, sort of thing.
Well, I guess the other point is will it be resourced beyond Mr. Mixon's day job or spare time?
Yes. This will actually be led by the policy team. So it'll be resourced with policy analysts. So Mr. Meakin will have a support function, same as myself, we'll both have support functions, but it'll be led and driven by the policy team.
Getting back to sports clubs again, or the students, there are times of the year that are more important than other times of the year. So the students would be when they're here on campus, would be one, and for the sports clubs, it's before their season starts. So either the start of winter or the start of summer, one of the code sets will be very affected by the temporal relationships of the hearing. So we'll be taking that into account as well in terms of the effects upon them.
Having read the Gwyn decision as you have, absolutely, we will be taking that into account.
Good, thank you. Councillor Gary.
Yes, I have a question for Mr. Henderson, just to confirm something. So in terms of the Sophia Charter group, the students from OUSA to the Vice-Chancellor who leads that group, and police and DCC all involved in that, and really, have expressed a view. And I just want to check that, have I left anyone out in that group that would be focused on this particular matter, Mr. Henderson?
I'll need to go back to the working groups. As you're aware, under the Sophia Charter, we've got 5 streams, including obviously Elspeth and Bede. So we'll make sure that obviously once we go live with the first, we'll make sure that they're kept up to date with what's happening.
And it was an express opinion from Elspeth and Bede that they wanted to see a focus on the glass issue in the student area, was it not?
Correct, although I recognise the comments that have just been made by Mr. Meachin around it, and I think it's something that we've already shared with both Bede and Elspeth previously.
And finally, you're actively involved in the group at an operational level, are you not?
Correct.
Very good. Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. A few questions, not quite sure how to word some of them. So first of all, going back to the consulting communication, we heard afterwards from several businesses locally, specifically Octagon and close by, that they hadn't submitted because they were of the impression that nothing was really up for change. How they got to that impression is a completely separate question. But how do we make sure, because you're talking to the tri-agencies, and then we've talked about the sports clubs, etc. But how do we make sure QR code or however that we make sure that all of the businesses who will be affected, could be affected by it, know the implications that we're talking about?
Yeah, Hospitality New Zealand's got quite a strong base here, and one of their members, I don't think the local president, but certainly 2IC sort of thing, is one of the Octagon licensees. So they'll make sure it's out and about.
Yeah, they knew about the last one, and still there were quite a few businesses who didn't. So I think we may not want to just rely on the likes of Restaurant Association, Hospitality Association, etc. We may actually want to be a little bit more in front of. Also, a couple of questions that did come up, and I don't know whether we have the capability of framing them in the new consultation, are around university no longer having a bar. They're kind of interlinked, that there is no, if you like, university establishment, and because of that, partly, and because of other various issues, domestic venues get used as proxy nightclubs and venues. Is there a way of incorporating questions around that, or investigating that? Because it kind of came up in the periphery on submissions, but not actually in depth. Is there a way of considering that?
As I said, the LAP can only deal with licensing matters. These de facto nightclubs in the student area aren't licensed. So, yeah, there's not much we can do.
Now, if I can also just chip in again, as part of the Sophia Charter, that is one of the streams that's been actively worked upon, which is looking at venues for the students, both alcoholic and non-alcoholic venues.
Councillor Eklund.
Thank you. My question is around off-licence providers. So the businesses that aren't part of the likes of the Hotel Association and so on, the Hospitality Association, whereby we heard from some last time after the glass issue was raised. And my question really is, this time around with this consultation happening, will those providers be spoken to ahead of time so that there's sort of like no surprises for them come the time that we hear the submissions again, or receive submissions again?
Yes, we've got email lists, so we could actually sort of think about it, just send it to all licensees, clubs, off licenses, on licenses, the whole lot.
Thank you, that's great. And my only other one was, again, in relation to what Councillor Gilbert was talking about with these quasi nightclubs. And as you said, Mr. Meachin, that the LAP is specifically to do with licensing issues. But under licensing issues, is there anything that could be done to strengthen, shall I say, the intent to get people away from the preloading and perhaps be in a more controlled environment through this process?
If we had to answer that, would you mate? Yeah, there's a bit of a push from some of the agencies to actually reduce the off-license hours, but off-licenses can't serve to intoxicated people, so I'm not sure that pulling back the closing time is actually going to make a great deal of difference, because they know they're going to have a party and they'll stock up quite early.
I think where I'm coming from, though, is the difference between on-license cost and off-license cost. And if you go back to the 1984 period type of thing, obviously the licensing laws were quite different. There were less on licenses in the city, full stop. But most importantly, the times were such that the preloading didn't really happen anywhere near to the extent that it does now. And I think for two reasons. One is the fact that people would be out earlier, otherwise they didn't get in. And two, the huge gap that there is now between off-license and on-license costs for the same thing. And it just seems to me that somewhere along the line you would think that we could have consideration for that when working on these sorts of policies.
Unfortunately, we can't cover that in the LAP. It's something for the Commerce Commission and government to look at it. And I see there was a paper just recently put up about increasing excise tax for all alcohol. People's drinking habits changed since the COVID lockdown. And I know a couple of licensees who are looking at shutting doors because they just can't cover their costs. People just aren't coming to town generally. So,
that's exactly what I'm talking about. Okay, we can't do it locally.
Thank you, Councillor O'Malley.
Thanks. So you have a list of all licensees. That is effectively all affected commercial parties then at that point, right? And that's held at the District Licensing Committee. I assume that's who holds that list. So we could have a consultation where you close a loop on it. You send out a notice to all those registered licensees, and as part of the consultation, you say, please respond that you have received this, so that we know they've touched, so we can guarantee 100%. That'd be great. How is a local alcohol ban area put forward if you have to do everything across the whole of the region? Is that through the DLC?
No, it doesn't go through a DLC. It's a bylaw, and it's got to be supported by crime data.
How does that relate to the LAP? How does it relate to the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act?
There's no link between the two apart from just the alcohol component.
So if the committee, because I'm just thinking now in the future as we get into this, what came up in the discussion, but there hadn't been public consultation, was a glass ban in North Dunedin. You're saying that the LAP does not have the authority to define a region, but we do have regions in the LAP. So we have regions of focus, such as North Dunedin, and the prior agency's feedback was we should have another region of focus in South Dunedin and potentially one in Mosgiel. How do you have regions of focus if you have to do everything across the whole region universally?
The only areas of focus are the likes of McAndrew Bay, Portobello, Waikowhite, and places like that. That inside the city itself, we're only going by the district plan zones. We've got the central business district sort of thing, and that's basically it. The residential areas.
The LAP does definitely have geographical components to it. It definitely did focus heavily on North Dunedin and specifically state North Dunedin. So I'm trying to get to the bottom of, if that was a legitimate LAP, the old one did it. If that was legitimate and met the rules, doesn't that mean that in fact the LAPs can have zones of influence or zones of position that are smaller than the whole of the city?
There's no reason why not, because you can actually have parts of it, but it's how to define those areas. And as I said, at the moment, it's just by the district plan or the old district plan.
To define those areas, presumably you can define an activity, commercial activity that goes on in that area. Oh, I mean, I'll tell you what, we need to get to the bottom of that before we have the next set of hearings.
Are you referencing the glass ban? Yeah, and I think that's different because you'd be potentially impacting businesses that sat outside the defined area.
Wouldn't be in the BAM, that would be the issue, and you can't do much about alcohol being brought from another town, right?
I think that there's something we can test that, but the ComCom advice, as I understood it, was that wasn't something that could be done as part of the LAP.
Okay, look, I think we just need to, we've got one more question. then we just to move along.
That will actually gut about half of the LAP if we don't get an answer to that, because it will mean we won't be able to do glass bands, won't be able to do some of the other things that came up. So I think it would be great to get.
Yeah. We have an opinion from 2016 regarding glass, but clearly it's outdated. And so we want to test that against the information that Mr. Meakin's just said about the Commerce Commission, and get some definitive advice on this.
Right, yeah. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
In some ways, I think my question's been answered, but I'll just, if I can just speak it out loud. My son's at Lincoln University, and Lincoln University has a ban on glass in all of Lincoln University property. But Otago University does not have such a thing, but there's nothing stopping an individual property owner having a glass ban, but that's outside of the LAP, isn't it? So, but that could be something that the university itself could initiate. Then in all of their halls of residence and all of their properties, they have a glass ban, but that's outside of the LAP. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. If you're the owner of the property, then you are free to regulate how your property is used in that sense.
And in Lincoln's example, they work with the bottle stores so that when you walk into the bottle store, you see cans, and they do say, Kevin, are you sure you really want to buy that bottle, those bottles, if you're going back to your,
all the residents. Rightio. I think we've covered all the questions. Yes. Great. Look, thank you very much. I'd just like to make the point, this is item 10 of 24.
25.
Just saying that someone wants to see it. Okay. Councillor O'Malley wants to move, and the seconder is Councillor Eklund. Would you like to speak to it?
Just briefly, because we've got a lot to do today. It is good that we are where we are now. I don't think that we were probably all that well prepared going into this, but I think that the consultation and the feedback got us to a good place. I'm happy with this committee's decision to say we need to go back to the start again. It's interesting on the question and answers today, and I think there's going to be some more requirement for education of both the committee and the council itself on things such as glass ban areas, how you can influence them, whether you can or you cannot. Ultimately, the LAP is more like a district plan than an actual set of rules, because it's the district licensing committee that effectively reads the LAP and then interprets it. I think the other myth that people think is when an LAP rule comes in, it's applied across all licenses. It's only applied when the licenses are renewed. So other than that, you carry on the same thing. We probably do need to explore then if things like regional alcohol policies cannot be done through the LAP, but they can be done through bylaws, then part of the process will actually be also potentially understanding what is the correct process for getting an outcome that may have been come back from consultation as a desired outcome for the community.
Great. Has anyone got anything essential to say? Councillor Eklund?
I totally agree with Councillor O'Malley, but I'd also add that one of the considerations that we were facing was the general area in terms of closing times. And it was explained to us that don't just give us a midnight shut off, because that doesn't help us getting people home in a safe and appropriate manner. So I hope that is such that it's not just a straight line to cut off certain areas of the city when it comes to their closing times.
Very good. Thank you. In which case, I'll put the motion now. All those in favour, you can see the motion on the wall behind me. So, and it's on your papers. So all those in favour say aye. Against? Aye. Against? Carried. Moving on to item 11. We've got some relatively brief ones. New Year's Eve celebration event. And Mr. Kendra and Ms. Fogarty. Yes. Sorry? Bogarty, yes. Very good. And Mr. Costello. Okay. Any introductory comments? And
just like to take the report as read. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any questions? Councillor Barker.
Given that it's over 2 sites, what's the budget for New Year's Eve? Is it increased or because of that?
It's estimated to be about the same.
And what's the number on that?
About 115.
Okay, any further questions? Thank you. That was brief. Thank you. So it's been moved. We see the motion that council notes the report. Moved Councillor Ackland, seconded by Councillor Gilbert. Would you like to say something about it?
Yeah, I'll use the whole 10 minutes. Thanks. All I'm going to say is I'm sure this is going to be a great event. Staff do a fantastic job when it comes to New Year's Eve. There's a lot of buy-in from a lot of people, and wish you all the best. Thank you.
Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It appears the events team have adopted the Hogmanay style event previously suggested by Councillor Barker. Fair enough. It's great that we all know now what Hogmanay style means. I like the fitting Scottish element. However, without a fireworks crescendo, do you think the event is going to be somewhat compromised?
Well, it's not a question. We're in debate now.
So anyway, that's all good. I just feel that it's going to end up being an anti-climax at 12 o'clock instead of a 12 o'clock climax. Anyway, I appreciate the efforts of the events team, and I look forward to fireworks being introduced once a new council is elected. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, just thanks to you guys for taking this on board. Good luck. We are a city of difference, so it's good to be trying something different, and let's not condemn it before it's tried, and let's review it after it's a roaring success. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Item 12. Request to lift the alcohol ban in the Lower Octagon and Bath Street on 7 February 2026. Welcome the team back again. Any questions, Councillor? Questions, Councillor Barker? Yes.
I've had feedback from some people reading this report about the drinking and marketing, I guess at the same time, and also around it being lifted between 10 a.m, which people felt was a bit earlier, and they were just concerned about the atmosphere. Sorry, I'm just trying to think this through. So they don't necessarily have to open bars at 10 a.m, is that correct? So it could be at a different time that it's not interfering with the family vibe, I guess.
Correct. So just to clarify, we are not looking to uplift the ban down the George Street area.
So when it talks about a selected supplier will be required to obtain a special license, I just want to understand how that works. Is that a bar in the Octagon can have a punt at getting the special license to control the whole area? Is that how that might work?
Currently, we're exploring two options. It's 6 months away, so it's a little bit early for us to dig into what that could be. But what we did do for the recent All Blacks match was opened for tender, and then we reviewed and went through where the owners of Brew Bar, thank you, were awarded the tender.
I'm curious about the process about that. So I don't know anything about that, but I was just, when you say given a tender, is this about them paying money to council to be able to do it, or is it about safety, or what are the requirements? Because obviously there's competing people into it, so I just want to understand that a little bit more.
So there's a process that we go through. We advertise about the opportunity, and then we receive proposals, and we go through that with diligence, reviewing areas such as health and safety, alcohol management plans, as well as just the operational excellence behind that company.
Dan, if I could just, Mr. Hendra, ask a follow-up question, but for the All Black event, the bars collaborated though, didn't they? So one of them sort of held the lead in that responsibility part, but they all worked collaboratively so that they all benefited from the extra patronage.
Yeah, I was asking the question because I was wondering about that outcome, that there's already operators in there, and so that makes me feel a bit more comfortable. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gary.
I just quickly want to confirm it, maybe you, Mr. Hendra or Ms. Graham, but we were told about this, that you did brief us about that previous process, because I certainly knew about it, and it came to council to explain what you were going to do on that previous occasion, did it not?
Yes, it did.
Thank you, Councillor O'Malley.
Single-use cups comes up to mind now. So how is the alcohol going to be intended to be distributed? Well, so it's otherwise it's single-use plastic cups.
Yes, so with the recent All Blacks, I believe it was a combination of, and in the debrief with the brew bar, they were looking at the option of cans as a possible preference. We've yet to go through this motion to understand who the next supplier could be, but we'll definitely be looking to try and influence with options.
I noticed the bylaw was dated 2004, which makes it a 21-year-old bylaw. Not part of this item, but obviously this item depends on that bylaw. When we'll be thinking about ever updating that bylaw or not, because it just quite literally came up in the previous item. Not obviously not you're the answer. I'll just leave that hanging out there for now. Thanks.
Yep. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
I just want to follow up from Councillor Barker's question, and just to get clear on this, and because I'm under point 12. So it could be one preferred supplier, or it could be individual license holders. So it could be, the Swan in Bath Street, or it could be Volt in the Octagon or whatever. So we're not determining here today how it might be. We're just saying lift the alcohol ban, and staff will then investigate. I just think we just need to be clear that we're not making a decision about how that might work. Is that correct?
Correct.
Very good. Councillor Fiso.
Mr. Mayor, tēnā koutou. I just noted with the disadvantages in terms of lifting the alcohol ban, that's option 1 on page 86. There are no disadvantages identified. And Aroha, if you can visit in writing, but I'm concerned about the social well-being strategy. I can understand why you would lift an alcohol ban for an All Blacks game. But in terms of well-being of our most vulnerable, and the trying to create the market day as a family-friendly environment, even though this ban thing is next in a neighbouring area zone, what are the optics, I think, in terms of trying to promote family friendliness and care for vulnerable teenagers and people who will, for whatever needs, who will drink as early as 10 a.m.
We'll be looking to work closely with our supplier on their alcohol management plan and the host responsibility. This is integral within what our process is. We did that for the All Blacks, and this is a similar process that we'll be going through. So realistically, what we have put forward, we're still working through, given that it's 6 months away. So the idea of a 10 a.m. open for alcohol scenario is a possibility. Will that actually happen? We don't know, because we have yet to go through that process. So it's likely to be reduced, but again, it's 6 months away. So,
okay, Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. A few things. First of all, going back to Councillor O'Malley's commentary about single-use cups, just to put it out there, has any thought gone into the sort of the branded harder cups that can be reused and also taken away as mementos? So you're nodding, Mr. Hendra.
We have explored this. This is new territory that we're working through around, say, a pop-up in the Octagon. But it is something that if we get these events and activations established, we will be looking into using hard plastic cups and such.
Excellent. I've got a few examples I can bring in for you. Not that I drink too much. Also, on point 12, again, it mentions about, well, not just point 12, it mentions about all alcohol sales, supply and consumption in the activation area would cease by 9 p.m. prior to the event finish time of 10 p.m. So just working that through, let's say it's Lower Octagon. We put in, there's time, effort, money, the businesses have got involved, that the Lower Octagon is looking absolutely pucker. It's going great guns. Then at 9 o'clock, we're having to say, you know what, close up, even though the bars are still going. Why are we chosen then, particularly if it's going fine without any issues and it's a centre of activity, why would we close it off then, and rather than having it as a vibrant part later into the night?
We're using this as a pilot. So much like we did with the recent All Blacks match, where we closed it pre-match, we're piloting this, and if it works well, then we can extend on that in the future, much like we're looking to potentially do for future All Blacks and such.
All right, lovely. And my last one is sort of a little bit tongue-in-cheek, bottom of page 86, Ms. Fogarty. I'm assuming that you aren't the booziness development lead. I'm assuming that is a typo. Okay, cool. Just checking.
Okay. Councillor O'Malley.
You stole your joke. I presume it's also a fenced-off area. How are you going to control the boundary?
So we will have fencing. If it was in the Lower Octagon, what we did for the recent All Blacks was fenced off the area. If it is on Bar Street, would be doing similar based on key locations.
Thank you, Councillor Ackland. All right, Councillor Barker.
I don't think I was here for the All Blacks alcohol ban discussion, so I just want to know, when it was talking about it's a pilot, like the All Blacks was a pilot, so when things are piloted, they're often measured. So I just wanted to understand whether they, what the measurements were, and I'm especially thinking about what the police thought, quite frankly, is whether, because I know when we closed off the Octagon for the Octagon experience, the police were fairly happy because it actually led to a lowering of incidences. So was there any measurement like that undertaken?
We worked closely with police for about 4 months on the recent All Blacks activation, including in the lead up to having fortnightly meetings. We had a debrief with them and they were very pleased. There were 0 evictions and 0 issues with the activation. And we have talked to them at length about this activation as well, which they're quite supportive of.
Okay. Covered. Councillor Wiley.
Sorry, I missed the first part of this paper when it was presented, but has there been any engagement with DLC around the hours?
No, not as yet.
So, Councillor Gary.
Yes, I just wanted to confirm the temporary lifting of the ban is to give you the opportunity to go away and do the mahi, to fine tune a plan for the day. It's not saying it's going to be for the hours that are stated. It gives you the flexibility within that time. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Happy to move, and seconded by Sure.
I'm just conscious of why the hours and the extents, and the DLC's role in this, and also if we approve this and the DLC knocked it back, how does that work? Do we obviously work to the DLC hours? Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, this is particularly early for us to plan this level of detail. Again, it's just because of the council timetable.
Great. Okay, so moved by Councillor Gilbert and seconded Councillor Ackland. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor?
Only very briefly, as Councillor Gary rightly points out, this is about setting up the stage to be able to go away and do the work to come back, about sorting out the pilot. And we have given the events team the instruction to go away and build some events, build up some events for the city. This is building on a great result last year with the George Street Market. This is simply trying to add an extra layer. trialing an extra layer, or more particularly doing the work to see whether we will trial an extra layer on it. So yeah, I don't see why we wouldn't be supportive.
Very good. Any other speakers? Councillor Eklund?
What he said.
Okay. In that case, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Item 13. Oh, no, yeah, no, item 12.5. I move that we extend this meeting beyond 6 hours, hopefully not to 12. Seconded, Councillor Mayhem. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Okay. Put to 3, Future Development Strategy Implementation Plan. Item 13. Yes, item 13. We have team to the table. Thank you. Any opening comments?
Kia, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, councillors, just a natural progression from having had the strategy itself ratified by this council and the regional council. We are now proceeding with the implementation plan as noted in the report.
Absolutely. Are there any questions? I see none. Oh, Councillor Barker.
I just want to ask 2 questions, and there's just I just head down risk of government legislation changes and whether that would affect any of the implementation plan. There's a whole lot of stuff hanging in the ether. So would that affect this implementation plan?
I'll start with a simple answer for my council and pass over to my colleagues for a detailed one if one's required. The work may morph as the legislation changes, but the body of the work still remains. Well-functioning urban environments is still a requirement nationally, and obviously for ourselves. We would most likely come up with that focus ourselves anyway through the work we do. So the individual lines, you'll see those mirroring what's in the long-term plan anyway. So it's another way of corralling our thinking around what it is to be a well-functioning urban environment.
I was just going to say in the next item, we'll talk to you about the district plan work program. And so there will be some changes that the changes do affect that.
Thank you. Councillor Wiley.
I'm going to ask some leniency from you, Mr. Mayor. I've got a question to ask, but it's not directly related, but is a planning related question. And that is the DCC consulting using consultants from outside New Zealand to do work as part of different planning hearings and projects and different applications?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, I'd have to disquery the team, but nothing springs to mind on that. I can't recall any instances.
Oh, sorry. Do you mean resource consent applications? Well, that's not Dr. Johnson's area.
She would not.
No, she would not.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Lucas.
My first question, and partly has been answered, what was that with the adoption of the LTP, that has been fed into here. So I was just concerned reading through, there's a lot of, I'll use this as an example, various playgrounds specified with dollar amounts, and I haven't had time to go and add them up. We don't want to raise communities' expectations that they're going to get their playground, as I said, let's use this as an example, but has it been matched in with the LTP?
Yes. Did round.
And my other question is in the commentary when it says may be eligible for development contributions for a particular project. So that is identifying for when we set the DCs that we obviously had to identify those particular capital projects that help to work out the DC rate. And then if we get DCs, then they could be applied to those projects. Is that why the wording is that?
Correct.
So I think we've covered the questions. Thank you very much. Thank you. And so Deputy Mayor Lucas has indicated a willingness to move. And do we have a seconder? Seconded. Councillor O'Malley, would you like to speak to it?
Just briefly, I think the staff have done a great job on this, on having been involved in the hearing on the FDS. This was the natural next step to come through, and having developed it in line with the ORC. And I think it gives a great plan for anybody looking about where council's intentions are, and with the dovetailing in of the work that we did with approving the LTP, I think it's made it very clear where we intend to spend our money and how that will help the future development of the city.
Great. Any other commentary? Councillor O'Malley.
Just want to sort of echo Councillor Lucas's words here. This is a good document to go beside the 10-year plan, because in fact they should interact between the two. It's also good to see Waka Kotahi and ORC activities on this, because we do interact. I will note one thing, that a number of community cycleways requests are all sitting in the unfunded, and I actually don't think there's anything particularly inappropriate of those ones, because if you look at the way the North Coast is running, it's effectively a community-based unfunded cycleway, and it's moving nicely. Those ones that we look at are unfunded. We need to consider how we can support them, though, because otherwise they'll also be unexecuted. But I do believe this is great. Actually, it's a good. If you want to get a summary of what the council's doing infrastructure-wise for the next 15 years, it's pretty much sitting here on this paper.
Very good, Councillor Vandevers.
I agree that it is a good summary of what's intended to happen in the next 15 years. The reason I won't be voting to note it is that it's completely unaffordable. It is flying straight in the face of debt, which is already out of control. It's a fine development strategy if it wasn't for the fact that we are looking at billion-dollar debt for the last 5 years of the 9-year plan. It's just not possible. So for that reason, I have to vote against.
Very good. Councillor Gary.
Thank you. Very briefly, this is a really good document and great to see the plan coming through after all the work that was done on the FDS. Thank you to the staff, immense amount of work. And it gives us the vision that we have on paper for the city, and it gives communities an idea of where their work in their community fits in. So extremely valuable in that regard. The comment that I would make is let's hope that central government does not derail this.
Thank you. Okay, anything further? Oh, I'll just make a comment. I'm happy to vote for this because it does lay out what's in the 9-year plan, and regardless of what I might disagree with, at least I can see it in a nice, relatively simple and graphical form, so it's really easy to get a handle on what's going on. So put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against?
No. Recorded, please.
Thank you. Item 14. The 2GP work program and RM reform. Welcome to 2/3 of the team back, the addition of Ms. Christmas. Thank you. Any opening comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, just one comment. This paper deals in part with a piece of legislation that's become known as the Plan Stop amendment to the RMA. At the time of writing the report, it hadn't yet passed its final reading and wasn't law. I just want to confirm that it was passed into law last week on the 20th and had immediate effect on the 21st. So it is now in place. Thank you.
Questions? Councillor O'Malley.
Just to that, I presume that was passed under urgency then, was it? Without basically a select committee component.
The amendment bill, there was a select committee, but these amendments were brought in by the minister following the select committee process.
Okay. Councillor Gary.
Do we have any other mechanism, through which to advance the concerns and issues that we wanted to address with the multi-unit design? Are there any other mechanisms through which we can address that?
Do you mean regulatory mechanisms, or the council generally has incentives which it uses for a variety of things, including heritage and biodiversity, and we do like to balance regulation with incentives for public good matters. I don't know what that might look like for urban design, and I don't think there's been thinking done in terms of that. We've used things like the heritage awards just to celebrate good practice. So that there's some precedents there. I'm sure that there's some areas outside of regulation that could be explored.
that is really heartening to hear. So we need to just keep those in mind.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Councillor O'Malley?
When do you think that the government will have gone through, what's the anticipated time? And I know it's not an answer you particularly have, but when do you think we'll be able to go, the RM reform will have finished and we'll be able to start doing plan changes again?
So the bills are due out at the end of the year to be passed into law early next year. So we anticipate from enactment, we'll be asked to produce a spatial plan with the regional council as part of this broader regional plan within a 12-month timeframe. They have said that. And I think that's pretty much a certainty that we'll be straight into the spatial plan. Hence why our work program includes quite a bit of work to get ready for that, because 12 months is not a long time to produce a spatial plan, particularly under a new governance arrangement.
They'll quite literally be coming in just before general election. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I see no further questions. Thank you very much. Would someone like to move this? Who's going to be? Councillor O'Malley, seconded. Deputy Mayor Lucas, would you like to speak to it, sir?
This is effectively an administrative catch-up to government direction that plan changes must cease now while they undergo RM reform. My question at the very end is that we have already been going through a seesaw and swing and whatever other analogy you want to do with the change of government. And this will come into effect just before another national election. And I'm not predicting the outcome of the election, but no government remains in power permanently. So eventually there's a change of government. I just want to point out that it's causing a lot of excessive administrative burden on councils for this stuff to be stopped and started and changed and twisted. And frankly, we need better leadership from central government.
Okay. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Councillor O'Malley. I agree with your sentiments. And I asked the question, where is localism in all of this? Because the issues that we raised through the plan changes that we were looking at these variations was around issues that were local, specific to our city, that we had identified as being really important. And we were partway through the process, and nothing is more frustrating than having done all the work and got to this point and then to be told by central government to stop. This was important to our city. This was something we knew about, and this is how we were addressing it. And so where is localism and all of that, I ask myself, in terms of central government's decree.
Any other speakers? No? Anything further? I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against?
Aye.
Carried. Item 15, Dunedin Heritage Fund Activity Report 24-25. Mr. Ward, Mr. Morsley, and Ms. Bishop. Welcome. Optional pronunciation. Any opening comments?
Sure, Mr. Mayor. No, thank you. Happy to go straight to questions.
Any questions? Any questions? Councillor Barker.
I just want to ask about the numbers of applications for the Heritage Fund. Is it true that they have increased somewhat exponentially recently?
Yes, correct. The most recent round, we had 19 applications for that round, and we had a similar number for 2 of the 3 rounds prior as well. It's roughly around double what we were receiving maybe 18 months ago.
Okay. Any other questions? Councillor Gary.
I see a few frequent flyers in the list, and look, we get this in grants too, and that's not a criticism, it's just a fact. How is that treated though when you have a lot of applications and you have new applicants? How's that weighed up by the panel or by the staff in terms of recommendations to the panel?
Yeah, and I guess frequent flyers we have too. In that sense, we have building owners who have various buildings and they'll come to us for different buildings. And we'll also have someone who's doing a project and may apply for different stages of the work there. With that, we note all the previous grants that in the report that we put to the committee. And at times there's a limit for how much grant support can be provided to any one building in order to share the funds around.
Very good. Any further questions? Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Yeah, I've had quite a couple of owners recently, actually. They're trying to restore their properties. And obviously this fund is good, but when they've got, for example, earthquake work or sometimes it doesn't even touch the surface of some of the work they've got to do because the heritage work seems to cost a lot more. Do you think apart from this, there's any other way we can subsidise some of that work in a city that's focused on heritage and the difficulties that could make if they just can't afford it and have to walk away?
Yeah, with the Heritage Fund, we're always interested in talking to owners who are doing earthquake strengthening and redevelopment work. The Heritage Action Plan is one of the places we've signalled an opportunity to explore financial incentives. So that may be around other ways that council can offset the cost, capital costs for strengthening a building. But yeah, we're very interested to walk through that process with building owners and see what support we can offer them, either in the financial sense with the systems we have or understanding what their challenges are so we can bring that to future work we're doing.
Thank you. I see no further questions. Would someone like to move? Councillor Barker, seconder. Councillor Benson-Pope, would you like to speak to it?
Thank you. I will be quick because we are short of time, but I've been the chair of the Heritage Fund since 2020, and it's been a privilege and an honour to lead that team. And we work closely with the Pohere Taonga, the Heritage New Zealand, and also the Southern Heritage Trust. First of all, I just want to thank the staff here, Ms. Bockett and Mr. Maudsley. They've certainly been swamped with work and it has got a lot harder, I think. Also of note was the satisfaction survey attached to this, and which speaks incredibly highly of the work that they do, their liaison with the building owners. And I also hear that back verbally as well, as how great they are to work with. And we have a fantastic team, and thank you for your knowledge and service. Mihi nui. And I especially want to thank, first of all, I want to thank the previous members of the Heritage Fund. We've had a wee changeover. So we had Sarah Gallagher, Susie Farminer, and Southern Heritage Trust Chair Joe Gaylor, and they've just finished. So we had 3 newbies last week for Councillor Benson-Pope and I and the staff to work with. And it's great that these people give their time and their expertise to help us make really robust decisions. The staff do an amazing job with the matrix. So everything's priority rated. There is in there the funding that people have, or that buildings have had before, because it's always about the buildings, not necessarily the people here. I just want to pay the biggest tribute to Councillor Benson-Pope, who we had our last meeting last week, and I said something to you then, but actually I do want to say it in public, is that you will be greatly missed. You have had unwavering support for heritage, which has been hugely appreciated. Your extraordinary knowledge, the institutional memory will be the thing that we will miss the most, I think, because you know what's going on with all the buildings. I think that your contribution has been invaluable to our sometimes robust discussions about various buildings and challenges. And I promise that I will keep a sharp eye on encroaching signs, aluminium windows, and other sneaky heritage encroachments. But we will miss you, and I thank you so much for your service. It's much appreciated.
Thank you. Councillor Benson-Pope. No. Nothing further. Any other comments? Okay, in which case I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. The report is noted. Item 16. Submission on the Local Government Systems Improvement Amendment Bill. So, opening comments. I see we've had some modifications. Yes.
Good afternoon, Councillor McGinnis again. Yes. I sent an email at the end of last week, or perhaps early this week, which set out some changes to paragraphs 18, 19 and 20 of the submission. It's just to correct an error. So the recommendation, when it's put up on the screen, will have those changes added in. Otherwise, happy to take questions.
Great. Are there any questions? Councillor Barker.
It's me again. I was looking at the LGNZ submission and that came out last week, and I honestly haven't had time to cross-reference that with this one. So did you get a chance to look at the LGNZ submission and then kind of put bits in or cross-reference it with the submission that we're putting in, so they kind of say similar things?
Yes, we did borrow from the LGNZ submission.
Great. Any other questions? Deputy Mayor Lucas.
It's in the preamble, but not in the submission. Any reference to rates capping. Now, is this bill? It's silent on rates capping. It's just giving the minister the mechanism to introduce it. Is that correct? And so, is that why we don't specifically reference it in their submission?
You're correct that rates caps aren't explicitly referred to in the bill itself. But it does set up the mechanism by listing what the national government considers to be core services. My recollection is we do mention rates caps in relation to
mention a lot of services that aren't included.
I think from memory it was under the heading defined core services. I'll double check that after this council meeting, but my recollection is that we said something along the lines of that we're concerned that by setting a definition of core services, that this was intended to set the system up for rates caps.
Paragraph 33.
Yes. Okay. Are there any other questions, Councillor O'Malley?
I also note in the general policy statement of the Act itself, they start referring right at the very start to rates rises. Rates have risen in the fastest 20 years and are forecast to rise again by the average of 15%. It's sitting in the second paragraph. My question really is, what's going to be left? Really? Refocusing the purpose of local government and effectively defining, it seems to me that what the government is doing is defining what we can concentrate on. Would that be a reasonable?
I think that would be a reasonable assessment of what this bill is aimed at. It's certainly truncating what was 4 wellbeings down into essentially 1, which is financial. And unfortunately, the way they've done it, the 2 clauses that they're going to use to rely on this, clauses 10 and 11, they don't align particularly well. But in any event, the direction of travel is very clear, and that is that this bill has a focus of trying to identify what are the things that local bodies should be focused on.
Does this bill relate to the regulatory standards bill? Because I believe it's the same order. Well, I'm getting at this. Actually, you just pointed out in your answer, will it be enforceable? That is the other thing. It may be an act of parliament, but if it has inconsistent components to it, then is it going to be that enforceable?
This is different to the regulatory standards bill in the sense that the regulatory standards bill specifically said that it wasn't going to be enforceable. Whereas this one doesn't. So this is amending the Local Government Act. So what will be the consequence if where we've got uncertainty, a lack of clarity, then the risk is that we end up in litigation. And it's quite a big change. We went from a system under the 1974 Local Government Act of being very confined to what you could and couldn't do. essentially, if it wasn't listed in that act, then you couldn't do it. And this isn't as far along as that. It doesn't exactly say you can only do network infrastructure. You can only do the things that are listed as core services. So it's not necessarily stopping council from doing those things, but it is a factor that's going to have to come into your decision making, particularly around financial management. So
the 1974 LGA and the commonality between that versus the 2002. Are we effectively, is this bill then has more in common, I don't want to say we're going back in time, but it has more in common with the 1974 LGA than it does with the 2002 in terms of council's ability to decide for itself?
it's not nearly as far back as the 1974 Act. The 1974 Act was highly, highly prescriptive. This still gives councils flexibility, but it has now, it's now clear that the intention is that the focus should be on the core services. The other point that I just want to make clear in terms of the submission is to pick up on Councillor Malley's point from earlier today. The purpose has flip-flopped, and it is difficult when a council is in a situation where the rules are changing every 3 years. So we really have said, we've made it clear in the submission, I hope, that it would be good to have bipartisan agreement as to what the role of a local authority is.
I'll just add to it because it feeds on what you were asking, I think, Councillor O'Malley. In the conclusion of the submission, paragraphs 52 and 53 capture it quite well, because really it's about a narrow focus and a diminished role for local government is what's being proposed under the bill. And I think that summarises the submission pretty well.
All right. We've got a few questions. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I agree. It's certainly interesting. What happens, and I think you do describe it in paragraph 13 and even 14 a bit, but where we've had, funded our communities for things, and then they're reliant on those, and they're set up, and I would argue that they've actually become core, core services that a council has and offers. How do we deal with that then if this, if this is in place and if this is saying that, where do we sit with that? I suppose you answered it before with that we could just be taken to court or something, but I mean, that's not an answer for any community, is it?
In terms of existing operations, the council is still free to continue with those sorts of arrangements. It's not prohibiting them. It's just around our decision making, so particularly our future decision making, that we've considered and made a decision in line with this bill. And clearly this bill has a greater focus on prudent financial management and less so on the social aspects.
So from saying that, are you saying that it's not retrospective, so the things we've got now are okay, acceptable, but anything new, if we add to that, then it'll be questioned? Is that what you're saying?
Certainly anything that's in place now, it should continue as it already is. However, there are many instances where the council has to look at its financial management. So, for example, in each annual plan and the long-term plan process. And so what the bill says is that when you're making financial management decisions, then you have to take into consideration what the core services are. And that's where we might end up with some challenges. If there are parties that believe that there is too much focus on non-core services, then there's the potential for decisions to be challenged.
Okay, Councillor Wiley.
So just following up on that, I'm thinking of the work that council does, obviously in the economic development space around, tourism, working with the RTOs and regional tourism. I'm thinking of code and I'm thinking of international education. When I look at those things, that's not really core council service, but it's actually important for the growth of the city and the DNA of the city.
Yes, and we've suggested that some of those sorts of things should specifically be listed as core services. However, if they're not listed as core services, this bill doesn't say we can't do them in the future. But we will have to be careful in the decision-making process.
So, noting that we've got the letter here in front of us, when's the deadline to have all the core services listed?
Sorry, can you just repeat that question?
You said that we should have them listed. So what's the timing to make sure that everything is listed accordingly?
So in the body of our submission, we've put in some suggestions of what should be added to that list. So we've added a number of things, including natural hazard management, art galleries, economic development, all those sorts of things that are, to staff's mind, an obvious omission from that list of core services.
So, for example, the three I highlight would come under economic development, or would they need to be singled out? Again, I'm just getting clarification because economic development covers a whole lot.
My recollection is we deliberately tried to use wide terminology to capture those sorts of things.
Okay, Councillor Gary.
Oh my goodness, so much to say and ask. Just following up from my colleague's comment there, if we were to put international education there, we'd obviously put the financial contribution it makes as a core activity, I'm assuming, in terms of the millions. Just going back to the what's core and what's not, and we had the example of the museums in and the art galleries are out. Are the decisions that we've already made in our 9-year plan but not yet delivered safe? And I'm thinking of the performing arts decisions we made, and I thank goodness that we had the courage and the wisdom to make those decisions. But are they safe? Because we haven't delivered them yet under this bill.
In my view, they are safe. The time when the decisions will need to be revisited is at each long-term plan.
I test that, Casey, because potentially an annual plan as well when the budgets come up. So when we say safe, they are certainly part of the council's program of work, but all financial decisions, if they need to come before this council and this bill is enacted, will be need to be assessed against the new framework that's enacted. So I think safe is probably not the right word.
Thank you for that, because that was my concern. I also have a question around the freedom of expression matter, and I'm thinking there's a new across the board standing orders coming out. How does freedom of expression? Would you like to just expand on the implications of that? Because the other extreme of that is anything goes.
This bill doesn't include any specific checks and balances on freedom of expression, but that's not to say that the general law around freedom of expression will apply, and there will be checks and balances through other mechanisms.
Thank you. And my final question is around paragraph 27, which talks about rigidly defining core services also ignores changing community priorities. So how would we respond to our community on various things within this framework? It will be restricted, will it not, quite substantially?
Yes, it will. And I think that will be the challenge, as it is when the core purpose of local government changes. So I think to Ms. Canton's earlier point, it is really difficult when something as fundamental as the core purpose of local government keeps getting changed. And so a bipartisan approach and providing some ongoing certainty is really what the sector needs in order to be able to effectively engage with the community.
And particularly a year or so out from a general election.
All right, Councillor Walker.
Yeah, I think we're going to be repeating ourselves here, but firstly, thank you for the submission. It's way politer than I would have been. My question is, am I getting confused because are we not being asked to do something? And I brought this in purposely today, when we're being asked to focus on core services, et cetera, certainly on the CapEx side, it's very, very weighted to core services and arguably the OpEx as well. So, and I think you nuance that quite well in the submission, that we sort of are playing ball. Is that a correct analysis?
Certainly the bulk of council's spending is on the things that are listed as core services. So yes, we are playing ball. It's just that the core service list is not as wide as we think it should be.
And again, you speak to this quite well in the submission, but it's something that really bugs me when they come out with terms like cost effective, good quality. They're really elastic terms in terms of trying to pin them down, aren't they?
Yes, we do refer to that. So good quality is actually defined, but that's a matter of interpretation as well. But cost effective isn't defined, and it's very hard to have some certainty around that, but especially when you look at it in the temporal context of, are we talking about short-term cost effectiveness, long-term cost effectiveness, to whom? Businesses, houses? It's just the terminology begs a number of questions.
Okay. So I think we've covered all the questions. Thank you. So I'll move that we approve the submission. So, yes.
Oh, sorry, just where it says authorizes the mayor and or his delegates. I just wondered if we could put a gender neutral word there, their delegate, in case we have a new mayor.
Yeah.
Might be a lady mayor, so we could just say their delegate so that it. Yeah, I know. Well, we could just have that lens going forward of genderless words like their delegate would be good.
Sure. Okay. Second, Deputy Mayor Lucas. And in speaking to this, this is the forerunner of other things, and is quite a deliberate intention to disempower local councils and local decision making. And the problem is that the other party gets to make the rules, gets to make the laws, and how to combat it, how to push back on it to retain our levels of autonomy and local decision making and cater for our local communities will be the subject of a whole lot of discussion and debate leading up to making this submission and thereafter, I am sure. So, comments, Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I agree. And I think the best thing that could happen in this situation is that government keeps out of local government business, which of course is not going to happen. But this particular government, others as well, but seem to be determined to butt their heads in where they're not wanted, quite frankly. And I find it quite offensive. I think every council in the country is being impacted by all these things. And as Councillor O'Malley mentioned earlier today, he's right, and I've said it before too, and all of us can see it. There's too much flip-flopping, and it's not just us saying it. It was on Q&A the other day where actually they had MPs were interviewed, and they were saying the impact of they acknowledged the impact of the flip-flopping of what they're doing on local government. And every time a government changes, things change. We understand that, we're in politics, but, it's the people that get impacted. And we have, as a city, I think we're really proud people, particularly for numerous things. We're a city of firsts, we're ambitious, we're innovative, but we're also we have a very strong arts sector. And we've heard in the last two LTPs and last two annual plans, the voices that have said, please, we want it to remain strong. We want support. And we've heard those cries for help, and we have come in and offered support. What this does, and I think, I agree with Councillor Walker, I perhaps wouldn't be quite as polite as this, but thank you for the submission though, is that, it leaves councils in the position where their community members will come begging them for help, and we would be bound to some sort of rules around this and making it very difficult for us to do anything. And I think that takes away a whole lot of power from councils to actually listen to their own people and then to act on what they need. And so it constricts severely the day-to-day work of councils if this was followed to a T. And he's hoping we don't have to follow it to a T, because there is, a lot of these things are now our core business, and they have been for many, many, many years. That's all I've got to say for that for now.
Thank you, Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thanks. As I read the submission on the Local Government Systems Improvement Amendment Bill, a couple of times I looked back to the title, and when I came to writing my notes, I thought it should be renamed the Submission on Local Government Systems Deterioration Amendments Bill. I found it amusing at the time, but it made me less angry. I want to thank staff again for what's an excellent submission that I think we'll all agree hits the nail on the head of the main concerns that we've discussed. What I see, and I'm sure you'll all agree, that this bill changes and the submission reflects other things we have just traversed in question time. That being that councils will no longer be required to promote social, economic, environmental and cultural well-being of our communities, and instead our role will be narrowed to providing infrastructure, public services and regulation in a cost-effective way. That's all good, actually. But plus a new emphasis is placed on supporting local economic growth. But going back to that, if you really think about it, and I guess it reflects the question I asked, is that demand for, I guess, a laser-like focus on core services, I think is extraordinary in the context of Dunedin, when we in fact do have a laser-like focus on infrastructure and core services. It's reflected in this document that we've all read, contributed to and understand. I think 85%, it's in their papers, 85% of our CapEx, 55% of our OpEx is just Three Waters or local water done well, roading and waste services. Those things don't even come close to describing other expenditure in this document that I think should and could be described as core services. Beyond the fact, I guess, that we're doing much of what the bill requests, other major concerns I'm glad we're highlighting are a reminder that removing the four well-beings shifts council's role away from community well-being towards economic and corporate interests. And I think that's a dangerous road. Terms like good quality and particularly cost effectiveness are not defined, which is extraordinary and open to really extreme interpretations. And that the bill removes a requirement to consider tikanga Māori when appointing directors to council-controlled organisations, conflicting with this council's commitment to the Treaty of Waitangi. I'm not against some of the changes to reduce regulatory costs, such as dropping the 6-yearly service delivery review requirements and some of the other suggestions. But all in all, I support what I've said previously, that this is an excellent submission that I think addresses the concerns and I hope the majority of us around this table support. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put the motion then. Oh, no more speakers. Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's an old saying, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and so I think so is cost effective and good quality. It really does depend on what you are, from your perspective, as to what you may think those things are. And I don't think that the dismissive and derogatory comments that have come from government, well, I think what they are is they give truth to the fact that actually many in government do not actually know what local government does. 80% of, as just said by a number of speakers, about 80% of our turnover and expenditure is in what we would all call core activities. So even if you go all the way down the full path of cost effectiveness and good quality, you'd only reduce rates by 20%. And what is a core system? And why does central government have the final say? Why are we even bothering with the local body elections that we're going through now if we're immediately labelled after election? And by the way, I can guarantee you this, stupid and profligate. Within about a month, there'll be one article, or 2 months, there'll be an article of some decision we've made, and there will actually be a comment somewhere going, that's so stupid, we should throw them all out. And quite literally, the ink hasn't even dried on the new list. If these are proposed changes are truly pressing, if they genuinely are reflecting the view of the people of this nation, then we're going to find out in 6 to 8 weeks' time. Because the actual ratepayer, the actual people of the nation are making a decision right now in local government elections as how they want their councils to run and the people they want on them. Now, unless we see a major throwing out of a whole heap of people and a bringing in of people who are speaking specifically to the bottom line and all the other things that is the logic or the narrative in this, then you're going to see a situation where the voters have asked for a certain type of council and central government's still just going to plough on and give the council it wants, which is basically a council that does effectively nothing. We are the extension of government. I think people forget when you hear the word local government, we are the extension of government to the local people. And that's an important role to play. And it's not the role of central government to tell us what we are doing. In fact, the development of the Local Government Acts from 1974 to 2002 were actually recognition of the fact that the local government works better if it has more autonomy and a greater ability to reflect the position of its own people rather than someone who lives in Auckland or Wellington deciding what Dunedin people want for themselves. I mean, it is quite absurd, which again, I think this goes under the same as the regulatory bill and many of the other bills that have come from the same author over the last 3 years of Parliament. So I finish with, what is the point of local body election if central government immediately comes in and says that voters obviously didn't know what they were doing? Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This bill plays right into that nice to have playbook. And we've heard enough of it, quite frankly. I am insulted and sick to death of hearing that expression, which I just simply won't use. And we've been made out many times to be fiscally irresponsible. And this, again, feeds into that with being told through this bill that what we can and can't focus on. In fact, the irony of that, as has been pointed out, is that we do focus on our core services. And it flies in the face of the process we've just been through, our 9-year plan, a thorough, considered, well thought out, community engaged process where we have heard from the community about what their priorities are. How on earth will this answer that? And you kind of wonder why we've just bothered to go through that, quite frankly. However, I'm glad we did, because we did a good job with it in a challenging time. And the Mayor's correct, disempowers local decision making. I'd go further to say it's a threat to local democracy. And as I said in the last item, where on earth is localism in all of this? The government said when it came in that it was all about localism, it supported localism. Well, this is quite the opposite. In terms of the four well-beings, you can't just say that a city is about the economy. When people come to live here, what they talk about are aspects of our city that are covered by social, economic, environmental, and cultural elements. It's not one-faceted, it's multifaceted. Those are the things that attract them to the city. And so that is a great disappointment to see the four. It's not a surprise, but the four well-beings continue to be important in my view. As for the standardising of the code of conduct and the standing orders, I have real concerns about that, because there will be different needs in different communities, different setups that require different codes of, well, not so much the codes of conduct, but the standing orders in particular. And the worry I have around the code of conduct is this idea of freedom of expression. That is a real concern, and we've seen over the last few years following COVID what that means for us as politicians and others in the community. And as for the matter around tikanga Māori and directing us that we can't consider when we're appointing CCO directors that they should have a knowledge of tikanga Māori, well, that just flies in the face of Te Taki Hararu and our mana to mana relationship through to Pai Māori. So there are many parts of this bill that are particularly concerning, and I thank the staff for the great job they did in putting into words all of those concerns for this council and for this community. And it is deeply troubling just a year out from a general election and the flip-flopping as has been described.
Councillor Barker.
I want to quickly say that this is indeed an ironic assault on liberal democracy from a government that campaigned on localism. We've had an onslaught of changes, RMA, regulatory bill, and this too, which has put huge costs on local government, which is also ironic because this bill is supposed to be about saving money. Just how much time we've spent around this table with submissions, and like today, the costs of the time discussing this bill and many others. So that's not necessarily saving money. Certainly shows that government is not understanding what local government does, and perhaps they might like to come to our public forums and watch what we do. We have spent so much time being tossed around by the government reforms, water backwards and forwards, signage at schools, the speed zones. I was just going to say everything that council does is about the community, e.g. putting in the pipes and making the roads. It's got multi-outcomes, supports the businesses and communities. And when do core services not be animal control, public toilets? These are not a need to have. I think that when you need a loo, you need a loo. The food premises, the bylaw review, the noise control, then who's going to do them? I think that last week or the week before we were talking about the monitoring of healthy homes and what MB's doing. So how's government doing with that? We have to ask. Council's decisions reflect what our communities want, not a dictatorship from central government. Council has often been left picking up the pieces from central government, e.g. central government funded place-based groups then pulls out. They've cut the funding for the police, the social services and safety. So we end up paying for patrols, grants to help groups delivering social services, and look at the homelessness issue. Pulled out of DOC funding, we fill the gap with local rangers and eyesight information. So what government is doing is putting a whole lot of charges on us and a whole lot of work to do, and now saying, well, you can't do that. So who's going to do it, and what's going to happen to our city and our society? I just put that question out there.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. To me, this is down to semantics and obfuscation. The semantic part being, what is the definition of core services? As far as I'm concerned, it's more pretty much down to the total well-being of our region and city, which you, as has been pointed out, you really only know when you are local and on the ground, and that covers off all the things that have been listed and plenty more. And then you get to the obfuscation, which we've been seeing more and more of, it seems to me, from central government in terms of, we need this to happen, but we're not going to have anything to do with it. You need to pay for it and you need to do it. Sending that out to local governments, waste, social housing, and particularly Three Waters being the ones that popped to my mind. And as has also been mentioned, we've seen a lot of flip-flopping, twisting, and I think the phrase just used was on again, off again. So perhaps central government should spend less time thinking about what we should be doing, because local governments have been just got on and done the job, it seems. And rather than worrying about what we're doing, they should actually try and figure out what they are supposed to be doing.
That's all so.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Mayor. I echo a lot of the statements made by colleagues. I just want to reiterate thanks to the officers, to the staff for writing a brilliant submission, and in a sort of backwards way, thank this government for actually making us put our brains on and really examine our values and principles and understand what we stand for. I was at a Healthy Future Summit last week in Tamaki Makaurau, and I just want to talk about the words of Dr. Ilana Curtis, the Associate Professor at Te Kupuinga Hauora, the Māori University, at the Auckland University. And, her presentation was just basically a peer-reviewed journal response to some of the incursions that this government has been making against Māori in particular. And her advice basically was for us to think tika with truth, honesty, and sincerity, play pono justly, and act always with aroha. And so I think that the submission is what we're doing, and we just got to keep trying to represent for the people who need us to do so. Kia ora.
Okay, Councillor Wiley.
When I went through this paper, I started thinking, okay, who in Parliament has actually local government experience that can really sort of add some value to this? And it quickly came up after a quick bit of research. Does anybody know who John Robertson is? He's the current MP for Waitomo. He is the only one in the National Party. He was a former mayor of Pakukura from 2004 to 2007 and became mayor of Waitomo district from 2019 to 2022. So if that's the best that the National Party have got, then I can understand why there's a lack of understanding when it comes to local government. Andy Foster is probably the one that has the most knowledge around that whole table, followed by Celia Wade-Brown. And then there is a couple other Green Party members and New Zealand First member. So when you look at the 6 names of people that have local government experience around Parliament, and probably Andy Foster's got the best seat at the table, but there is obviously not a lot of understanding. And I think when we look at what's coming out of government, it is a lack of understanding of local government. End of story.
Okay. Any further? Just say a couple of words then. With the motion, I think there's more to a city and a community than a dollar figure that some remote authority decides. And self-actualization is the highest level on Laslow's pyramid of needs. And to try and push people lower down that pyramid is contrary to the essence of human existence. So everywhere that these kinds of rates, caps, and squashing of localism, of people's ability to determine their own futures and their own communities, ends up with poorer outcomes for everyone. And it certainly doesn't help with building a strong local community, but also a strong sense of national pride and working together as a community, not just as a city of Dunedin, but as a country of New Zealand. So anyway, with that, I'll put the motion. All those in favour of approving our submission, say aye. Against? Carried. We'll move to 18. Proposed. Oh, yes, I was already on 17. The Part West. Yes. No, we're 10 minutes. We'll come back at just before 4:00. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. All in favour, say aye. Against? Carried. Yes. Let's get underway. Item 17, West Tyree, Part West Tyree Cemetery classification. Is someone going to come and, yes, Mr. Ellis is going to come and talk to us about that. And Mr. Graham. Have you got any prefacing comments? No. Any questions, councillors? Any questions? I see none. It's a pretty straightforward topic that resolves that it's it's contained in the motion. Pretty straightforward. So, and I've got nothing to say about it. Does anyone? No, it seems straightforward. So I'll put the motion that council notes the information contained in the report and resolves that this block. Yes, I'll move it and seconded. I'm just running the motion first before I look at my seconded. Seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas, and be classified as that this bit of land be classified as a local purpose cemetery reserves, and we don't need public notification, so that's fine. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Item 18, proposed road stopping adjoining 40 Halfway Bush Road. So we have Ms. Nilsson and Mr. Henderson. So questions. We have Deputy Mayor Lucas.
I have a question. So number 7, you talk about that the owners of neighbouring land at 66 Halfway Bush Road and 2413 Mile Hill Road were offered to buy these sections, of which they declined. And when I look at the map on page whatever, so we're stopping the green bit, but the purple bit is not stopped. Is that correct? So what happened? That's still technically road that doesn't adjoin a road.
In short, yes. At some point in the future, if any of the landowners wish to sell, it'll probably get wrapped up in that process. But for now, we will own a piece of road that doesn't connect to another road. Well,
okay. Are there any other questions? Okay, so we have Councillor Gary wants to move, and the seconded Councillor Houlihan. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor? No. So nobody wants to speak to it. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Naming of one private way off Portobello Road, item number 19. So we have a mover. Are there any questions? Questions? You've got to no. Are there any questions? I see no questions. It's moved by Councillor Wiley and seconded Councillor Houlihan. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor? No. So we just approved the naming of that road as Greenwich Way. It seems logical according to the report. So all those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Item next. Where am I? 20. Is it 20? Yes. Naming of one private way in Sawyers Bay. So happy to move. Are there any questions? Moved Councillor Walker as a seconder, Councillor Benson Pope. Anything to say? No. Yes, Councillor Gary.
I'll echo what I just heard Councillor Walker say. Great name. Great to see a Te Reo name chosen.
Thank you. Very good. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Item 21. Financial report. Period ending 30 June 25. We have Mr. Davey. No. Oh, sorry. But yes. Billy, where am I? Expenditure. Sorry. Yes, I'm at 233. Yes, that's right. So, are there any questions? Questions? Yes, Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kia ora. I have a question around there was a big leap in the year-to-date variations in the revenue from May. So I just wanted to understand the unfavourable had $3 million in contribution. I'm just trying to look because we've gone a bit fast through the pages. I saw that somewhere. Is that something that plonks into a certain month?
Thank you, councillor. That relates to vested assets, and we do plonk it into June. It is one of the changes that will come before we complete the annual report. So we're expecting that to be significantly higher than the 3 million we've budgeted, but it is causing an unfavourable variance at the moment, but it will be favourable once we've made those adjustments.
And then there was $13 million depreciation favourable. Do we think that figure will still sit around there because we had the revaluations, but we're not expecting any more revaluations? So will the depreciation figure be about right?
The revaluations are still to come through, but they won't affect this depreciation figure, but they will affect the current financial year, new one. I'm expecting that to change by around about 300,000, just with the asset completions that we're doing and the reviews.
And just one more question. It was on page 235, and in May under community development events, there was the $29,000 on a water screen for Matariki in the last financial year, and $29,000. And I did ask about what's happened to the water screen because it's not being used, and I can appreciate that you might not be able to answer this question, but it's disappeared as a line item, I guess. So is there an idea about selling it, or, I mean, I'm sure it's being depreciated, but what's going to happen to it?
There's no one here who can answer that, but we will capture that question. Someone will circulate an answer.
Okay, next question, Councillor Gary.
Thank you. I noticed on page 258, and thank you to you and to the chief around the particular paragraph noting the costs and the subsidies for the October rain event. I just wanted to ask, and it may be the chief that answered this, are the subsidies normal? I was quite surprised to see the welfare subsidy there. Is that something we could expect another time, or is it one-off, and if there's another big rain event, we can't rely on there being these kind of subsidies again?
I don't think it's a subsidy. I think it's a reimbursement for actual costs. So I think that would be that one there is a cost reimbursement. We opened welfare centres, all have incurred costs and got reimbursed for it.
Could we expect that to continue, or is it?
Yes, in those situations where we're in a declared emergency and we are providing welfare support, provided it fits within the NEMA framework, we get reimbursed.
And thanks again for making sure this is here. I think it's really important we understand what the costs of these kinds of events are.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Lucas, yes.
I have 2 or 3 questions, and one, I know that Ms. Nielsen has waited particularly for this question about the CCTV cameras. And I note that that's now been delayed to be finished until July. Is that the whole project, or is that just the Octocom project, or is it the whole project's been delayed?
It's just talking about the George Street cameras. And I guess it's a little bit behind, so I'll give you an update as of today. So all the cameras are in down George Street. They're all working. All the feeds coming back to the Civic Centre. We're just going through and doing the very tiny details of moving them slightly so they don't have a pole, moving them slightly so that I can't see private areas, etc. So we are good. We're up and running.
Excellent news. Thank you very much for that. And you knew that's why you waited. I know that, and I could not ask the question. Ms. Allen, you might be able to answer this, and I'm just trying to get my head around the staff costs. And so I know that it's been called the investment account. That was where the budget was put for the savings to be put in. So that for the year end is $3.3 million unfavourable, and overall staff costs are unfavourable, slightly less than 1.7 million, I think it is. But does that 3.3 million mean that it's unfavourable, that we didn't achieve the savings that we had anticipated?
Thank you, councillor. No, we fully expected that in that area we would be unfavourable, but we anticipated that we would have favourable variances elsewhere to offset that. As it's turned out, they haven't fully offset it because we're unfavourable overall. What we've done in the new financial year is budget the vacancy management throughout the organisation. So we shouldn't have that large unfavourable and large favourable variances.
Thank you. That was going to be my next question. And my other question is in relation to the Better Off funding, where we talk, I think it is on the bottom of page, I can't quite quickly find it, on the bottom of page 248, where we say that mainly due to Better Off funding costs being less than budgeted. Now, Better Off funding, do we not incur the costs and then we have to show our invoices to be reimbursed? So is that a timing issue? So that will be caught up in the wash up, is that?
Yes, it's correct that we're being reimbursed. Yes, but we didn't necessarily have our budgeted expenditure or revenue from it lined up to what's actually occurred.
Thank you. And then one more question on Better Off funding. When you look at the page that is there on Better Off funding, and the item that is for P4 local water done well, that we've still got 356,000 yet to be spent, and maybe Mr. Ward might answer this. So we're using that program to do our water services delivery plan. So will that effectively be spent? That's effectively spent now that we've completed our plan since June?
Sorry, Deputy Mayor, I'm not sure which page you're referring to.
Page 257.
Yeah, thank you. I will need to drill into this, but I don't believe all of that will be spent because it wasn't wholly necessary to do the work that we did. We well within budget.
Very good. Yes, comment.
So, councillors, this is the end of year report for June. What you will get on your next agenda in September is it's basically the same report, but in annual report format, albeit draft. That's the plan. Are we not going to be able to do that?
Not until 31 October. What?
Draft unaudited one up for this council to have a look at?
Yeah. I wasn't aware of that. We provide it to Audit New Zealand mid-September, and then they start their work, and then that's the DCC version only. But
we'll have a chat about this. There's a new format for the annual report, council, and we will look to get it to you in some format, because otherwise it'll be the new council that has to adopt the annual report, which is essentially your year's work. So we are looking at presenting it in some form to you before the final meeting of the triennium, albeit unaudited, because audit won't be completed.
Okay. So, Councillor Benson Pope.
Thank you. I'm assuming, given the ongoing fascination of our community with the play space in George Street, that the cameras capture that area. That was a nod. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think so. We've covered all the questions. See no more. Very good. So, would Deputy Chair of Finance happy to move? Yes, I'll second that. So, would you like to speak to it?
Just briefly, I'll note that for the year ended 30 June 2025, that we've made a net loss before the Waipori Fund of $11.6 million as opposed to the budget of $28.6 million. And that primarily relates to the depreciation, which Councillor Barker talked about briefly, that there is a significant saving compared to budget on the depreciation, which takes up the bulk of that of $12.6 million, plus also a saving of approximately $5 million on interest costs. And that is in two parts. A lower interest rate than budgeted, but also because our CapEx program was underspent by some $60 million, which resulted in less debt being incurred, about $60 million. We've made that interest saving. So that's, basically without those, we would be pretty much break even. Well, the interest saving matches the less revenue we received and the slight overspend on expenditure. And as the Chief has said, I think there is some thinking that we will have a chance to reflect on our year that we've had before this council finishes is that we don't have the opportunity to formally adopt the annual report because of the timing with the election.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Councillor O'Malley.
Just briefly, there's a part I asked to be put in, and I find quite useful, which is the effective interest on our total budgets. And you can see there currently it's sitting at 11.5 of rates revenue and 7.6 as total income. And remember that difference between 11.5 and 7.6 for the total income, that is the co-funding that we get from central government in transport. That is in itself an economic boost. My point being here, I don't really think that level of interest burden is crippling the city, but the capacity of delivery has gone up dramatically because of it.
Righto, no further speakers. Therefore, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Report is noted. Item 21. So, Mr. Davey and Ms. Allen, come to the desk. Item 22. Page 258. Any comments?
Yes, the fund had a pleasing year in the end, in finishing 2.1 million above the inflation adjusted capital base, and had a return of 8.6% for the year. It continues to perform very well, and at the current time, it's 115.7 million, and the inflation adjusted capital base is 110.5. So it's 5.2 million above the inflation adjusted capital base as of the end of last week. So it's continuing to perform well, and with the outlook for lower interest rates in the US, that should underpin equity values going forward.
Right. Questions? Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. Mine is on page 260, paragraph number 4, and it's specifically and forgive me if I've apparently been told this and it's fallen out of my head. Despite this year-end market volatility meant that the fund's value was not sufficiently above the inflation-adjusted capital base to support a distribution. What is sufficiently above? What is classified as sufficiently above?
The expectation previously was that it would pay a distribution of about 3.3 million. And so given the value was not sufficiently high enough, it was decided that one wasn't to be made.
All right, so it's if we get to 3.3 or above, that's when a distribution, rather than a distribution, but it didn't actually make the 3.3, but it's still a distribution.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, it could have been a part distribution, but during the month of June, there was quite significant volatility, and we couldn't really tell if we took a part distribution if we would end up having to pay it back. So it does need to have a bit of a buffer there.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Lucas. Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yep, thanks, Mr. Davey, as ever, for this report. Just in terms of the fact that the bulk of our portfolio is in fixed interest, I'd imagine, and correct me if I'm wrong, that there's still going to be downward pressure on interest rates. So is there malleability within the fund, or is it set that we can expand the equities and move out of the fixed interest, or is that dictated through our strategy of having it as a medium risk?
Yeah, there's certainly flexibility there, and the exposure ranges allow for that. So there is ability to move more into equities within that and less in fixed interest.
It's probably been there always, but I noticed this time that had a comment about the fact we use a benchmark, and we obviously are doing well against the benchmarks. There was some comment there about the benchmark might not be the most appropriate methodology. What is the thinking behind that? Because I quite like benchmarks of the markets itself. So,
yeah, thanks for the question. If we look at, say, the S&P 500 in the US, I think it's got something like 1,200 stocks in it, something like that, and say the fund might have 15 or 20 stocks in the US, something like that. So it's always really, really difficult to be in line with the benchmark. And also we've got the differences in Australia too, where we don't have resources stocks. So always really hard to be directly comparable to the benchmark for that reason, really.
Okay. I think we've covered all the questions. Happy to move. Seconded Councillor Gilbert. Give it a break. Anything to say, Councillor Walker?
Just thanks to the team for overseeing this fund. And I mean, it's for somebody who invests heavily in the stock market. It's pretty volatile times for the markets in general. But it's good to see this fund going in the trajectory that we is preferable.
Very good. No further comments. I'll put the motion that we note the report. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Item 23, event road closures. Ms. Benson, speak to the report. Do we have any? We've got someone, Deputy Mayor Lucas, happy to move. Do we have any questions? Is mover and seconder. Are there any questions? No. So, mover and seconder, any comment? No. No comments? Okay, so I'll put the motion that council resolves to close the roads as detailed. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. And 24, lead and soil. Right. So, Councillor Wiley, do you have a seconder? Councillor Hillian, would you like to speak to it, please?
Thank you. In the motion that's up on the screen was essentially the motion that I've been looking at for some time. We've had some very good public forum speakers and also other people around the community raising this as an issue. My original motion was to ask council to push pause by the 1st of September 2025 on its interpretation of lead in the soil relating to residential development under the NESCS. The wording was changed to seek urgent formal guidance from the Ministry of the Environment on how the council should interpret and apply the NESC. Otherwise, this could have stalled our consenting process on many properties. The key thing I want to state right here, right now, is this is not about our planning team, our consenting team, and how they're actually applying what they're doing. They are a very good, a very efficient team. It's what I'm concerned about is the advice that they may be working off. And so I'm going to go into that. The question I believe we need to have answered is, can we confirm that the current Dunedin City Council's approach is the right approach for managing contaminants in soil to protect human health? Was the Stantec advice addressed to Mr. Worthington on behalf of Council on the 20th of November 2023 the right way for the Council to apply the Ministry for the Environment 2011 Hazardous Activities and Industrial List, HAIL, and are we interpreting the regulations? Because as we are now interpreting the regulations like no other council around the country, this is forcing significant building costs in almost every new home, many home extensions, and ultimately onto home buyers. It is also resulting in residential properties being permanently recorded on the ORC contaminated site register and on LIMS. As a council, we need to acknowledge that there is a national set of regulations when it comes to addressing lead in the soil. And yes, all territorial authorities must follow these rules. Yes, the regulations are set out in the National Environment Standard. We are all aware that the approach by the DCC planning team was supported by a report prepared by Council's independent consultants for contaminated soils, Stantec Limited. The question this notice of motion is asking is if the Stantec advice is similar or inconsistent with the advice provided by MFE, who authorised the NES. I'm sure you all have to agree having the answer and having a process that aligns with MFE is important to everyone potentially affected by this issue. Thank you.
Any other speakers to this? Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What I will say first is that there's no doubt about it. There are some serious numbers, and what I mean by that, and ratios that might not be the accurate scientific thing to say there, but around the levels of lead in some soil that's been found certainly recently, and that we're not, by this motion, it's not condoning that as far as I'm concerned. But my concern and why I'm seconding this is that it's been an ongoing problem, and some costs that people, developers, and not just developers, mum and dad investors, anybody who's trying to do something with their house is facing this. And because we are a city with older buildings and, the issue with the lead paint, it impacts on most of the houses in the city. It could potentially. So it has huge implications. And I think we need to just take a pause and review it and just look at how we can perhaps process this in a way that is more affordable for people, because some costs, people are talking crazy costs to do this, and it's making it completely uneconomical and almost impossible to develop. So I don't think that's suitable. And so that's why I think we need to show people we've heard them, we've heard the concerns, and we are now looking to see what else we can do to help. Thank you.
Any other comments? Councillor Benson Pope, yep.
I'm exercised by this, Mr. Mayor, because I recall, as we all do, the urgency with which this council treated the contamination of the water supply on the North Coast and how we responded. I can't reconcile that with accommodating, by following this path, a number of developers who, right or wrong, not unsurprisingly, don't want to bear the cost of removing soil that is clearly contaminated from properties they're developing. Properties often that are selling at considerable expense because of a number of high-rise intensified developments on them. So I have no evidence that convinces me that the behaviour of our staff is in any way inappropriate, and so I won't be supporting the notice of motion.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. Just to be clear, as far as I understand it, part of the problem here is that we seem to be framing this solely around investors, and it's not investors. It could be anybody who's wanting to put a deck up in the back garden and has to dig one spadeful too many, and all of a sudden that triggers all manner of mayhem. No disrespect, councillor. And so, to me, it is around clarity. For me, this subject is study in vagary, and that what this notice of motion is simply trying to get some clarity to it, so that we do know how we are moving ahead and how it will impact everybody. Yes, investors, but equally somebody just wanting to put a greenhouse or a shed or a deck up the back that unfortunately requires some form of land works.
Councillor O'Malley.
I'm just motivated to point out that there was no lead in the water at Waikawai. That was detection at a sample point, which was then proven to be unique to the sample point and was not in the distribution system of the water that was drunk by the people of the town. I just bring that up every time because people still keep talking about lead in the water at Waikawai. I don't know what's going on here, so I'd like this, to be honest. I'm not really clear where the council's position is relative to the national position. And that's actually all I'm at that point. I'd like to know more clearly, so I'll support it.
Any other commentary? Right, so there we go. So, we have, I'll put it and we'll see how we go. So, absolutely.
There's there's no disputing lead in the soil is a health issue where it is. That's that's not up for debate. What this is about is, are we working through the appropriate guidelines? Is the Stantec advice that the council was working off the right advice? Does it align with MFE or does it not? Where is the missing link? Because there's obviously a missing link on what's taking place. So it's not about health. It's not about any of those other issues. It's about, have we got the process right? And can we then give the staff the ability to go forth and say, yes, we've got all the answers, MFE guidance, and this is how we're working, and in cooperation with Stantec. I just want to know we've got it right. That's the important part. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll put all those in favour say aye. Against? There's a few. Okay, division is checking the numbers.
Councillor Barker. Aye. Councillor Benson Pope. Councillor Gary.
No.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan.
Yes.
Councillor Lefiso. Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Walker. Pardon?
No.
Thank you. Councillor Wetherall.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Carried 9-4.
All right. That should provide some clarity for everyone and the public. So, pursuant to the provisions of the Local Government Act, Official Information Act, I now move that we exclude the public from the meeting. And do I have a second for that? Deputy Mayor Lucas, all in favour say aye. Against? Carried. So we'll now move into non-public, and we're on the home straight.